Welcome, the Dweller of the Dark. We are a channel honoring the yellowed and blackened bones of many prominent authors. We will be digging up several obscure, strange, and forgotten authors who influenced many of the great horror, science fiction, and fantasy writers today. Comment below if you like. If you have authors that you'd like to see recognized, list them in the comments or contact our author page. Subscribe for more tales of the horrifying, obscure, strange, and forgotten. We'll have quite a collection climbing out of the tombs. If you like any of our tales, comment, ring the bell, and crush the like button below. Unknown Horror Masters. The Skull and Bones collection has risen from the grave. More beast to be released soon. Find us on Fiverr to raise 7 kinds of hell. Check out our other stories on our websites. YouTube, BitChute, Rumble, Dweller of the Dark. Official website, dwellerofthedark.com. Kindle Vella, new serialized novels and novelette. Weekly new episodes. Check out links below for Where the Wolf Dwells. The Curious Death of Dionysus Shall-Not. Our books and ebooks are on Kindle Amazon. Follow, support us on Twitter, Instagram, Patreon, Bandcamp. Dweller of the Dark, Children of Horror, Legion of Ghouls. Tonight, Frozen Hell by John W. Campbell. Chapter 1. McReady stuck his head barely above the surface and looked off toward the north. The sun was a dulled wheel of light barely hanging on the horizon of an icebound plateau. The wind that had started with a mad slide down the foothills of the South Polar Plateau 800 miles to the south and strengthened in its sweep across the glacier-locked continent had lost nothing of its edge. 30 miles of wind from the southeast, honed by 75 degrees of frost. It carried a few sharp-edged fine grains of ice, mementos of their digging 3 days before. It wasn't drift. The high, bald plateau had been scoured free of drift snow ages ago. The unending winds had swept a huge patch, 10 miles in diameter, as bald as a buzzard's throat. McReady grinned behind his face-muffling scarf and adjusted his goggles. The physicist could be relied on to pick a place like this to roost. A quarter mile away, the orange paint of the tractor and the lesser blot of its trailing sledge loomed out of a dusk, which represented 2 o'clock on a spring afternoon. October, in fact. October 2nd, 1939. Barkley was running toward him, downwind, like a man going downhill, his ice crampons sending up showers of ice chips that swirled away in front of him in the wind. Suddenly, his feet went out from under him, and the wind tossed him along for 10 yards before he caught himself and he climbed to his feet again. The padding of his coat and many layers of thermal clothing protected him from serious injury. When Barkley reached the secondary magnetic station, the wind shied a larger chip of ice against his goggles. It might have blinded him without their protection. McReady stepped back, giving him room. Barkley cursed, ducked through the flapping canvas door, and climbed backwards down the small ladder into the station's antechamber.
"Christ, Mac,"
he said, voice dulled by layers of wool.
"Do you like this weather so much you've got to stand out in it?"
McReady smiled slowly. The sky was cloudless. Only the drumming organ music of the wind and the wash
like the slipstream of a transport plane, suggested a storm. This place fascinates me. As a meteorologist, I'm always interested in storms. Anywhere else I've ever been, I'd call this a storm. But it's been blowing steadily for 4 consecutive days, ever since we came here. The barometer hit 23 inches on the way down. I wonder, what would a real storm be out here? Barkley inched his head up above the level of the blue ice, into which they had cut the secondary magnetic station. His goggles flashed twin reflections of the white of the sun. If there were water, Barkley mused, it would be hell and high water. Dutton at Big Magnet reported fine, clear skies. Wind southwest, 5. Bah! This is the world's worst spot for a camp. I've some notes for them from Big Magnet that may keep them underground for a while. McReady reached up and tied shut the outer canvas door flap. Then they went through the next door, a wood one, into the station proper. The roof of tent canvas, laid across chicken wire and slats, weighted down by chunks of ice, cut out in the making, rested across bolted uprights. Fiberboard panels made up the sidewalls. A copper stove in the center of the room succeeded in bringing the upper layer of air to about 80 degrees. But the wooden floor had a tracery of ice crystals scattered over it. Wind growled threats down the stovepipe. Norris and Vane sat on the edge of Norris's bunk, working over a sheaf of data sheets. Above the table, they were clad in long-sleeved gray woolen underwear and shoulder-length hair. They had on light khaki trousers, and the clothing increased in thickness as it approached the floor, ending in knee-length wool socks and heavy, fur-lined boots. Perishable stores were kept frozen on the floor, while dry cells, beer, and food stock took to the temperate climate halfway up. The tropics near the 7-foot ceiling were reserved for drying socks, 2 suits of underwear, and Vane's bunk. The galley was tossed into the stock box at present, its space preempted by the magnetic instruments Norris and Vane were working over. McReady's meteorological instruments, being of a more rugged type, were fastened to the wall. McReady crossed to check the recording anemometer card. It showed an almost straight line across the dial. 30 to 35 miles of wind during every hour of the last 20. The thermometer showed greater activity, climbing to a height of -40 degrees. Get through with the schedule? Vane looked up toward Barkley. The batteries thought out enough, but they won't stand many more shots. I'll have to use the dynamo next time, and you'll have to shut down shop, I'm afraid, Vane. Barkley nodded toward the magnetic instruments. Dutton said my stuff was just coming in, and his voice was weak in the receiver. Here are the data. I'll try to turn it into English letters if you can't read it, but it's damned hard to write on that rig. I know, Vane nodded. Did it work though? Well, in a way. I didn't get frost nipped much, and I didn't get burned much, but trying to use a Primus stove for a writing table isn't quite the best way to do things." Barkley shrugged. "Commander Gary wanted to know if you'd gotten any answers yet, and I replied none that I knew of, right?"
"Not altogether."
Norris poked a stubby finger at a large-scale sketch map of the area, which included their secondary magnetic station, as well as the main Antarctic base camp at the South Magnetic Pole, 78 miles away. He had drawn a small X near the station.
"The data we got from Big Magnet combined with what we got here during the last 24 hours make the magnetite mountain idea impossible. It seems to be a meteor or something of the sort. Apparently a very considerable mass of extremely dense material, far too small and concentrated to be an iron oxide mountain."
"A meteorite?" McReady looked doubtfully at the spot marked on the map. "About a half mile away, eh? But would a meteorite affect your instruments at Big Magnet?"
Norris nodded. "Big Magnet is directly over the South Magnetic Pole of the Earth. Therefore, the compass needle should point directly downward. There is no horizontal component. That is, a horizontal compass needle would say that any direction is north, turning freely about a vertical axis. To a compass, the magnetic South Pole is what the true South Pole, 1,200 miles away, is to the geographer. Any direction is due north. There is no horizontal pull. The shortest way north is straight down." "But we found, with our sensitive instruments, that there was a horizontal component, indicating a sort of secondary south magnetic pole, a very weak one in this direction. It's only detectable where there is no horizontal interference from the Earth's magnetic pole." His finger jabbed at the X again. "And that meteorite, whatever it's made of, is terrifically magnetic." McReady whistled softly. "You think you've got it located? Going to try to find it?" Vane looked up at him with a smile. "If you found the nesting place of the great-grandfather of all storms, would you go after it?" McReady laughed. "Thanks, boys, but I think you've already found that great-granddaddy of all storms for me. The barometer's falling, and this place has a 30-mile wind as a normal condition. Commander Gary will have to send one of the planes back up country that way to see if there isn't a funneling mountain chain sending us these breezes." He glanced at the map. "Do you think you can find that meteorite?" "Certainly," Vane said. "If it is only a half mile away, then it can't be very deep under the surface. We might even be able to reach it physically. I'm just damn fool enough to hope, and I'm going to set out tomorrow with ice axes and shovels."
"Ye gods," Barkley groaned. "More digging? I thought I hated snow shovels. But since I've played with these non-magnetic darlings of yours in this blasted ice, my star detestation has become ice axe." Barkley glanced toward the tool chest. The lid was up 2 inches or so, and the ends of 3 pointed ice axes showed, looking like teeth in a grinning mouth.
"You can always hope that it's buried good and deep, so we can't possibly dig it out," pointed out Norris. And those beryllium bronze tools aren't so bad. The stuff will cut steel.
And all right, maybe for ice axes and butcher knives, Barkley admitted. But every blasted wrench and cold chisel we've got is made out of it. It hasn't got the grip that case-hardened steel has. The Stilson wrenches aren't worth a damn on a hardened steel tractor shaft. What I object to is making me use Bronze Age tools on a Machine Age tractor, since the magnetic mass of the tractors make it impossible for you to work near them anyway. You might have let me have steel tools there.
Avoid duplication, said Vane, spreading his hands sorrowfully. Axiom number 1 of the South Polar research. We had to use carbon dioxide in the Geiger counters for cosmic ray work because the argon bottle leaked and we didn't have a duplicate. If you really want to lug an extra 150 pounds of steel tools around, that's your privilege, I suppose. Speaking of duplication and digging, how many thermite bombs have we got left?
3, said Barkley. I fell over 3 trying to get at the radio set in the tractor. 3 25-pounders.
Well, if McReady's storm holds off, we're going hunting tomorrow. I think Norris better ride the sledge with the instruments while we manhaul him. Sad experience convinces me you can't watch a dip needle and your feet at the same time. This ice dome may be bald, but it presents some nice cracks to fall into.
McReady sighed and sat down on the edge of his bunk. It's my turn to cook this evening, I believe. If you birds will move that junk, I'll set up the Primus stove and we'll see what the larder offers. I think I'm going to crack a few eggs. Everybody willing?
What? No pemmican? No rancid seal blubber? We couldn't stand for that omission.
Vane sprang to remove the magnetic apparatus.
By the way, Mac, do you suppose that they still have eggs up there in the north that lie down flat when you open them? Eggs that lie down together like the lion and the lamb with both yolk and white flat?
If you don't like eggs that have been frozen, you don't have to eat them. You can have that seal blubber. And if you don't like that, remember that the seal didn't ask to be eaten. I just thought it might be a good idea to stoke up for work tomorrow. Either we dig for your blasted meteorite, or we have to lace down the roof against the wind. We'll have a little variety tonight, and then tomorrow, breakfast can be something different. How about cocoa and oatmeal?
Let's see. Didn't we have that yesterday? It was oatmeal and cocoa this morning. But wasn't it cocoa and oatmeal yesterday?
No, it was oatmeal and cocoa, McReady assured him. I fixed it. Barkley, will you start heaving the kitchen over here? Primus stove first. Let's go. Barkley started in at the top of the chest and worked down rapidly. First the stove, then the food crate. McReady was first up next morning, and his was the joy of starting the copper stove to dispel the frost of the night. The Gary expedition had tried, with fair success, a new system in Antarctic exploration. Since they were basing at the South Magnetic Pole, Big Magnet Base had been, perforce, 350 miles from the nearest point accessible to ships. The entire mass of expedition equipment had been freighted in by the 5 planes. Even one of the 6 tractors had been flown in. But the impossibility of freighting 500 tons of fuel so far inland had forced Commander Gary to try to live off the country in this respect. Antarctica was known to have coal reserves greater than those of any equal area on Earth, excepting only the United States. The expedition's tractors and electric power plant were steam-driven, the heating and cooking stoves coal-fired. The fuel found 20 miles from Big Magnet in the Magnet Range had, however, been a low-grade, high-ash, bituminous coal. McReady's task of starting the little stove was, in consequence, no easy one. Belches of smoke served effectively to force the others from their bunks into the chill temperature of the secondary magnetic station. The temperature outside, reported McReady, carefully placing another lump of coal, is falling to negative 58 degrees. The storm has arrived. The abnormal condition of the local weather. I might have known what it would be.
I don't hear anything,
Barkley said. It's a dead calm, Barr, my friend. I fear we dig today, unless the meteorite is happily placed very deep. Let us pray.
Damn, a dead calm. Oh, well, the temperature may go down, but that's more comfortable than wind. Is it still dropping?
On its way down. It'll be negative 65 by the time we get started, McReady assured him. Will you get some ice for the melter? 2 hours later, the thermometer verified McReady's prediction. From horizon to horizon, the blue ice of the Bald Plateau stretched out under winking stars, the calmest and clearest air they had seen since reaching this wind-swept dome. The northern horizon was barely washed with rose and crimson and green. The southern horizon black mystery sweeping off to the pole. The auroral lights wavered in shimmering curtains about them, intensified slightly off to the northeast in the direction of Big Magnet Base and the magnetic pole. The brightest stars had dancing, crystalline duplicates in the sparkling ice underfoot. Off to the west, the ice contracting under the cold gave a ripping crack, and a succession of spreading, lesser reports as the strain was eased.
Be hell if one of those relief cracks strikes through the camp, muttered Barkley. We've weakened the ice cutting into it here, so it might.
The seismic sounding showed the ice right here to be 1,200 feet deep, Vane pointed out. A 7-foot hole is just a little chip. By the way, the ice movement is toward the northwest here, and we're bound in that direction. There is probably a drowned mountain or hill backing the ice up this way. We may hit it.
Got everything? McReady asked.
Let me get settled, and thank God that your storm was a flat calm.
Vane alone of the party had worn heavy furs. The others would be sweating in stout khaki trousers, woolen shirts, and mackinaws under windproof clothes. Vane, riding the man-hauled sledge, would have the least pleasant task. that of sitting still and observing the magnetic instruments. I said an unusual condition would arrive. McReady defended himself, and it did. This is the first calm we've seen since we got here. I admit I gave the wrong interpretation, but there must be windstorms here at times. One might even say that this is a storm, a 35-mile-per-hour wind in the opposite direction. The men set off. The ice crampons chipped into the ice under their heels and made going not too difficult. But the age-scoured ice, gouged by the sand-like grains of ice borne on howling, unceasing winds, remained a rough and uncertain surface. The man on the sledge had to brace himself continuously at unexpected angles. Two deep crevasses, unbridged in this drift-free territory, forced them to detour for nearly a mile before returning to the course indicated by the dip needle and the spaced inductor readings Vane made. Slowly, though, the dip needle reacted to their motion and the steady point toward the greater power of Earth's south magnetic pole gradually weakening as they approached the unknown magnetic body near at hand. Abruptly, as they entered a region cut and folded with hundreds of crevasses, ranging from 6-inch cracks to 10-foot wide gaps, falling to unplumbed depths, the needle swung idle. Swung. Then in the jar of a hummock of ice, languidly took a new direction. "Stop!" Vane called excitedly. "She swung!" The hiss of the air turbine and the soft whine of the inductor coil spinning madly in the magnetic field started again as Vane unlocked the galvanometer needle and opened the valve. Slowly, Vane rotated the brushes while Norris took a sight on several of the brighter stars to the south, faded now in the growing light to the north as the sun crept nearer the horizon. No effective field to speak of. The Earth's field and the meteor's field about cancel here. Vane closed off the turbine valves and the hiss of escaping air stopped. The dip needle rocked with the swaying sledge, twisting in its multiple delicate gimbals. Now it moved less and less sluggishly as they approached the new center of attraction. The crevassed area forced their way to slant and twist, required the utmost care lest a small crack be the surface warning of a cavern whose walls curved nearly to meeting at the surface, leaving flimsy shells to snap off under their weight. Roped to each other, 190-pound Barkley led the way, examining each crack as he passed. "That ridge, damming back the ice, must lie near here, Norris." McReady pointed toward the field of crevasses ahead, and the further field of smooth ice sloping down to a field of familiar Antarctic drift snow beyond. The sledge twisted on through the last of the crevassed region. The returning sun sweeping above the horizon had begun to stir a slight wind, a wind that would barely turn anemometer cups, but added a danger of sudden frostbite at that temperature. The crest of the ice-buried hill was passed, and a gradual slope to the field of drift snow, less broken than the region they had passed, lay before them. "She's almost vertical now, Norris," Vane called presently. "A little to the left. Whoa!" She's backed up! Norris, that damn meteorite isn't 50 feet across! Barkley took a beryllium bronze hammer from the sledge, a blowtorch, and some sounding equipment. The ice axe cut a chip from the ice, while the physicists worked over their apparatus. McReady struggled with the blowtorch while Barkley buried the sounder and the receiver under ice chips. The torch roared suddenly, and in its blast, the ice chips fused about the sounder and receiver to freeze silently the moment the torch was withdrawn. Skilled by long practice, Barkley thawed out the dry cells and slipped them, still faintly warm, into his belt against his body. He pressed the sounder key, and a sharp, clean-cut whine shot out from the sounder. Instantly, a needle jerked across the dial of the apparatus to halt abruptly a fraction of a division from the stop pin. Less than 50 feet of ice, and then an unregistered depth of rock, Barkley reported finally. The blowtorch freed the bits of apparatus. He tried a new station, still less than 50 feet. Then the depth fell abruptly as they passed some ice-drowned rocky cliff edge. Back and forth they maneuvered, plotting a profile of the invisible surface beneath the ice. Vane and Norris were tracing spirals about them, widening and narrowing their range, until at last they found their center of action. Barkley and McReady joined them. A dozen careful plots back and forth across the lines Vane and Norris determined magnetically gave only consistent readings of less than 50 feet, too small for the sonic instrument to measure. I hate to mention it, Vane looked suggestively at the ice axes and snow shovels lashed to the sledge. That ice axe there has been forcefully reminding me of its presence all the way out here. Let's give it a beating. The sun rose very gradually above the horizon to the north, rising by sliding along an invisible, angling groove somewhere beyond the edge of the frozen continent. The thermometer rose slowly with it, and wind began to creep across the plateau, gaining velocity as the temperature differences increased. The thermometer passed negative 50 degrees, and the wind passed 15 miles an hour. The four men still chopped and hacked into the cold, brittled ice. A sloping, step-nicked tube grew down into the ice. The solid blue of the stuff began to scintillate with blinding, intense azures, pure rays of sapphire. The chips became huge wealths of discarded emeralds, sapphires, and rubies. The sun's slanting rays were piercing down, heatless, through nearly 20 feet of crystalline ice. Still, the magnetic needle pointed straight downward. Barkley returned to the surface with a tarpaulin of ice chips to dump and cursed over the blowtorch. The rising wind nipped at his fingers. The metal was torture to ungloved fingers, and the gasoline blistered his fingers by its swift evaporation while refusing to ignite. The wind whipped the flames out, and it was minutes before it roared in welcome blue-white heat. As long as we've got this damned hole, we may as well try to heat it, Barkley growled as he stumbled down the tube to the others. And this ice seems clear as glass. Maybe we can see what we're driving at if we melt a smooth patch. The blowtorch flame licked at the chipped wall at the bottom of the pit. The jagged fractures smoothed and ran, Slowly, as Barkley circulated the torch, the smooth surface widened to a window in the unbelievably clear, hard ice. The vague shapes of rocks moved and wavered as the melting water flowed away from the flame. A blue sea lit by the diffused light of the sun became visible beyond the clearing window. Norris looked through the window. Only vaguely could the dark, rounded forms of huge rocks be guessed at. Great dark masses too far away now for clear vision. The compass needle pointed almost directly downward.
Try a window in the floor, Bar. I think you've got a sound idea there.
The flame washed at the floor after McReady had chopped it more nearly level with an ice axe and cut a deeper groove to catch the melted water. The others crowded out of the narrow tube as Barkley worked below, saw him turn the torch aside suddenly. It roared to itself, a stuttering, fluctuating, mumbling, almost on the verge of speech. Barkley stared down through the window he had cleared, a black, slick surface in the blue sea of ice. He straightened slowly and cut off the torch. His head bent far back to look up the steep tube toward the others. He spoke at length.
I'm nuts, so I'm going to chop up this window, and you birds can go on digging if you like.
The ice axe McReady had left shivered the slick blackness into refracting, scattering chips, and Barkley walked stolidly up the crude steps cut in the slanting wall of the pit.
Bar, what the hell's the matter?
Vane demanded.
Go ahead and dig. I know damn well I'm screwy, so I'll let you find out for yourselves. If you find what I think I saw, I'll help, but not until or unless it's about 5 feet down. Go easy when you get there.
Barkley walked off toward the sledge and began relashing the load silently. For a moment, the other three looked at each other uneasily. There's one good way to find out, suggested McReady. He slid down the steep slope, using an ice axe to break his fall. Vane joined him, throwing the ice chips he tore loose into a tarpaulin to be taken to the surface. Norris followed Barkley over to the sledge, fruitlessly trying to get some answer to his question. Abruptly, the two men turned at the explosive shout of McReady in the depth of the pit. There was an immense silence, then a single curse. Then, Bar! Bar! You damned wall-eyed idiot! Why in 10 hells didn't you say what you saw? Norris! Norris! For God's sakes, come here! There's a plate of polished, machined metal that extends for an indefinite distance. It's the magnet, Norris! Vane's voice rang out hollowly from the pit.
That,
said Barkley softly, seating himself on the edge of the sledge,
is not what I saw. I guess I'm not nuts, maybe. But maybe I am at that. They haven't gone down 5 feet. Tell them to keep going.
Norris left on the run. Vane passed up the ice chips to him and a second sack before the first was returned, while McReady's ice axe and snow shovel rapidly enlarged and deepened the pit before Norris was able to get down for an examination. Then, the brittle shith sound of the splitting ice crystals changed to a duller, sodden crack. The activity below became a sudden silence. God! said McReady softly. "Good God!" The shove of the ice axe started very gently, very carefully. Unable to see past the two men, Norris heard Vane's soft sigh, and over his head caught a glimpse of glittering, silvery metal. A smooth, curving metal surface, nearly 5 feet square, was bared. The sun had set again, but the rose and lavender, apple greens, and melting yellows lingered in the sky. The light that trickled down through 20 feet of ice glimmered on the bared metal, hinting at an immense bulk of machined, rounded metal plates joined with unhuman skill. Vane straightened and backed away. Half visible between McReady's legs was a head, a half-split head laid open by a careless ice axe. Norris turned up toward the sun-painted patch of sky and called out to Barkley.
"Bar, if what you saw had blue hair like earthworms and 3 red eyes, it's here."
Chapter 2. The autogyro settled to the ice gingerly in an absolutely vertical descent. The 35-mile wind rushing across the bald ice was a steady, smooth river of super cold air flowing from the high South Polar Plateau to the sea somewhere to the north. The brilliant orange of the plain was the only color on a landscape made glaringly blatant under the fierce brilliance of 4 magnesium torches. The moment it touched, the 4 members of the secondary magnetic station party started inward with the torches, while Blair jumped from the cabin of the plane with ice anchors in hand. Behind the wiry little biologist, the stocky figure of Dr. Copper tumbled out with further anchors. The gyro rocked slightly back and forth as the pilot gunned the engine uncertainly. The propeller had to maintain a fair thrust to barely hold the plane in place against the unceasing thrust of the wind from the south. The twinkling rotor blades shifted jerkily, then slowed as Macy gradually cut their lift angle to make the plane stay more solidly on the ground. The biologist and the medico had the anchors placed by the time McReady and Norris reached them, and the pilot cut back his throttle. Almost instantly, the thin, cold blast of air chilled the motor, and it began to splutter. Macy gunned it again, jazzing the throttle to make it catch. His mouth moved behind the plastic windows, but the roar of the engine drowned his words. 6 sacks of coal, food supplies, 2 more bunks, Blair shouted. He's going right back. Dr. Copper can stay only 2 days or so. Commander Gary had to stay behind. Too much weight. Norris nodded vigorously. Barkley and Vane came up, dousing their unneeded torches. The bitter blast of the plane's slipstream forced the men to some distance as Copper explained the plans. Gary thinks he will let you men work here, modify the plans for the geological party, then leave this tractor available. They've sent another gang of men to the coal vein so more fuel can be used. Done any more digging? Vane shook his head. The booming of the engine made conversation half lip-reading. Waiting for you. Moved the tractor up, though. Bring the saw? Yes. Upjohn kicked, but gave it up. He's needed it making the houses on the other tractors, so he wants it back when we can let him have it. Macy wants to get going. Says that he can land the Douglas here if you can promise a wind like this all the time.
McReady grinned sourly. We've had it practically 24 hours of every day we've been here. The elevation's only 1,100 feet, and a little chopping will smooth any humps out of this ice. He could land the big Bowen here if he had to. I'll promise him a 35-mile wind any day, and on special order, we can get him a 50-miler.
We'll need more coal, Barkley put in. We'll be running the tractor engine for the dynamo a lot.
Couldn't carry any more this trip. Too much junk. He'll be back for me in the Lockheed, he said, and bring 3 tons if you need it. Let's get that stuff out before his engine conks. Ye gods, it's cold.
McReady said, You haven't been here, Doc. It's negative 45 degrees tonight. Let's go. 10 minutes later, the gyro's vanes began spinning more rapidly. There was no need to clutch in the engine here. The river of wind cranked them to speed. The plane took off from the ice in a vertical climb, the windmill vanes flapping awkwardly, like some immense duck rising from blue water. The tiny lights circled overhead, then vanished at express speed as Macy turned downwind toward Big Magnet.
I'll signal the takeoff.
Barkley started toward the buried station, 2 bags of coal trailing black dust behind him. Black dust the rushing wind scoured off the ice instantly to whip away toward the Antarctic Ocean 400 miles north. Blair and McReady were lashing the little biologist's instruments onto the sledge, piling bunk sections and sacked food supplies on top. The station seemed even more crowded, with everything jammed down to one wall. The magnetic instruments were gone, packed on the tractor, and moved to the new location. But the battery-operated trail radio set had replaced them, the dry batteries forming a fringe under Barkley's bunk, swinging high enough from the floor to be above the frost line. The transmitter had been suspended at shoulder height by cords from the ceiling, the key lashed to a horizontal brace of the wall. Barkley leaned against the bunk upright and began tapping out a call for Big Magnet. Macy and the gyro were already in sight over the main base before he got an answer 15 minutes later. Macy had found a band of 80-mile wind at 4,000 feet. Is it time for theories yet? Dr. Copper asked as the bunk sections were going into position. By the way, I hope you birds aren't sloppy eaters. I see my bunk is going to be the dining table. Bar's not bad, McReady grunted. He laps up everything he drops, but I don't think it's theory time. Whatever that thing is, it might be taken for a submarine. The soundings we made, both magnetically and sonically, indicate it's about 50 to 60 feet in diameter, and the magnetic instruments indicate a tapering length of about 250 feet. It definitely doesn't have wings. There's a tremendous concentration of magnetic mass, Bain says, near the center. Engines or something, maybe. It might be a submarine wrecked when this portion of Antarctica was submerged. I don't believe that. Then it's a type of flying gadget we never heard of, and it got wrecked somehow. The length of it, incidentally, runs northeast and southwest, almost at right angles to a line drawn from it to the magnetic pole. Here's where the meteorology comes in. It's been glaciated under. Once upon a time, snow fell here and drift fell, and the thing was buried. Weight compacted the snow to this blue ice. Then the wind of this bald plateau scoured God knows how much of the snow and ice away. If that thing landed before the snow started compacting, it's at least 1,000,000 years old. If it fell warm, it might have melted its way under the surface for a while and landed where it is at any time. It's on the sheltered side of the drowned ridge, behind a tongue of high land that runs south for half a mile, dividing the glacier and diverting the ice movement and pressure. That's the reason for those crevasses we ran into. You know, Doc, that thing could have been there a hell of a while. How about the thing you found? Blair asked.
No, dope.
Vane stoked his pipe and lit it.
We didn't mess with it much. Unpleasant animal. I can tell you that. I think we said about all we knew about it. Frozen hard as the ice it's in. Might have been there 1,000,000 years, or 50 million. Perfectly preserved, of course, and dead as those mammoths they find in Siberia. It's kept for some while already, so we figured it'd keep until you got here. You can play with it. We didn't like it. You described the head rather vaguely,
the biologist objected.
Is it anthropomorphous?
Man-like. The rest of it's under the ice and rather blurred. What we could see suggested that we let you look at it. We saw enough. If it had a disposition such as the face indicated, I'm not interested. Even if it's been dead since Antarctica froze.
Disposition? The face?
Blair looked curiously at the members of the station party. Barkley spat into the little stove and heaved in a few lumps of coal.
You can look at it tomorrow. You'd rather.
Eh? He means you'll sleep better, Vane said. There aren't any scientific terms for facial expression, so far as I know.
He looked into the fire for a moment silently.
Anyway, the face isn't human, so maybe we can't interpret it. He might actually be registering resignation in the only way his kind of face could, but I don't think so. Certainly, if he was, he started out with a terrible handicap. That face wasn't designed to register any peaceable emotion. From human experience, which one glance at the face would assure you has nothing to do with the problem whatever, it isn't remotely human. I'd say the thing was trapped, and it was mad. Not crazy, though any human to have as much distilled essence of hatred in his eyes would have to be crazy. I think it was just angry. Vaguely, through the ice, I got a suggestion that the flying submarine thing was jammed up against a rock wall, the nose crumpled in. The small section we exposed was strained and bent. I think the nose was ruined. From the build and the lines, I'd say that whatever it had been, it was fast. Damn fast. Make the trip from the magnetic pole to where it was in maybe 30 seconds, say, or perhaps a trip from Mars or Venus in 3 or 4 days. Nothing Earth ever spawned had the inexpressibly cruel hatred those 3 red eyes displayed. I know that. But the center section of the ship had an impossible magnetic mass. the section where driving engines ought to be. All that attraction we detected 80 miles away at Big Magnet originated in a section about 20 by 20 feet. That's fact. This isn't even theory. It's just guess. I think that ship came down to Earth too near the magnetic pole, and the driving mechanism, however it may have worked, soaked up too much of Earth's magnetic field and blew out. Earth's field isn't particularly intense, but it's big. 100 million ampere current circulating the equator might cause it. If that ship's engines tangled with the planet's field, something would blow. It wouldn't be the Earth's field. So that thing came out of its ship, trapped. It must belong to an older race than man. It looked out over an Antarctica already frozen, perhaps even colder then than now. 400 miles of it in every direction. 400 miles of impassable glaciation without a living thing bigger than a microbe or an algae between it and an unattainable sea. And oh, God, the hatred in that three-eyed face with its blue earthworm hair. Damn it, man. Let's turn in. Tomorrow is soon enough, too. Think about that thing out of the pit.
Vane grunted, knocked out his dead pipe against the belly of the copper stove, and started fixing up his bunk. The wind mouthed throaty gurgles down the stovepipe, curses and maledictions whose seeming syllables made one listen, struggling to understand the nearly intelligible vindictiveness. Syllables, perhaps, that the thing out in the frozen pit had taught it once, ages ago. The wind was belching the same vague syllables when they rose in the morning. Norris, taking his turn at starting the sullen stove, cursed and kicked it back to life. When they started out, the wind slashed at them with an edge keened by a minus 45-degree temperature. The lashings of the sledge, grunting and thrumming under its pressure. The unremitting force seemed to be pushing them away, trying to turn them back from the flag-marked trail. Many of the tough, orange cloth flags had been whipped to 3-inch tattered remnants in the 30 hours since they had been placed, and some of them had been torn away completely. But the trail was marked now. They no longer had to feel an uncertain way through the treacherous crevasses, and as they passed, the region cracked and torn by pressure from the ice river to the south. The orange blot of the tractor loomed up against the colored wash of the northern horizon. Close beyond it, the wind leveled heaps of ice chips the magnetic station party had cut from around the buried ship, marked the entrance to the excavation. They parked and dismounted. McReady led the way into the tunnel, substituting a ferociously incandescent magnesium metal torch for the dimmer pressure lamps used on the trail. The magnesium strips burned with an incredible white light in the blue crystalline tube, the ice slanting down about them in rough, blazing gems of crystalline refraction. The fierce thrust of the radiance seeped through the ice for a distance of more than 100 feet. From the surface, the men below became vast, bat-like shadows writhing beneath the ice, the whole ice field glowing with an inner incandescence for 100 feet around, save for the immense black shadow of the strange ship, frozen in this glacier unknown ages before. When they reached the thing. Blair and Copper looked thoughtfully at the face, staring up from the scintillant floor of the tube. Ice chips blown in by the wind had dusted it with a powder that glittered like diamond dust under the brilliance of the magnesium flare. Blair drew a bulky little camera out from under his windproof clothes and took half a dozen pictures. The face seemed disembodied, a mad sculptor's interpretation of incarnate evil tossed carelessly on a jeweled floor. Copper scraped carefully with an ice axe and passed his ungloved hand over the smooth surface. His body heat fused the surface to a black, slick, wavy lens, giving view to the depths below. McReady grinned as the doctor hastily scuffed the surface with the ice crampons on his heel. "That's our pretty beastie, Doc. We have got to dig the damn thing out."
"Oh, damned is right. That thing belongs in this sunken pit in the middle of a frozen hell. It isn't quite so bad here. That glittering ice under the rather unreal light of that flare." Copper shook himself. "Hell of a thing for a medical man and a scientist to say, but I don't want to dig it out."
Blair continued to stare down at the face. The little biologist spoke suddenly above the organ thrum of the wind over the pit's mouth. "You split the head accidentally when you were digging down to it?" McReady nodded. "You couldn't see what you were approaching because of the ice chips. This ice is as clear as glass once you smooth it, but it's like frosted glass when you're digging. First warning we had was when I struck and heard a different scrunch sound. Those beryllium bronze tools are heavy, and my axe went right through that skull. It's a member of a race far more ancient than man's, all right?" The biologist nodded. "The developments would indicate that. Strange, though, the way fur sprouts on the flesh. Looks almost active now, as though it had been just beginning when the creature froze here. But it's not so bad. It has a rather unpleasant expression, but it's as much a child of nature and her strange moods as are men or dogs or the algae that somehow managed to live down here where no other living thing is." "Unpleasant," Copper grunted. "I suppose we have to get that thing out and start investigating the ship. I hope there aren't more like it inside." "There probably are," McReady said. "Vane estimated that it would take at least 10 billions to run it, and that it could readily carry 300. Copper whistled. "What do you think it weighs? Can we get it out in one piece?" McReady glanced at him. "I don't know. I've never had to estimate anything like this. Say 85 pounds, Blair said. "It's as big as a husky dog." "Are you sure you want it out?" Copper asked Blair. "As Vane said, for sheer, unadulterated malignity, I'd stack that up against a cross between a cornered rat, a fer-de-lance, and a 10th century devil straight out of hell." "Your hybrid would lose." McReady shook his head. "I hope Baldwin doesn't look at this thing. If that artist ever gets this burned into his brain, his pictures are going to be unholy things. We've got to cut this loose. Barkley's starting the tractor, and by the time he gets up steam, we ought to have this and its surrounding block of ice cut loose. Vane slid down the shaft in a shower of ice chips.
Like our pet copper?
Ugh. I'll get over my damned curiosity after this. Is Norris handy up there?
He is.
Ask him to throw down a tarpaulin or something. I'll work better with that face covered.
It isn't ugly,
Vane pointed out judicially. In a way, though those 3 eyes are rather startling, and that hair, I guess you'd call it, though it may be an organ of some unknown sense. Anyway, it may be startling, but when you come down to it, the features are rather fine, almost classically fine. Hell is ruled by a fallen angel. Copper turned toward the blank metal wall of the ship. What's this metal? Found out? Vane shook his head.
We haven't apparatus to find out. Tried some acid from the battery, but it didn't make any impression, just rolled off. It's harder than our beryllium bronze tools, and a spare gear from the tractor, made of specially hardened chrome alloy steel. Didn't touch it. The bluish cast in the light suggests a high chrome alloy, but God knows what those beings would use. It's magnetic as blazes, so probably some high chrome steel. But as I say, we don't know the properties of their alloys, nor the source of their metals. We're near the center of their ship, though, and I think I saw a shadow of a huge metal plate when Mac was burning that torch down here. Let's dig that thing loose and angle down to the right here.
The ice axis bit into the brittle crystal. McReady propped the remnant of his magnesium torch in a cleft in the ice where it burned with an occasional splutter. The tail end vanished in a last burst of furious incandescence and blue flame as it burned down, and through the pool of water it had melted, reacting as viciously with the water as it had with the cold air. In the light of pressure lamps, the cavity expanded outward and downward. The tractor on the surface had steam up now, and its winch snaked the loosened ice chips to the surface, relieving them of the heaviest work. The thing in the ice had become a vague shadow encased in a glinting, refractive pillar. When the pillar was some 5 feet tall and 3 feet in diameter, they cut it loose. The tractor pulled it up while Vane and Norris steadied it, eased it past the rough spots. The brilliant wash of color from the slow rising sun glinted on the block as they lashed it to a sledge and covered it with a tarpaulin. The temperature was rising slowly toward -40 degrees, and with it, the wind howled slightly higher notes about the orange cab of the tractor, snaking the black cloud of smoke from its stack into instant disappearance. Norris went below to relieve Vane, while Vane took his place at the mouth of the pit, dumping the sacks of chips and ice chunks that came up. Barkley and McReady worked together at something for a while. Then McReady went down the pit with the carpenter's handsaw, trailing a power lead from the tractor's humming dynamo. The shoof of the ice axis stopped, giving way to the angry snarl of the saw driving through the ice in swift lines. The ice began coming up in 5-inch thick slabs, 2 feet square. The sun was sweeping down again toward the horizon when Vane went below. They had reached the great metal plate they had seen as a coned shadow against the light of the magnesium flare. It was a great locked door, nearly 6 feet square and a foot thick, swung open to leave a crack a foot wide. The saw and axis freed its outer surface and cut back into the airlock beyond as far as possible. But the immense door was held fast by the solid blue pack of ice within and beyond their reach. Barkley came down to examine it, a blowtorch melting smooth windows in the ice that made possible examination of the mechanism within. Immense metal bolts designed to hold the door fast against rubbery grommets were dimly visible. Bolts retracted now into screw-tooth sheaths.
If we could loosen that ice pack inside, I think I could get the tractor jack in this crack here and pull her open,
Barkley reported at last.
About loosening that ice, I don't know. We have the detonite explosive bombs, but I think they'd wreck more than help. But how about the thermite?
Think they'd do the trick? Vane asked.
They should. They soften ice by the radiant heat for a radius of about 20 feet, which is more than enough.
Might they not start a fire, though? Copper objected.
Barkley grunted. Some fire, Doc, that can burn in solid ice. Besides, there's nothing but metal in there that I can see.
1 or 2? Vane asked.
1, and then another if necessary. Too much heat in that confined space might make some steam. The door will probably pop open anyway. I'll place the bomb, wire it, and then move the tractor back beyond the ridge. The escaping radiant heat might rot some of this other ice and open a crevasse under our feet.
Barkley watched as McReady, last to leave, crawled out of the prepared hole.
All clear, he called. Wait till I get over there.
He ran toward them, running the long electric cable leading from tractor to bomb through his hand as he came, checking for possible breaks. The 6 men stood on the peak of the ridge, the slight slope down to the pit clear before them. The equipment had been moved back, save for ice axes, shovels, and small items. There was no great danger of crevassing, but none at all beyond the rock ridge, where the ice pressure changed direction. Barkley speeded the dynamo until it hummed softly, then choked with a startled snarl as he closed the knife switch. A light appeared in the ice beneath the pit mouth. 25 pounds of aluminum powder and iron oxide, thermite mixture, starting into an incredible inferno. Molten metallic iron flared at a temperature almost high enough to make the metal boil, running from the suddenly molten steel casing into the ice. The ice exploded into steam, cracking, pushing the intolerable glare of radiant energy shooting out paths of weakness through the solid stuff. A puff of steam shot up from the pit mouth.
That ought to be about all,
Barkley decided as the fierce glare began to fade slowly. He waited a moment, slowing the dynamo. The others started forward slowly, started, and stopped. The glare was building up again, becoming more brilliant. Another puff of steam belched up from the pit into the Antarctic twilight. The fierce light below was growing stronger still. A slow, hissing roar built up, a roar that forced itself against the rushing stream of the wind toward them. White clouds of steam become ice smoke whipped away from the pit mouth in the breach of the wind. The glare was spreading, a wide patch of ice that sent a dazzling spear of light high into the dark Antarctic sky, a roar that became a thunder. The pit was growing visibly before the mad rush of a vast jet of steam. Incredibly, the ice above the buried thing from unknown ages began to heave, cracking and spreading radiance with a muffled, tearing rip. Vastly, the surface of the ice heaved and, cracked, became a white, glowing mass behind which there was an incredible, unearthly torch. The thunder of the vast plume of steam bellowing through the growing pit was whipped away by the wind as the men threw themselves flat on the ice. A sky-shaking roar thrust 50-foot blocks of ice into the air, freeing an incandescent, growing lake of molten, blazing metal. For a moment, the vast shape of the stranger ship was limned in its pyre. A slumping, streamlined oblong, 300 feet in length, 60 feet in diameter, lying precariously on a rocky slope, its vast nose crumpled against a towering bastion of gray, hard granite. An incredible torch in the midst of a vast, blasted area of ice. A dazzling, blue-white stream of molten stuff tumbled from a softened rent in the side of the ship to roll down toward the mightier, towering ramparts of ice still undefeated. It struck them with a vast hissing roar, and they crumbled before it, tumbling into exploding steam as they fell into the growing lake of supernal fire. White-hot spears of flaming metal exploded outward to thunder downward through 1,000-foot thick ice. The howling, rushing wind seemed to gain strength, thrusting the ice smoke toward the distant Antarctic Ocean. Great blocks of ice tumbled madly through the air. For a moment, resistant in blue-white heat, withstanding even the lapping sea of molten fury, vast dazzling bulks stood out firm in the center section of the ship. Huge machines of curving, dazzling splendor, shedding the rain of blazing metal from incandescent, adamantine backs. Then abruptly they dissolved in a vaster, fiercer flame that sent darting rays through the towering, tottering glaciers. Looking on about the ship, the black, glistening rock of the ice-drowned mountainside glowed faintly red before that onslaught. The wavering curtains of the aurora overhead jerked suddenly, spiraled in a mad vortex of shimmering light, and beat down a savage stalk to the incandescent fury. From the mountain, from the ice, vast, angry tongues of lightning crashed against the molten pool. Lesser lightnings darted from the tractor, from the steel treads to the ice. Ice axes and shovels grew warm in the hands of the men, as thrilling shocks darted from wrist watches and metal buckles. Along the mountainside, a vast motion of ice swept in. From the glacier to the south, pressed for ages by the weight of ice spilling over the mountain ridge, a convulsion of billions of tons of ice thrust mile-long blocks of ice. The dwindling, flaming pool of metal vanished under a hissing, screaming bellow of tumbling ice. The driving, rushing wind from the south whipped away a last trace of ice smoke. It thrummed monotonously through the tractor rigging, cutting with a cold, keened edge. High in the sky, the curtains of the aurora wavered and moved in their immemorial fashion against the rose and lavender wash of the setting sun. Vane staggered to his feet.
It was a magnesium aluminum alloy, hardened with beryllium and other metals.
There aren't any more where that came from, said McReady grimly, nodding toward the sledge. What happened? We set off their fuel supply?
Vane shook his head. I think it was just the ship's metal, an immense magnesium metal torch. Hundreds and hundreds of tons of it. That flare toward the end, when the engines went, I think it was the power that thing soaked out of Earth's magnetic field ages ago, getting loose again with the final dissolution of the engines. The aurora felt it. The lightnings felt it.
The dynamo felt it, Barkley called. The coils are fused in a solid lump. The transformers and coils of the radio are also fused. Your magnetic apparatus looks as though you'd stepped in it. We can't signal Big Magnet till we get back to the station. If then. And they'll be worrying about us, I imagine.
They saw that.
Vane nodded.
We'll have to get back to the station at once, though they may guess that it would burn out coils here. There's nothing more we can do around here if we can leave. The crevasses.
The ice hasn't moved much this side of the ridge. McReady pointed toward the west. But it will. We'd better go while we can. The tractor stirred, a cough of steam spurting from the exhaust.
We can talk that over later, if we move now,
suggested Barkley.
Chapter 3.
Peaceful place, Barkley shouted over the clatter of the tractor. Big Magnet Base lay in the sheltered hollow below, a dirtied stretch of drift snow lumped and humped over the buried shacks. Half a dozen stovepipes smoked languidly, the dark soot moving off in startlingly slow spirals, in a manner seeming almost magical to these men returning from the wind-rushed bald plateau at Secondary Magnetic Station, the station that was no more. McReady nodded vigorously. The clatter of metal parts and the hiss of steam made conversation too much of an effort. The howl of the huskies in Dogtown succeeded somehow in piercing the rattle of the tractor with a rolling, despairing note. The administration building suddenly seemed to shake itself free of the snow, and half a dozen men stumbled outside, shading their eyes to look toward the approaching tractor and its trailed sledge. The spidery finger of the radio tower cast a long, broken shadow out across the roiled snow toward them. Imagine, Barkley shouted. No wind at all, for as much as 70 hours running. I wonder if I'll be able to sleep down here. You can go back if you insist, McReady shouted back. I can still find something of interest out there, even if Vane and Norris's pet project doesn't exist anymore. Hold on, I'm turning. Barkley stomped on the left clutch, and the rattle of the tractor changed its tone. The left caterpillar stopped, while the right continued moving. The The clumsy machine lurched sideways, then turned toward the jumbled snow of the tractor garage. 5 tarpaulin-covered masses, half drifted over, represented the rest of the base force of mechanical ground transport. More men were materializing from the Antarctic snow, popping up out of the scattered snow-buried shacks and heading toward the arriving party. The tractor ground and vibrated to a shivering halt beside its mates, and McReady clambered stiffly down from it. The air here at Big Magnet seemed positively balmy. It was minus 45 degrees, but with practically no wind at all. Norris, Vane, and Blair were straightening up from the 2 trailed sledges, Norris and Vane from the first, Blair from the second. Blair wasn't the only one who would ride on that second sledge. It had another passenger, who had now acquired the title of Scarecrow. I suggest we wait a while. McReady nodded toward the men advancing across the snow toward them. I'm feeling a bit cramped, and maybe the hard work of hauling those damned sledges over to camp would strain me. Vane grinned.
I guess they'll help. Will you ask Bar for me just how it is he finds all the bumps on the trail? It's a particular miracle to me that I didn't part company with that sledge at least 40 times during the last 5 miles.
That's his secret. Blair, where do you want that little pet of yours taken? We might as well shift the rest of the load of that sledge to this one now and save double hauling.
I don't know where I'll want it taken, Blair answered doubtfully. I want it to thaw out as quickly as possible, but I can't use violent methods. I think the best thing to do is to find out who's night watchman tonight and decide from that. It'll probably be either one of the meteor observers, the cosmic ray group, the magnetic group, or a meteorologist. If they've got the job, we can take the thing to the appropriate shack and keep it warm for the next 36 hours running. It will thaw out in that time.
What if it's aviation's turn for night watchman?
I'm afraid I'll have to wait then. They don't heat the hangar at any time, let alone at night.
Barkley laughed suddenly.
Ha ha ha. Blair, you're going to be the most popular guy in camp when they find out what you've got on the ball. That thing is going to be great company for the bird that's got to sit up with it all night.
McReady, Vane, and Norris joined in the laugh, but the little biologist was too serious about his find.
It's no worse than those frozen seals and things, so far as I can see. It's just as dead and just as natural a thing.
That, McReady pronounced, is wrong. It's been dead too long, and it isn't natural. Not to this planet, anyway. You can lay money on it. Even the entire camp's poker gambling capital, the entire famous $42.23, that scarecrow isn't going to be popular until you've got him nicely dissected and pickled in formaldehyde. If then. The big magnet party washed up around them, the physics and mechanics departments gravitating naturally with Vane and Norris and Barkley to the tractor, examining the fused dynamo and radio equipment. The group spread out, trickling back to the wrapped, crude cylinder on the rearmost sledge. Commander Gary stood with Blair and Dr. Copper, discussing the thing, planning what to do with it. Vane and Norris drifted over to add information about the immolation of the strange ship. The sledges began to move apart. Goods piled from Blair's sledge onto the larger first trailer. McReady came back to learn what decisions had been made. "I understand Connor is watchman tonight," he said and smiled. "His interest in cosmic rays hold up after you mentioned your little plan, Blair?" Commander Gary chuckled. "I can't say I blame him too much, but he doesn't seem enthusiastic. We've heard stories about this fellow. It sounds like Jerry's in for an unpleasant evening." "Wait till you see him," McReady promised. There was no smile on his face. The cosmic ray hut is small, and Jerry Conant is going to wish for more separation before this evening's over.
All set?
Barkley's voice rang out.
Clear out.
The group around the tractor moved back. There was a shower of hissing, glowing coals from the firebox. A cloud of dirty steam rose up about the machine. Then a moment later, the shrill whistle of the boiler water driving out of the boiler drain cock under the pressure of the steam. Clouds of ice smoke rolled off slowly in the direction of the camp, slowing as the whistle changed to a scream as the last of the water jetted out and steam thrust from the drain. The roar died away. Hot metal began to tink with contraction. Cold was taking hold of the tractor. McReady walked back toward the administration building beside Powell, the expedition's senior meteorologist. "That wind there's rather saved you when the ship started going, then?" McReady nodded. "No rather about it. It did. Hundreds of tons of magnesium metal. Only the fact that ice is opaque to heat rays, that we were on the far side of a solid rock ridge, and that bitter, steady wind saved us." "It seems to me you'd have been able, somehow, to recognize magnesium metal," Powell said hesitantly. Now I don't mean that you slipped. What I mean is, why was it impossible to recognize the difference? We couldn't lift it, so we had no idea of specific gravity. It was harder than our tools, so we couldn't get a sample. It was an utterly unknown alloy of an alien race, and they'd rendered it passive somehow. Maybe there was a coat of chromium plate? Anyway, it didn't react with sulfuric acid, and that suggested an inactive, not a voraciously active metal. We didn't go out there with analytical equipment. The simple acid test we made was Barkley's idea, and he used ordinary storage battery acid. God, that alloy alone would have been worth a fortune to us. It alone would have financed this expedition. And what unguessable secrets of lifting and propulsion we lost in that fire. Well, it was a tragedy as great as any in history. It would have remade all Earth's history if we had been able to enter and examine that ship. Powell nodded thoughtfully. You had us worried for a while. We saw that enormous flame and saw the aurora bend down, of course. The magnetic instruments detected the thing,
but we didn't realize that at first. They were recording. Dutton was calling at the transmitter there for an hour, with the whole camp hanging over his shoulder, sitting there absolutely still. Not a sound, but the wash of static.
There's no schedule, Dutton said. Don't be an ass, Connett snapped at him. They wouldn't wait for a schedule to report a thing like that. They're more apt to have been in that, whatever it was. We hadn't any idea then about the magnetic explosion. That was Tolman's idea. That strange ship was the magnet, he said suddenly. And I'll bet that ship was what blew up out there. We can't fly until the sun's up, or we hear from them that they've lighted the field. If the ship blew up, the magnetic force would be released. And Tolman dived for the recorders. It was there, of course. Two of the pins jammed to clear off the paper, and trying to get back on. The vertical component recorder still tracing out a diminishing sine wave. Tolman looked at the thing, then called over to Dutton. You may as well quit that, because they can't hear you, and they sure as hell can't transmit. That ship blew up, and it released all the magnetic force. Every coil within 10 miles of the thing that was capable of acting as an inductance is fused rubbish. Their dynamo, transformers, inductances, probably even condensers, are all shot. They might be alive. We have to fly tomorrow. So, Commander Gary sent the gyro when the sun came up and brought back Dr. Copper. But it was an unpleasant 12 hours of waiting. McReady nodded. We knew it must be, but there wasn't a thing we could do. I thought of sending up a sounding balloon with a candle on it in hopes you'd see and know we were alive, but realized it was too small. We got some of your later calls, as you know, because Barkley patched up a receiver out of spares, junk, and willpower. But the secondary magnet's gone, and the chance of learning the secrets of a more ancient alien race gone with it. The magnetic men are through out there, through forever. But I think we might try to organize an expedition in that direction. The winds are unique, to put it gently. Powell chuckled. Ha ha. Dr. Cooper said something about it being coolish. I never saw a 35-mile wind with a temperature of minus 50 degrees or below before. It's more or less of an axiom that high winds bring high temperatures. Air friction warms them, if nothing else. But even that didn't work out there. I think that in all the ages that beast was frozen there, the temperature never rose above freezing. It was chilled by winds straight from the polar plateau. They reached the outlying shack of the meteorologist and ducked into it together. McReady threw his things on his bunk and glanced automatically at the recording instruments set in the wall. He grinned, nodded toward them, and chuckled. Man, those little lines look funny. That wind velocity. Wait till you see the cards we brought back. Let's go on over to the ad building. Comparatively mild as it was here at Big Magnet, the weather was not that of a temperate zone spring day. They started down the communication tunnel, the combined storeroom and passageway under the surface. Crates and boxes formed its walls, some empty, some still full. Gasoline and canned food, instrument cards, and best boot grease.
toothbrushes and dehydrated carrots, canned beer, and spare parts for recording hygrometers, crates, boxes, and snow blocks. The roofing was a strip of waterproof paper over chicken wire laid on wooden slats. The inevitable Antarctic drift covered it in a thick blanket, and the wire, the slats, and the crates were coated with magnificent ice jewels that sparkled in the light of McReady's pressure lamp. Ice crystals, perfect flat hexagons, some of them 2 inches across, all similar, yet none identical. The packed snow floor rose and fell irregularly. Ahead, the ad building door opened momentarily and closed again. The others were streaming into camp. Other corridors under the snow joined theirs. They passed the entrance to the radio building and the tunnel strung with insulated cables that led off in majestic isolation to the power plant nearly a quarter of a mile away. Another quarter of a mile in the opposite direction lay the magnetic observatory. McReady turned to Powell with a slight smile. This crowded city, with its teeming population, oppresses me. That and the dominance of human sounds above the sounds of wind. Secondary magnetics seem rather isolated? Powell smiled. Beyond the end of nowhere. It was unreal. That beast from the pit, the incredible ship that couldn't have been, the impossible wind that never stopped. They were parts of a nightmare dreamt by an insane mind. That animal, I haven't seen it yet, Powell said. The smile left McReady's face. Well, don't. Let Blair pickle that damned thing if he wants to, then ask him questions. That bald plateau was a superior place of torture in this frozen hell, and that beast should be the high chief devil that runs it. Part of the reason this whole expedition seems like a nightmare is that I had one, and it's so real. It's hard to disentangle. I dreamed that child of nature, as Blair called it, had somehow retained a sluggish life, that it was vaguely understanding everything going on about it, all the endless infinity of black polar nights and glittering polar days. Through all the ages it lay there trapped, a sluggish life that stirred at our coming and wasn't destroyed even with the ice axe through its brain. And an inhuman, unhuman hatred and determination. Light or dream? Damnedest nightmare I ever had. Though that face is enough to give anybody a nightmare. Even subconsciously, I must have revolted against it, because in the dream, it seemed to run and change and mold slowly into Bane's face. Powell halted just outside the ad building door and looked at McReady. Pleasant dreams, I take it, is not the proper nightly salutation after watching that animal. Turned into Bane's face, did it? McReady nodded. That wasn't the worst part. I had the damnedest conviction it turned into Bane's face because it wanted to, and that it could turn into anything or anybody, that it had a secret, unholy knowledge of life and life stuff, protoplasm, gained through ages of experiment and thought. That it wasn't bound to any form or size or shape, but could mold its very blood and flesh and smallest cell, not merely imitate, but duplicate the blood and flesh and cells of any other thing it chose, and read the thoughts, the habits, the mind of anyone. Powell grunted. Sufficiently screwy ideas. I don't think I'll look at that creature, if that's the sort of dream it evokes. McReady laughed uncertainly. I wouldn't if I were in your place. I'd give a year of my life to forget it now. It stirs your mind with unpleasant ideas, thoughts, and dreamings of other worlds man was never intended to know, such as that concept I just suggested. Did you pause to think what would happen if such a creature, a being with such powers, were loosed on Earth? You're not suggesting this thing had them? Powell demanded. McReady shook his head. The nightmare put the conception in my mind. You won't thank me for mentioning it. You'll find because it sticks like a burr. It brings an uneasy look over your shoulder feeling, a sort of mental examining of your friends. Of your friends? McReady put his hand on the doorknob of the ad building. His eyes did not meet Powell's as he laughed. Yeah, your friends. If a thing like that could be reading minds, duplicating tissue, face, mannerisms, how are you going to know I or any other person you meet is human? It might just be, call it an imitation, a perfect imitation, conceived in hell and dedicated to purposes you couldn't follow. Powell cursed softly. Christ, Mac, you think of the damnedest, unhappiest things you got. Damn it. I know. Why, I could. McReady nodded. Sorry, Stan. I shouldn't have told you, but that's been riding me ever since I had that dream. I'm a louse to pass it on, but mulling over the idea by yourself drives you slowly nuts. Powell knocked McReady's hand from the door and yanked it open viciously. Oh, hell, I'd. His voice trailed into silence as he joined the group collected around the central table. A tarpaulin was spread out on it, and a rough cylinder of ice half sheeted on that. Blair was picking gently at the ice with a tack hammer and a cold chisel. Chapter 4. I know you don't like the thing, Connet, but it's just got to be thought out right. You say, leave it as is till we get back to civilization. Swell, but how are we going to keep it from thawing and rotting while we cross the equator? You don't want to sit up with it one night? What do you suggest? That I hang its corpse in the freezer with the beef? Blair looked up from his work triumphantly. Kenner, the stocky, scar-faced cook, saved Connet the trouble of answering. Hey, you listen, mister. You put that thing in the box with the meat, and by all the gods that ever were, I'll put you in to keep it company. You birds have brought everything you could think of in on my tables here already. But you go putting things like that in my meat box or my meat cache here,
and you cook your own damn grub. But Kenner, this is the only table that's big enough to work on, Blair objected. Everybody's explained that. Yeah, and everybody's brought everything else in here. Clark brings in his dogs every time there's a fight, and he sews them up on that table. Ralston brings in his sledges. Jesus, the only thing you haven't brought in is the Boeing plane, and you'd have that in if you could figure a way to get it through the tunnels.
Commander Gary chuckled. It gets a bit crowded, eh, Kenner? I guess we all find it that way at times.
I know. The cosmic ray shock's going to be too crowded if I have to sit up with that thing.
Conant growled.
Why can't you go on chipping the ice away from around it? You can do that without anybody butting in on you, I assure you. And then hang the thing up over the power plant boiler. That's warm enough. It'll thaw out a chicken, even a side of beef, in about 10 hours.
I know, Blair protested, dropping the cold chisel and hammer to gesture more effectively, his small body tense with excitement and earnestness. But this is too damned important to take any chances. There never was a find like this before. I guess there never will be again. It's the only chance men will ever have, and it's got to be done right. I've got to get this thing dissected and pickled and formaldehyde before something happens. Microscopic observations will have to be made at once. Look, you remember how fish we caught down near the Ross Sea would freeze almost as soon as we got them on deck and come to life if we thawed them out. Low forms of life aren't killed by fast freezing.
Hey, for Christ's sakes, you mean that thing will come to life?
Conant yelled.
You get the damned thing. Let me at it. That's gonna be in so many pieces.
No, you fool! Blair jumped in front of Conant to protect his treasure. No, only low forms of life. For Pete's sake, let me finish. You can't thaw higher forms of life and have them come too. Wait a minute now. Hold it. A fish can come too, because it's so low a form of life, so slightly organized that the individual cells of its body can revive, and that's enough to reestablish life. Any higher forms thawed out that way are dead, because though the individual cells revive, they die because they must have organization to live. There's a sort of potential life in quick frozen animals of any sort, but it can't, under any conceivable circumstances, become active life in a higher animal. The higher animals are too complex. This is dead, or as good as dead.
There ain't no such thing as good as dead. That's going to be dead,
Conant stated flatly.
Gimme that ice axe.
Commander Gary laid a restraining hand on his shoulder. Wait a minute, Conant. I want to get this straight. I agree with you that this thing is too unpleasant to have alive, but I had no idea there was even the faintest possibility of life. Dr. Copper pulled his pipe from between his teeth. There isn't, he stated. Blair's being technical. That's dead. Dead as the mammoths they find frozen in Siberia. Potential life is like atomic energy. It may be there, but nobody's shown it yet. And we have all sorts of proof that things don't live after being frozen. What's the point, Blair? The little biologist shook himself. The point is, he said in an injured tone, that the individual life cells might display some of the characteristics they had in life if thawed properly. A man's muscle cells live for hours after his body dies. Just because they live and a few things like hair and fingernail cells live, you wouldn't accuse a corpse of being a zombie or something. Now, if I thaw this right, I may have a chance to find out something about the kind of world it's native to. We don't know and can't know whether it came from Earth or Mars or Venus or from beyond the stars. But if we find its cells are designed for a dry, desiccated, cool climate, we can guess Mars or a planet like it. If they're suited to a hot, humid climate, we can think about another world. It's all right to thaw a chicken for the pot by using a blowtorch or a jet of live steam, but I don't think any of you want this thing cooked and served for.
Shut up, you louse! God, what a thought!
Benning, the aviation mechanic, looked green about the gills. All right, then. Don't suggest I thaw it over the power plant boiler the way we do beef or chickens. It's got to be thawed in a warm room overnight. I'll chip this ice off, and we can put it in the Cosmos house.
Go ahead and get the thing off my table, then,
Kenner growled.
But keep that canvas over it. It looks indecent,
whether those are clothes it has on or not.
Kenner's going modest on us,
Conant jeered. Kenner slanted his eyes up toward the physicist. All right, big man. And what were you grousing about a minute ago? We can set that thing in a chair next to you tonight if you want.
Well, I'm not afraid of its face anyway. I don't like keeping awake over its corpse particularly, but I'm going to do it.
Kenner grinned. Uh-huh. He went off to the galley stove and shook down the ashes vigorously, drowning the brittle chipping of the ice as Blair went to work again. McReady grinned toward Powell. Barr told him he'd be the most popular man in camp when he sprang his little proposition. I don't wonder. Powell found himself glancing at the vaguely translucent ice out of the corner of his eye. You're none too popular with me right now. Cluck, reported the cosmic ray counter. Cluck. Brr, cluck. Conant started and dropped his pencil.
Damnation.
The physicist looked toward the far corner, back at the Geiger counter on the table near that corner, and crawled under the desk at which he had been working to get the pencil. He sat down at his work again, trying to make his writing more even. It tended to have jerks and quavers in it, in time with the abrupt, proud hen noises of the Geiger counter, the muted whoosh of the pressure lamp he was using for illumination, the mingled grunts and bugle calls of a dozen men sleeping down the corridor in Paradise House formed the background sounds for the irregular, clucking noises of the counter. the occasional rustle of falling coal in the copper-bellied stove, and a soft, steady drip, drip, drip from the thing in the corner. Conant jerked a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, snapped it so that a cigarette protruded, and jabbed the cylinder into his mouth. The lighter failed to function, and he pawed angrily through the pile of papers in search of a match. He scratched the wheel of the lighter several times, dropped it with a curse, and got up to pluck a hot coal from the stove with the coal tongs. The lighter functioned instantly when he tried it on returning to the desk. The counter ripped out a series of chuckling guffaws as a burst of cosmic rays struck it. Conant turned to glower at it, then tried to concentrate on the interpretation of data collected during the past week. The weekly summary. He gave up and yielded to curiosity or nervousness. He lifted the pressure lamp from the desk and carried it over to the table in the corner. Then he returned to the stove and picked up the coal tongs. The beast had been thawing for nearly 18 hours now. He poked at it with an unconscious caution. The flesh was no longer hard as armor plate, but had assumed a rubbery texture. It looked like wet blue rubber glistening under droplets of water, like little round jewels in the glare of the gasoline pressure lantern. Conant felt an unreasoning desire to pour the contents of the lamp's reservoir over the thing in its box and drop the cigarette into it. The three red eyes glared up at him sightlessly, the ruby eyeballs reflecting murky, smoky rays of light. He realized vaguely that he had been looking at them a very long time, even vaguely understood that they were no longer sightless. But it did not seem of importance, of no more importance than the labored, slow motion of the tentacular things that sprouted from the base of the scrawny, slowly pulsing neck. Conant picked up the pressure lamp and returned to his chair. He sat down, staring at the pages of mathematics before him. The clucking of the counter was less disturbing. The rustle of the coals in the stove less distracting. The creak of the floorboards behind him didn't interrupt his thoughts as he went about his weekly report in an automatic manner, filling in columns of data and making brief, summarizing notes. The creak of the floorboards sounded nearer. Blair came up from the nightmare-haunted depths of sleep abruptly. Conant's face floated vaguely above him. For a moment, it seemed a continuance of the wild horror of the dream. But Conant's face was angry and a little frightened.
Blair! Blair! You're damned log! Wake up!
The little biologist rubbed his eyes. From surrounding bunks, other faces lifted to stare down at them. Conant straightened.
Get up and get a move on. Your damned animals escaped. Escaped? What?
Chief Pilot Van Wall's bull voice roared out with a volume that shook the walls. Down the communication tunnels, other voices yelled suddenly. The dozen inhabitants of Paradise House tumbled in abruptly. Barkley, in long woolen underwear and carrying a fire extinguisher.
What the hell's the matter?
Barkley demanded.
Your damned beast got loose. I fell asleep about 20 minutes ago, and when I woke up, the thing was gone. Hey, Doc, the hell you say those things can't come to life? Blair's blasted potential life developed a hell of a lot of potential and walked out on us.
Copper stared blankly.
It wasn't earthly.
He sighed suddenly.
I guess earthly laws don't apply. Well, it applied for leave of absence and took it. We've got to find it and capture it somehow. Conant swore bitterly. It's a wonder the hellish creature didn't eat me in my sleep.
Blair started back, his eyes suddenly fear-struck.
Maybe it did. We'll have to find it. You find it. It's your pet. I've had all I want to do with it, sitting there for 7 hours, with the counter clucking every few seconds, and you birds in here singing night music. It's a wonder I got to sleep. I'm going through to the ad building.
Commander Gary ducked through the doorway, pulling his belt tight.
You won't have to. Van's roar sounded like the Boeing taking off downwind. So it wasn't dead? I didn't carry it off in my arms, I assure you. Conant snapped. The last I saw, that split skull was oozing green goo like a squashed caterpillar. Doc just said our laws don't work. It's unearthly. Well, it's an unearthly monster with an unearthly disposition, judging by the face wandering around with a split skull and brains oozing out.
Powell and McReady appeared in the doorway, a doorway filling with other shivering men.
Has anybody seen it coming over here? Powell asked innocently. About 4 feet tall, 3 red eyes, brains oozing out. Hey, has anybody checked to make sure this isn't a cracked idea of humor? If it is, I think we'll unite in tying Blair's pet around Conant's neck like the ancient mariner's albatross. Personally, that sounds much more possible to me. It's no joke, Conant shivered. God, I wish it were. I'd rather wear... He stopped. A wild, long howl shrieked through the corridors. The men stiffened abruptly and half turned. I think it's been located, Conant finished. He darted back to his bunk in Paradise House to return almost immediately with a heavy .45 revolver and an ice axe. He hefted both gently as he started for the corridor toward Dogtown. It blundered down the wrong corridor and landed among the Huskies. Listen, the dogs have broken their chains. The half-terrorized howl of the dog pack had changed to a wild hunting melee. The voices of the dogs thundered in the narrow corridors, and through them came a low, rippling snarl of pure hate. A shrill of pain, a dozen snarling yelps. Conant broke for the door. Close behind him, McReady, then Barkley, and Commander Gary came. Other men headed for the ad building and weapons, or the sledge house. Pomeroy, in charge of Big Magnet's 5 cows, started down the corridor on the opposite direction. He had a 6-foot handled, long-tined pitchfork in mind. Barkley slid to a halt as McReady turned abruptly away
from the tunnel leading to Dogtown and vanished off at an angle. Uncertainly, the mechanician wavered a moment, the fire extinguisher in his hands, moving from one side to the other. Then he was racing after Connet's broad back. Connet stopped at the bend in the corridor. His breath hissed suddenly through his throat.
Great God!
The revolver exploded thunderously. 3 numbing, palpable waves of sound crashed through the confined corridors. 2 more. The revolver dropped to the hard-packed snow of the trail, and Barkley saw the ice axe shift into defensive position. Connet's powerful body blocked his vision, but beyond, he heard something mewing and insanely chuckling. The dogs were quieter. There was a deadly seriousness in their snarls. Taloned feet scratched at hard-packed snow. Broken chains were clinking and tangling. Connet shifted abruptly, and Barkley could see what lay beyond. For a second, he stood frozen. Then his breath went out in a gusty curse. The thing launched itself at Connet. The powerful arms of the man swung the ice axe, flat side first, at what might have been a head. It scrunched horribly, and the tattered flesh, ripped by a half-dozen savage huskies, leapt to its feet again. The red eyes blazed with an unearthly hatred and unearthly, unkillable vitality. Barkley turned the fire extinguisher on it. The blinding, blistering stream of chemical spray confused it, baffled it, together with the savage attacks of the huskies, not for long afraid of anything that did or could live, that held it at bay. McReady wedged men out of his way as he drove down the narrow, packed corridor to reach the scene. There was a sure, foreplanned drive to McReady's attack. He held one of the giant blowtorches used in warming the plane's engines in his hands. It roared gustily as he turned the corner and opened the valve. The mad mewing hissed louder. The dog scrambled back from the 3-foot lance of blue-hot flame. Bar, get a power cable. Run it in here somehow. And a handle. We can electrocute this monster if I don't incinerate it. McReady spoke with an authority of planned action. Barkley turned down the long corridor to the power plant, but already before him, Dutton and Van Wall were racing ahead. Barkley found the cable in the electrical cache in the tunnel wall. In a half minute, he was hacking at it, walking back. Van Wall's voice rang out in warning, "Power!" as the emergency gasoline-powered dynamo thudded into action. Half a dozen other men were down there now, pouring kindling and coal into the firebox of the steam power plant. Dutton was working with quick, sure fingers on the other end of Barkley's cable, plying in a contactor in one of the power leads. The dogs had fallen back when Barkley reached the corridor bend, fallen back before a furious monstrosity that glared from baleful red eyes, mewing in trapped hatred. The dogs were a semicircle of red-dipped muzzles with a fringe of glistening white teeth, whining with a vicious eagerness that near matched the fury of the red eyes. McReady stood confidently alert at the corridor bend, the gustily muttering torch held loosely and ready for action in his hands. He stepped aside without moving his eyes from the beast as Barkley came up. There was a slight, tight smile on his lean, bronzed face. Dutton's voice called down the corridor, and Barkley stepped forward. The cable was taped to the long handle of a snow shovel. The two conductors split and held 18 inches apart by a scrap of lumber lashed at right angles across the far end of the handle. Bare copper conductors charged with 220 volts glinted in the light of pressure lamps. The thing mewed and dodged. McReady advanced at Barkley's side. The dogs beyond sensed the plan with the almost telepathic intelligence of trained huskies. Their whining grew shriller, softer. Their mincing steps carried them nearer. Abruptly, a huge night-black Alaskan leapt onto the trapped thing. It turned, squalling, saber-clawed feet slashing. Barkley leapt forward and jabbed. A weird, shrill scream rose and choked out. The smell of burnt flesh in the corridor intensified. Greasy smoke curled up. The echoing pound of the gas-electric dynamo down the corridor became a slogging thud. The red eyes clouded over in a stiffening, jerking travesty of a face. Arm-like, leg-like members quivered and jerked. The dogs leapt forward, and Barkley yanked back his shovel-handled weapon. The thing on the snow did not move as gleaming teeth ripped it open. Gary looked about the crowded room. 32 men, some tensed nervously, standing against the wall, some uneasily relaxed, some sitting, most perforce standing, as intimate as sardines. 32, plus the 5 engaged in sewing up wounded dogs, made 37, the total personnel. Gary started speaking. All right, I guess we're here. Some of you, 3 or 4 at most, saw what happened. All of you have seen that thing on the table and can get a general idea. Anyone hasn't, I'll lift. His hand strayed to the tarpaulin bulking over the thing on the table. There was an acrid odor of singed flesh seeping out of it. The men stirred restlessly. Hasty denials. It looks rather as though Johnwcampbell isn't going to lead any more teams, Gary went on. Blair wants to get at it and make some more detailed examination. We want to know what happened and make sure right now that it is permanently, totally dead. Right? Conant grinned. Anybody that doesn't can sit up with it tonight. All right then, Blair. What can you say about it? What in God's name was it? Gary turned to the little biologist. I wonder if we ever saw its natural form. Blair looked at the covered mass. It may have been imitating the beings that built that ship, but I don't think it was. I think that was its true form. Those of us who were up near the bend saw the thing in action. The corpse on the table is the result. When it got loose, apparently, it started looking around. Antarctica is still as frozen as it was those ages ago when the creature first saw it and froze. From my observations, while it was thawing out and the bits of tissue I cut and hardened then, I think it was native
to a hotter planet than Earth. It couldn't, in its natural form, stand the temperature. There is no life form on Earth that can live in Antarctica during the winter. But the best compromise is the dog. It found the dogs and somehow got near enough to Charnock to get him. The others smelled it or heard it, I don't know. Anyway, they went wild and broke chains and attacked it before it was finished. The thing we found was part Charnock, clearly only half dead, part Charnock half digested by the jelly-like protoplasm of that creature, and part the remains of the thing we originally found, sort of melted down to its basic protoplasm. When the dogs attacked it, it turned into the best fighting thing it could think of. Some other world beast, apparently.
Turned? Snapped Gary. How?
Every living thing is made up of jelly, protoplasm, and minute, submicroscopic things called nuclei, which control the bulk, the protoplasm. This thing was just a modification of that same worldwide plan of nature. Cells made up of protoplasm, controlled by infinitely tinier nuclei. You physicists might compare it, an individual cell of any living thing, with an atom. The bulk of the atom, the space-filling part, is made up of the electron orbits, but the character of the thing is determined by the atomic nucleus. This isn't wildly beyond what we already know. It's just a modification we haven't seen before. It's as natural, as logical as any other manifestation of life, and it obeys exactly the same laws. The cells are made of protoplasm, their character determined by the nucleus. Only in this creature, the cell nuclei can control those cells at will. It digested Charnock, and as it digested him, it studied every cell of his tissue and shaped its own cells to imitate them exactly. Parts of it, parts that had time to finish changing, are dog cells, but they don't have dog cell nuclei. Blair lifted a fraction of the tarpaulin, a dog's torn leg with stiff gray fur protruded. That, for instance, isn't dog at all. It's imitation. Some parts I'm uncertain about. The nucleus was hiding itself, covering up with a dog cell imitation nucleus. In time, not even a microscope would have shown the difference.
Suppose, asked McReady, it had lots of time.
Then it would have been a dog. The other dogs would have accepted it. We would have accepted it. I don't think anything could have distinguished it, not microscope, nor X-ray, nor any other means. This is a member of a supremely intelligent race, a race that has learned the deepest secrets of biology and turned them to its use.
What was it planning to do?
Barkley looked at the humped tarpaulin. Blair grinned unpleasantly. His lips twitched with suppressed nervousness.
Take over the world, I imagine.
Take over the world? Just it? All by itself?
Connor gasped.
Set itself up?
As a lone dictator? No.
Blair shook his head. The scalpel he had been fumbling in his fingers dropped. He bent to pick it up so that his face was hidden as he spoke.
It would become the population of the world.
Populate the world? Does it reproduce asexually?
Blair shook his head and gulped.
It doesn't have to. It weighed 85 pounds. Charnock weighed about 90. It would have become Charnock and had 85 pounds left to become. Oh, Jack, for instance, or Chinook. It can imitate anything. That is, become anything. If it had reached the Antarctic Sea, it would have become a seal. Maybe 2 seals. They might have attacked a killer whale and become either killers or a herd of seals. Or maybe it would have caught an albatross or a skua gull and flown to South America.
Powell cursed softly.
And every time it digested something and imitated it, it would have had its original bulk left to start again.
Blair finished.
Nothing would kill it. It has no natural enemies because it becomes whatever it wants to. If a killer whale attacked it, it would become a killer whale. If it was an albatross and an eagle attacked, it would become an eagle. God, it might become a female eagle. Go back, build a nest, lay eggs. Are you sure that thing from hell is dead?
Dr. Copper asked softly.
Yes, thank God,
the little biologist gasped.
After they drove the dogs off, I stood there poking Barr's electrocution thing into it for 5 minutes. It's dead and cooked.
Then we can only give thanks that this is Antarctica, where there is not one single solitary living thing for it to imitate, except these animals in camp.
Us,
Blair giggled. It can imitate us. Dogs can't make 400 miles to the sea. There's no food. There aren't any skua gulls to imitate at this season. There aren't any penguins this far inland. There's nothing that can reach the sea from this point except us. We've got brains. We can do it. Don't you see? It's got to imitate us. It's got to be one of us. That's the only way it can fly an airplane. Fly a plane for 2 hours and rule all Earth's inhabitants. A world for the taking if it imitates us. It didn't know yet. It hadn't had a chance to learn. It was rushed, hurried, took the thing nearest its own size. Look, I'm Pandora.
I opened the box, and the only hope that can come out of is that nothing can come out. You didn't see me. I did it. I fixed it. I smashed every magneto. Not a plane can fly. Nothing can fly.
Blair giggled and lay down on the floor crying. Chief Pilot Van Wall made a dive for the door. His feet were fading echoes in the corridors as Dr. Copper bent unhurriedly over the little man on the floor. Then, from his office at the end of the room, Copper brought a needle and injected a solution into Blair's arm. "He might come out of it when he wakes up," he said with a sigh, rising. McReady helped him lift the biologist onto a nearby bunk. "It all depends on whether we can convince him that thing is dead." Van Wall ducked into the shack, brushing his hands absently.
I didn't think a biologist could do a thing like that up thoroughly. He missed the spares in the second cache. It's all right, I smashed them.
Commander Gary nodded.
I was wondering about radio.
Dr. Copper snorted.
"You don't think it can leak out on a radio wave, do you? You'd have 5 rescue attempts in the next 3 months if you stop the broadcast. The thing to do is talk loud and not make a sound. Now I wonder."
McReady looked speculatively at the doctor. "It might be like an infectious disease. Everything that drank any of its blood." Copper shook his head.
"Blair missed something. Imitate it may, but it has, to a certain extent, its own body chemistry, its own metabolism. If it didn't, it would become a dog, and be a dog and nothing more. It has to be an imitation dog. Therefore, you can detect it by serum test. And its chemistry, since it comes from another world, must be so wholly radically different that a few cells, such as gained by drops of blood, would be treated as disease germs by a dog or a human body."
"Blood? Would one of those imitations bleed?" Powell demanded.
"Sure, nothing mystic about blood,"
Copper assured him.
"Muscle is about 90% water. Blood differs only having a couple percent more water and less conductive tissue. They'd bleed all right."
Blair sat up in his bunk suddenly.
"Conant! Where's Conant?"
The physicist moved over toward the little biologist.
Here I am. What do you want?
"Are you?"
giggled Blair. He lapsed back into the bunk, contorted with silent laughter. Conant looked at him blankly.
Huh? Am I what?
"Are you there?"
Blair burst into gales of laughter.
"Are you, Conant? The beast wanted to be a man, not a dog."
Chapter 5. Dr. Copper rose wearily from the bunk and washed the hypodermic carefully. The little tinkles it made seemed loud in the packed room, now that Blair's gurgling laughter had finally quieted. Copper looked toward Gary and shook his head slowly. "Hopeless, I'm afraid. I don't think we can ever convince him the thing is dead now." Powell laughed uncertainly. "I'm not sure you can convince me. Oh, damn you, McReady." McReady? Commander Gary turned to look from Powell to McReady, curiously. His nightmares, Powell explained. He told me about a nightmare he had at the secondary magnetic station after finding that thing. And that was? Gary looked at McReady levelly. The meteorologist cleared his throat and moved uneasily. That the creature wasn't dead, had a sort of enormously slowed existence, an existence that permitted it, nonetheless, to be vaguely aware of the passing of time, of our coming after endless years. I had a dream it could imitate things. Wow, Copper grunted. It can. Don't be an ass, Powell snapped. That's not what's bothering me. He said it could read minds, read thoughts and ideas and mannerisms. What's so bad about that? It seems to be worrying you more than the thought of the joy we're going to have with a madman in an Antarctic camp. Copper nodded toward Blair's sleeping form. McReady's face twisted in a grin. You birds know damn well that Conant is Conant, because he not merely looks like Conant, which we're beginning to believe the beast might be able to do, but he thinks like Conant, talks like Conant, moves himself around the way Conant does, and that takes more than merely a body that looks like him. That takes Conant's own mind and thoughts and mannerisms. Therefore, though you know that the thing might make itself look like Conant, you aren't much bothered, because you know damn well it has a mind from another world, a totally unhuman mind that couldn't possibly react and think and talk like a man we know, and do it so well as to fool us for a moment. The idea of the creature imitating one of us is fascinating, but unreal, because it is too completely unhuman to deceive us. It doesn't have a human mind. As I said before, Powell repeated, looking steadily at McReady, you can say the damnedest things at the damnedest times. Will you be so good as to finish that thought? One way or the other. Kenner, standing near Conant, suddenly moved down the length of the crowded room toward his familiar galley. He shook the ashes from the galley stove noisily. It would do it no good, said Dr. Copper softly, as though thinking out loud, to merely look like something it was trying to imitate. It would have to understand its feelings, its reactions. It is unhuman. It has powers of imitation beyond any conception of man. A good actor, by training himself, can imitate another man's mannerisms, well enough to fool most people. Of course, no actor could imitate so perfectly as to deceive men who had been living with the imitated one in the complete lack of privacy of an Antarctic camp. That would take a superhuman skill. Oh, you've got the bug too, Powell cursed softly. Conant, standing alone at one end of the room, looked about him wildly, his face white. A gentle eddying of the men had crowded them slowly down toward the other end of the room, so that he stood quite alone. My God,
Will you two Jeremiahs shut up?
Connet's voice shook.
What am I? Some kind of a microscopic specimen you're dissecting? Some unpleasant worm you're discussing in the third person?
McReady looked up at him. His slowly twisting hands stopped for a moment. Having a lovely time? Wish you were here? Signed. Everybody. Conant, if you think you're having a hell of a time, just move over on the other end for a while. You've got one thing we haven't. You know what the answer is. I'll tell you this right now. You're the most feared and respected man in Big Magnet.
Christ, I wish you could see your eyes.
Conant gasped.
Stop staring, will you? What the hell are you going to do?
Have you any suggestions, Dr. Copper?
Commander Gary asked steadily.
This present situation is impossible.
Oh, is it? Conant snapped.
Come over here and look at that crowd.
By God, they look exactly like that gang of huskies around the corridor bend. Meaning, will you stop hefting that damned ice axe?
The coppery blade rang on the floor as the aviation mechanic nervously dropped it. He bent over and picked it up instantly, hefting it slowly, turning it in his hands, his brown eyes moving jerkily about the room. Copper sat down on the bunk beside Blair. The wood creaked noisily in the room. Far down a corridor, a dog yelped in pain, and the dog driver's tense voices floated softly back.
Microscopic examination, said the doctor thoughtfully, would be useless, as Blair pointed out. Considerable time has passed. However, serum test would be definitive. Serum test? What do you mean exactly?
Commander Gary asked.
If I had a rabbit that had been injected with human blood, a poison to rabbits, of course, as is the blood of any animal save that of another rabbit, and the injections continued in increasing doses for some time, the rabbit would be human immune. If a small quantity of its blood were drawn off, allowed to separate in a test tube, and to the clear serum a bit of human blood were added, there would be a visible reaction, proving the blood was human. If cow or dog blood were added, or any protein material other than that one thing, human blood, no reaction would take place. That would prove definitely.
Can you suggest where I might catch a rabbit for you, Doc? McReady asked. That is, nearer than Australia. We don't want to waste time going that far.
I know there aren't any rabbits in Antarctica,
Copper said with a nod.
But that is simply the usual animal. Any animal except man will do. A dog, for instance. But it will take several days, and due to the greater size of the animal, considerable blood. Two of us will have to contribute. What I do?
Gary asked.
I will make two.
Copper nodded.
I'll get to work on it right away. What about Conant in the meantime?
Kenner demanded.
I'm going out that door and head off for the raw sea before I cook for him. He may be human,
Copper started. Conant burst out in a flood of curses.
Human? Maybe human, you damned sawbones! What in hell do you think I am?
A monster, Copper snapped sharply.
Now, shut up and listen.
Conant's face drained of color, and he sat down heavily as the indictment was put in words. Copper continued.
Until we know, you know, as well as we do, that we have reason to question the fact. And only you know how that question is to be answered. We may reasonably be expected to lock you up. If you are unhuman, you're a lot more dangerous than poor Blair there, and I'm going to see that he's locked up thoroughly. I expect that his next stage will be a violent desire to kill you, all the dogs, and probably all of us. When he wakes, he will be convinced we're all unhuman, and nothing on the planet will ever change his conviction. It would be kinder to let him die, but we can't do that, of course. He's going in one shack, and you can stay in Cosmos House with your cosmic ray apparatus, which is about what you do anyway. I've got to fix up a couple of dogs.
Conant nodded bitterly.
I'm human. Hurry that test for God's sake. Your eyes, God. I wish you could see your eyes.
Commander Gary watched anxiously as Clark held the big brown Alaskan husky while Copper began the injection treatment. The dog was not anxious to cooperate. The needle was painful, and already he'd experienced considerable needlework that morning. 5 stitches held closed a slash that ran from his shoulder across the ribs halfway down his body. 1 long fang was broken off short. The missing part was to be found half buried in the shoulder bone of the monstrous thing on the table in the ad building.
How long will that take?
Gary asked, pressing his arm gently. It was sore from the prick of the needle Dr. Copper had used to withdraw blood. Copper shrugged.
I don't know, to be frank. I know the general method. I've used it on rabbits, but I haven't experimented with dogs. They're big, clumsy animals to work with. Naturally, rabbits are preferable. In civilized places, you can buy a stock of human immune rabbits from suppliers, and not many investigators take the trouble to prepare their own.
What do they want with them back there? Clark asked.
Criminology is one large field. A says he didn't murder B, but that the blood on his shirt came from killing a chicken. The state makes a test. Then it's up to A to explain how it is the blood reacts on human immune rabbits, but not on chicken immunes.
What are we going to do with Blair in the meantime?
Gary asked wearily.
It's all right to let him sleep where he is for a while, or when he wakes up.
Barkley and Benning are fitting some bolts on the door of Cosmos House,
Copper replied grimly.
Conant's acting like a gentleman. I think perhaps the way the other men look at him makes him rather want privacy. God knows, heretofore, we've all of us individually prayed for a little privacy.
Clark laughed brittlely.
Not anymore. Thank you. The more, the merrier.
Blair, Copper went on. We'll also have to have privacy and locks. He's going to have a pretty definite plan in mind when he wakes up. Ever hear the old story of how to stop hoof and mouth disease in cattle?
Clark and Gary shook their heads silently.
If there isn't any hoof and mouth disease, there won't be any hoof and mouth disease, Copper explained. You get rid of it by killing every animal that exhibits it, and every animal that's been near a diseased animal. Blair's a biologist and knows that story. He's afraid of this thing we loosed. The answer is probably pretty clear in his mind now. Kill everybody and everything in this camp before a skuagall or a wandering albatross chances out this way and catches the disease.
Clark's lips curled in a twisted grin. Sounds logical to me. Things get too bad. Maybe we'd better let Blair get loose. It would save us committing suicide. We might also make something of a vow that if things get bad, we see that does happen.
Copper laughed softly. The last man alive in Big Magnet wouldn't be a man, he pointed out. Somebody's got to kill those creatures that don't desire to kill themselves, you know. We don't have enough thermite to do it all at once, and the decanite explosive wouldn't help much. I have an idea that even small pieces of one of those beings would be self-sufficient.
If, said Gary thoughtfully, they can modify their protoplasm at will, won't they simply modify themselves to birds and fly away? They can read all about birds and imitate their structure without even meeting them, or imitate, perhaps, birds of their home planet.
Copper shook his head and helped Clark to free the dog. Men studied birds for centuries, trying to learn how to make a machine to fly like them. He never did do the trick. His final success came when he broke away entirely and tried new methods. Knowing the general idea and knowing the detailed structure of wing and bone and nerve tissue is something far, far different. And as for otherworld birds, perhaps, in fact very probably, the atmospheric conditions here are so vastly different that their birds couldn't fly. Perhaps even the being came from a planet like Mars with such a thin atmosphere that there were no birds.
Barkley came into the building, trailing a length of airplane control cable.
It's finished, Doc. Cosmo's house can't be opened from the inside. Now where do we put Blair?
Copper looked toward Gary.
There isn't any biology building. I don't know where we can isolate him.
How about the East Cache? Gary said, after a moment's thought. Will Blair be able to look after himself? Or need attention?
He'll be capable enough. We'll be the ones to watch out,
Copper assured him grimly.
Take a stove, a couple of bags of coal, necessary supplies, and a few tools to fix it up. Nobody's been out there since last fall, have they?
Gary shook his head. If it gets noisy, I thought that might be a good idea. Barkley hefted the tools he was carrying and looked up at Gary.
If the muttering he's doing now is any sign, he's going to sing away the night hours, and we won't like his song.
What's he saying? Copper asked. Barkley shook his head.
I didn't care to listen much. You can if you want to, but I gather the blasted idiot had all the dreams McReady had, plus a few more. He slept beside the thing when we stopped on the trail coming in from secondary magnetic, remember? He dreamt the thing was alive and dreamt more details. And damn his soul, he knew it wasn't all dream or had reason to. He knew it had telepathic powers that were stirring vaguely, and that it could not only read minds, but project thoughts. They weren't dreams, you see. They were stray thoughts that thing was broadcasting, the way Blair's broadcasting his thoughts now. A sort of telepathic muttering in its sleep. That's why he knew so much about its powers. I guess you and I, Doc, weren't so sensitive. If you want to believe in telepathy.
I have to, Copper sighed. Dr. Ryan of Duke University has shown that it exists. Shown that some are much more sensitive than others.
Well, if you want to learn a lot of details, go listen in on Blair's broadcast. He's driven most of the boys out of the ad building. Kenner's rattling pans like coal going down a chute. When he can't rattle a pan, he shakes ashes. By the way, Commander, what are we going to do in the spring, now the planes are out of it?
Gary sighed. I'm afraid our expedition is going to be a loss. We cannot divide our strength now. It won't be a loss if we continue to live and come out of this, Copper promised him. The find we've made, if we can get it under control, is important enough. The cosmic ray data, magnetic work, and atmospheric work won't be greatly hindered.
Gary laughed mirthlessly. I was just thinking of the radio broadcast, telling half the world about the wonderful results of our exploration flights, trying to fool men like Bird and Ellsworth back home there that we're doing something.
Copper nodded gravely. They'll know something's wrong, but men like that have judgment enough to know we wouldn't do tricks without some sort of reason, and they will wait for our return to judge us. I think it comes to this. Men who know enough to recognize our deception will wait for our return. Men who haven't discretion and faith enough to wait will not have the experience to detect any fraud. We know enough of the conditions here to put through a good bluff.
Just so they don't send rescue expeditions, Gary prayed. When, if we're ever ready to come out, we'll have to send word to Captain Forsyth to bring a stock of magnetos with him when he comes down. But never mind that.
You mean if we don't come out?
Asked Barkley.
I was wondering if a nice running account of an eruption or an earthquake via radio with a swell wind-up by using a stick of decanite under the microphone would help. Nothing, of course, will entirely keep people out. One of those swell, melodramatic, last man alive scenes. Might make 'em go easy, though.
Gary smiled with genuine humor. Is everybody in camp trying to figure that out, too?
Copper laughed. What do you think, Gary? We're confident we can win out, but not too easy about it, I guess.
Clark grinned up from the dog he was petting into calmness. Confident, did you say, Doc? Blair moved restlessly around the small shack. His eyes jerked and quivered in vague, fleeting glances at the 4 men with him. Barkley, 6 feet tall and weighing over 190 pounds. McReady, as tall but slightly leaner. Dr. Copper, short, squatly, powerful, and Benning, 5'10" of wiry strength. Blair was huddled up against the far wall of the East Cache cabin, his gear piled in the middle of the floor beside the heating stove, forming an island between him and the 4 men.
I don't want anybody coming here,
he snapped nervously.
Kenna may be human now, but I don't believe it. I'll cook my own food. I'm going to get out of here, but I'm not going to eat any food you send me. I want cans, sealed cans. Okay, Blair, we'll bring them tonight,
Barkley promised.
You've got coal, and the fire's started. I'll make a last.
Barkley started forward. Blair instantly scurried to the farthest corner.
Get out! Keep away from me, you monster!
The little biologist shrieked and tried to claw his way through the wall of the shack.
Keep away from me! Keep away! I won't be absorbed! I won't be!
Barkley relaxed and moved back. Dr. Copper shook his head.
Leave him alone, Bar. It's easier for him to cook the food himself. We'll have to fix the door, I think.
The 4 men let themselves out. Efficiently, Benning and Barkley fell to work. There were no locks in Antarctica. There wasn't enough privacy to make them needed. But powerful screws had been driven in each side of the door frame, and the spare aviation control cable, immensely strong woven steel wire, was rapidly caught between them and drawn taut. Barkley went to work with a drill and a keyhole saw. Presently, he had a trap cut in the door through which goods could be passed without unlashing the entrance. 3 powerful hinges from a stock crate to hasp and a pair of 3-inch cotter pins made it impossible to open from the other side. Blair moved about restlessly inside. He was dragging something over to the door with panting gasp and muttered frantic curses. Barkley cracked the hatch and glanced in, Dr. Copper peering over his shoulder. Blair had moved the heavy bunk against the door. It could not be opened without his cooperation now. Don't know what the poor guy's right at that, McReady said with a sigh. Oh, if he gets loose, it is his avowed intention to kill each and all of us as quickly as possible, which is something we don't agree with. But we've got something on our side of that door that maybe is worse than a homicidal maniac. If one or the other has to get loose, I think I'll come up and undo the lashings here. Barkley grinned.
You let me know, and I'll show you how to get them off fast. Let's get back.
The sun was painting the northern horizon in multicolored rainbows still, though it was 2 hours below the horizon. The field of drift swept off to the north, sparkling under its flaming colors in a million reflected glories. Low mounds of rounded white on the northern horizon. The magnet range was barely awash above the sweeping drift. Little eddies of wind-lifted snow swirled away from their skis as they set out toward the main encampment 2 miles away. The spidery finger of the broadcast radiator lifted a gaunt black needle against the white of the Antarctic continent. The snow under their skis was like fine sand, hard and gritty in the -40-degree cold.
Spring, said Benning bitterly, has come. Ain't we got fun? And I've been looking forward
to getting away from this blasted hole in the ice.
I wouldn't try it now if I were you,
Barkley grunted.
Guys that set out from here in the next few days are going to be marvelously unpopular.
How are your dogs getting along, Doc? McReady asked. Any results yet?
In 30 hours? I wish there were. I gave him an injection of my blood today, but I imagine another 5 days will be needed. I don't know certainly enough to stop sooner.
Barkley spoke slowly.
I've been wondering if Conant were changed. Would he have warned us so soon after the animal escaped? Wouldn't he have waited long enough for it to have a real chance to fix itself until we woke up naturally?
The thing is selfish. You didn't think it looked as though it were possessed of a store of the higher justices, did you? McReady pointed out. Every part of it is all of it. Every part of it is all for itself, I imagine. That's dreams, telepathic communications unconsciously given, shall we say. If Conant were changed, he'd figure to save his skin, he'd have to. Hell, Conant's feelings aren't changed. They're imitated perfectly, or they're his own. Naturally, the imitation, imitating perfectly Conant's feelings, would do exactly what Conant would do.
Say, couldn't Norris or Vane give Conant some kind of a test? If the thing is brighter than men, it might know more physics than Conant should, and they'd catch it out.
Copper shook his head wearily.
Not if it reads minds. You can't plan a trap for it. Vane suggested that last night. He hoped it would answer some of the questions of physics he'd like to know answers to.
This expedition of 4 idea is going to make life happy. McReady looked at his companions. Each of us with an eye on the others to make sure he doesn't do something peculiar. Man, aren't we going to be a trusting bunch? Each man eyeing his neighbors with the grandest exhibition of faith and trust. I'm beginning to know what Conant meant by, I wish you could see your eyes. Every now and then, we all have it, I guess. One of you looks around with a sort of I wonder if the other three are. Look, incidentally, I'm not accepting myself.
So far as we know, the animal is dead, leaving only a slight question as to Connor. No other is suspected,
Copper snapped.
The always forward order is merely a precaution.
I'm waiting for Gary to make it 4 in a bunk.
Barkley sighed.
I thought I didn't have any privacy before, but since that order...
None watched the little sterile glass test tube, half filled with straw-colored fluid, more tensely than Conant. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 drops of the clear solution Dr. Copper had prepared from the drops of blood from Conant's arm. The tube was shaken carefully, then set in a beaker of clear, warm water. The thermometer read blood heat. A little thermostat clicked noisily, and the electric hot plate began to glow. The lights flickered slightly. Then, little white flecks of precipitation were forming, snowing down in the clear straw-colored fluid.
God,
said Conant. He dropped heavily into a bunk, crying like a baby.
6 days,
Conant sobbed.
6 days in there, wondering if that damned test would lie.
Gary moved over silently and slipped his arm across the physicist's back.
He couldn't lie,
Dr. Copper said.
The dog was human immune, and the serum reacted.
He's all right, Powell gasped.
Then, the animal is dead? Dead forever?
He is human, Copper spoke definitively, and the animal is dead. Kenner burst out laughing hysterically. McReady turned toward him and slapped his face with a methodical 1-2 action. The cook laughed, gulped, cried a moment, and sat up, rubbing his cheeks, mumbling his thanks vaguely.
Oh, Jesus, I was scared. God, I was scared.
McReady laughed brittlely. You think we weren't, you ape? You think maybe Conant wasn't? The ad building stirred with a sudden rejuvenation. Voices, laughter, the men clustering around Conant, speaking with unnecessarily loud tones. Those jittery, nervous voices, relievedly friendly again. Somebody called out a suggestion, and a dozen started for their skis. Blair might recover, Commander Gary said. It was quickly decided. A party of relief assembled and set off for Blair's shack, skis clapping noisily. Down the corridor, the dogs set up a quick, yelping howl as the air of excited relief reached them. Dr. Copper fussed with his tubes. McReady noticed him first, sitting on the edge of the bunk, with 2 precipitant, whitened test tubes of straw-colored fluid, his face whiter than the stuff in the tubes. Silent tears slipping down, horror-widened eyes. McReady felt a cold knife of fear pierce through his heart and freeze in his breast. Something was wrong. Dr. Copper looked up.
Gary,
he called hoarsely.
Gary, for God's sake, come here.
Commander Gary walked toward him sharply. Silence clapped down on the ad building. Conant looked up, rose stiffly,
from his seat. Gary, tissue from the monster precipitates too. It proves nothing but the dog was monster immune too. That one of the two contributing blood, one of us too, you and I. Gary, one of us is a monster. Chapter 6.
Mac, call back those men before they tell Blair,
Gary said. McReady went to the door. Faintly his shouts came back to the tensely silent men in the room. Then McReady returned. "They're coming," he said. "I didn't tell them why, just that Dr. Copper said not to go."
"And wow,"
Gary sighed.
"You're in command now. May God help you. I cannot."
Van Wall started slightly, looked with blank, dazed eyes toward Gary. But
I may be the one,"
Gary answered.
"I know I'm not, but I can't prove it to you in any way. Dr. Copper's test has broken down. The fact that he showed it was useless when it was to the advantage of the monster. Had that uselessness not known would seem to prove he is human."
Copper rocked back and forth slowly on the bunk.
I know I'm human. I can't prove it either. One of us two is a liar, for that test cannot lie, and it says one of us is. I gave a proof that the test was wrong, which seems to prove I'm human. And now Gary has given that argument which proves me human, which he, as the monster, should not do. Round and round and round and round.
Dr. Copper's head, then his neck and shoulders began circling slowly in time to the words. Suddenly, he was lying back on the bunk, roaring with laughter.
It doesn't have to prove one of us is a monster. It doesn't have to prove that at all. Ho, if we're all monsters, it works the same. We're all monsters, all of us. Connor and Gary and I, and all of you.
McReady, Van Wall called softly. You were on the way to an MD when you took up meteorology, weren't you? Can you take over? McReady went over to Copper slowly, took the hypodermic from his hand and washed it carefully in 95% alcohol. Gary sat on the bunk edge with wooden face, watching Copper and McReady expressionlessly. What Copper said is possible, McReady sighed. Van, will you help here? Thanks. The field needle jabbed into Copper's thigh. The man's laughter did not stop, but slowly faded away into sobs, then sound sleep as the morphia took hold. McReady turned again. The men who had started for Blair stood at the far end of the room, skis dripping snow, their faces as white as their skis. Conant had a lighted cigarette in each hand. One he was puffing absently and staring at the floor. The heat of the one in his left hand attracted him, and he stared at it, and the one in the other hand stupidly for a moment. He dropped one and crushed it under his heel slowly. Dr. Copper, McReady repeated. Could be right. I know I'm human, but of course, can't prove it. I'll repeat the test for my own information. Any of you others who wish to may do the same. 2 minutes later, McReady held a test tube with white precipitant settling slowly from straw-colored serum. It reacts to human blood too, so they aren't the monsters.
I didn't think they were. Van Wall shrugged. That wouldn't suit the monster either. We could have destroyed them if we knew. Why hasn't the monster destroyed us, do you suppose? It seems to be loose.
McReady snorted, then laughed softly. Elementary, my dear Watson. The monster wants to have life forms available. It cannot animate a dead body, apparently. It is just waiting until the best opportunities come. We who remain human. It is holding us in reserve. Kenner shuddered violently.
Hey, Mac, would I know if I was a monster? Would I know if the monster had already got me? Oh, Jesus, I may be a monster already.
You'd know, McReady answered.
But we wouldn't.
Powell laughed shortly, half hysterically. McReady looked at the vial of serum remaining. There's one thing this damned stuff is good for, at that, he said thoughtfully. Clark, will you and Van help me? The rest of the gang better stick together here. Keep an eye on each other, he added bitterly. See that you don't get into mischief, shall we say? McReady started down the tunnel toward Dogtown with Clark and Van Wall behind him.
You need more serum?
Clark asked. McReady shook his head. Test. There's 4 cows and a bull, and nearly 70 dogs down there. This stuff reacts only to human blood and monsters. McReady came back to the ad building and went silently to the washstand. Clark and Van Wall joined him a moment later. Clark's lips had developed a tick, jerking into sudden, unexpected sneers.
What did you do?
Connor exploded suddenly.
More immunizing?
Clark snickered and stopped with a hiccough.
Immunizing? Ha! Immune all right.
That monster, said Van Wall steadily, is quite logical. Our immune dog was quite all right. And we drew a little more serum for the test. But we won't make any more. Can't you use one man's blood on another dog? Powell began. There aren't, said McReady softly, any more dogs. Nor cattle, I might add. No more dogs. Benny sat down slowly. They're very nasty when they start changing, Van Wall said precisely. But slow. That electrocution iron you made up, Barkley, is very fast. There is only one dog left. Our immune. The monster left that for us so we could play with our little test. The rest
cattle?
Nope, gulped Kenner.
Also, reacted very nicely. They look funny as hell when they start melting. The beast hasn't any quick escape when it's tied in dog chains or halters, and it had to be to imitate.
Kenner stood up slowly. His eyes darted around the room and came to rest, horribly quivering, on a tin bucket in the galley. Slowly, step by step, he retreated toward the door, his mouth opening and closing silently like a fish out of water.
The milk, he gasped. I milked them an hour ago.
His voice broke into a scream as he dived through the door. He was out on the ice cap without windproof or heavy clothing. Van Wall looked after him for a moment thoughtfully.
He's probably hopelessly mad, he said at length, but he might be a monster escaping. Barkley, Rawson, Tyder, and Powell. You can get him. He hasn't skis. Take a blowtorch, in case.
The physical motion of the chase helped them, something that needed doing. 3 of the other men were quietly being sick. Dutton was lying flat on his back, his face greenish, looking steadily at the bottom of the bunk above him.
Mac, how long have the cows been?
McReady shrugged his shoulders hopelessly. He went over to the milk bucket and with his little tube of serum went to work on it. The milk clouded it, making certainty difficult. Finally, he dropped the test tube in the stand and shook his head. It tested negatively, which means either they were cows then, or that being perfect imitations, they gave perfectly good milk. Copper stirred restlessly in his sleep and gave a gurgling cross between a snore and a laugh. Silent eyes fastened on him.
What, Mafia? A monster?
Somebody started to ask. God knows, McReady shrugged. It affects every earthly animal I know of. Connick suddenly raised his head.
Mac, the dogs must have swallowed pieces of the monster, and the pieces destroyed them. The dogs were where the monster resided. I was locked up. Doesn't that prove?
Van Wall shook his head.
Sorry. Proves nothing about what you are. Only proves what you didn't do.
It doesn't do that, McReady sighed. We are helpless because we don't know enough, and so jittery we don't think straight. Locked up? God, what a laugh! Ever watch a white corpuscle of the blood go through the wall of a blood vessel? No. It sticks out a pseudopod so fine it can leak between cell walls, forces that through to the other side, then just flows through the pseudopod. And there it is, on the far side of the wall.
Oh,
said Van Wall unhappily.
The cattle dried to melt down, didn't they? They could have melted down, become just a thread of stuff and leaked under a door to recollect on the other side. Ropes? No, that wouldn't do it. They couldn't live
in a sealed tank.
If, said McReady, you shoot it through the heart and it doesn't die, it's a monster. That's the best test I can think of offhand.
No dogs?
Said Gary quietly.
And no cattle. It has to imitate men now. And locking up doesn't do any good. Your test might work, Mac, but I'm afraid it would be hard on the men.
Dwight looked up from the galley stove as Van Wall, Barkley, McReady, and Powell came in, brushing the drift from their clothes. The other men, jammed into the ad building, continued studiously to do as they were doing, playing chess, poker, reading. Rawson was fixing a sledge on the table. Vane and Norris had their heads together over magnetic data, while Harvey read in a low voice. Dr. Copper snored softly on the bunk. Gary was working with Dutton over a sheaf of radio messages on the corner of Dutton's bunk and a small fraction of the radio table. Conant was using most of the table for cosmic ray sheets. Quite plainly, through the corridor, despite two closed doors, they could hear Kinner's voice. Dwight banged a kettle onto the galley stove and beckoned McReady silently. The meteorologist went over to him. I don't mind the cooking so damn much, Dwight said nervously. But isn't there some way to stop that bird? We all agreed that it would be safe to move him into Cosmo's house. Kenner? McReady nodded toward the door. I'm afraid not. I can dope him, I suppose. But we don't have an unlimited supply of morphia, and he's not in danger of losing his mind. Just hysterical. Well, we're in danger of losing ours. You've been out for an hour and a half. That's been going on steadily ever since. And it was going for 2 hours before. There's a limit, you know. Gary wandered over slowly, apologetically. For an instant, McReady caught the feral spark of fear, horror, in Dwight's eyes, and knew at the same instant it was in his own eyes. Gary or Copper was certainly a monster. If you could stop that, I think it would be a sound policy, Mac. Gary spoke quietly. There are tensions enough in this room. We agreed that it would be safe for Kenner in there, because everyone else in camp is under constant eyeing. Gary shivered slightly. And try in God's name to find some test that will work. McReady sighed. Watched or unwatched, everyone's tense. Blair's jammed the trap so it won't open now. Says he's got food enough and keeps screaming, Go away, you're monsters. I won't be absorbed, I won't. I'll tell men when they come, go away. So we went away. There's no other test? Gary pleaded. McReady shrugged his shoulders. Copper was perfectly right. The serum test could be absolutely definitive if it hadn't been contaminated. But that's the only dog left, and he's fixed now. Chemical test. McReady shook his head. Our chemistry isn't that good. I tried the microscope, you know. Gary nodded. Monster dog and real dog were identical. But you've got to go on. What are we going to do after dinner? Van Wall had joined them quietly. Rotation sleeping. Half the crowd sleep, half awake. Oh Christ, how many of us are monsters? All the dogs were. We thought we were safe. Somehow it got copper. Oh, you. Van Wall's eyes flashed uneasily. It may have gotten every one of you. All of you. But myself may be wondering, looking. No. That's not possible. You just spring then. I'd be helpless. We humans must somehow have the greater numbers now. But he stopped. McReady laughed shortly. You're doing what Powell complained of in me, leaving it hanging. But if one more is changed, that may shift the balance of power. It doesn't fight. I don't think it ever fights. It must be a peaceable thing in its own inimitable, shall we say, way. It never had to, because it always gained its end otherwise. Van Wall's mouth twisted in a sickly grin. You're suggesting then that perhaps it already has the greater numbers, but is just waiting. All of them, all of you, for all I know, waiting until I, the last human, drop my weariness in sleep. Mac, did you notice their eyes? All looking at us. Gary sighed. You haven't been sitting here for 4 straight hours, while all their eyes silently weighed the information that one of us, too, Copper, and I, is a monster, certainly, perhaps both of us. Dwight repeated his request. Will you stop that bird's noise? He's driving me nuts. Make him tone down, anyway. Still praying? McReady asked. Still praying, Dwight groaned. He hasn't stopped for a second. I don't mind his praying if it relieves him, but he yells. He sings psalms and hymns and shouts prayers. He thinks God can't hear well way down here. Maybe he can't, Barkley grunted, or he'd have done something about this thing loosed from hell. Somebody's going to try that test you mentioned if you don't stop him, Dwight stated grimly. I think a cleaver in the head would be as positive a test as a bullet in the heart. Go ahead with the grub. I'll see what I can do. There may be something in the cabinets. Greedy moved wearily toward the corner Copper had used as his dispensary. 3 tall cabinets of rough boards, 2 locked, were the repositories of the medical camp's medical supplies. 12 years ago, he had graduated, had started for an internship, and been diverted to meteorology. Copper was a picked man a man who knew his profession thoroughly and modernly. More than half the drugs available were totally unfamiliar to McReady. Many of the others he had forgotten. There was no huge medical library here, no series of journals available to learn the things he had forgotten. The elementary, simple things, the copper, things that did not merit inclusion in the small library he had been forced to content himself with. Books are heavy, and every ounce of supplies had been freighted in by air. McReady picked a barbiturate, hopefully. Barkley and Van Wall went with him. One man never went anywhere alone in Big Magnet. Rawson had his sledge put away, and the physicist had moved off the table, the poker game broken up when they got back. Dwight was putting out the food. The click of spoons and the muffled sounds of eating were the only sign of life in the room. There were no words spoken as the three returned. Simply, all eyes focused on them questioningly, while the jaws moved methodically. McReady stiffened suddenly. Kenner was screeching out a hymn in a hoarse, cracked voice. He looked wearily at Van Wall with a twisted grin and shook his head. "Hoo-ah!" Van Wall cursed bitterly and sat down at the table. "We'll just plumb have to take that till his voice wears out. He can't yell like that forever." "He's got a brass throat and a cast iron larynx," Dutton declared. "Then we could be hopeful and suggest he's one of our friends. On that case, he could go on renewing his throat till doomsday." Silence clamped down. For 20 minutes, they ate without a word. Then Conant jumped up with an angry violence. "You sit as still as a bunch of graven images. You don't say a word, but oh Christ, what expressive eyes you've got. They roll around like a bunch of glass marbles spilling down a table. They wink and link and stare and whisper things. Can you guys look somewhere else for a change, please?" "Listen, Van, you're in charge here. Let's run movies for the rest of the night. We've been saving those reels to make them last. Last for what? Who is it's going to see those last reels, eh? Let's see them while we can, and look at something other than each other." "Sound idea, Conant. I, for one, am quite willing to change things in any way I can." "Turn the sound up loud, Dutton. Maybe you can drown out the hymns," Dwight suggested. "But don't," Powell said softly. "Don't turn off the lights altogether." "The lights will be out," snapped Van Wall. "We'll show all the cartoon movies we have. You won't mind seeing the old cartoons, will you?" "Goody, goody. A moving picture show. I'm just in the mood." Van Wall turned to look at the speaker, a lean, lanky New Englander by the name of Caldwell. Caldwell was stuffing his pipe slowly, a sour eye cocked up to Van Wall. The commander was forced to laugh. "Okay, Bart, you win. Maybe we aren't quite in the mood for Popeye and trick ducks, but it's something.
Let's play classifications, Caldwell suggested slowly. Or maybe you call it Guggenheim. You draw lines on a piece of paper and put down classes of things like animals you know. One for H and one for U, and so on. Like human and unknown, for instance. I think that would be a hell of a lot better game. Classification, I sort of figure, is what we need right now. A lot more than movies. Maybe somebody's got a pencil that we can draw lines with. Draw lines between the U animals and the H animals, for instance.
McReady's trying to find that kind of a pencil,
Van Wall answered quietly.
but we've got 3 kinds of animals here, you know. One that begins with M. We don't want any more.
Mad ones, you mean? Uh-huh. Dwight, I'll help you with those pots so we can get our little peep show going.
Caldwell got up slowly. Dutton and Barkley and Benning, in charge of the projector and sound mechanism arrangements, went about their jobs silently while the ad building was cleared and the dishes and pans disposed of. McReady drifted over toward Van Wall slowly and leaned back in the bunk beside him. "I've been wondering, Van," he said with a wry grin, "whether or not to report my ideas in advance. I forgot the U animals, as Caldwell named it, could read minds. I have a vague idea of something that might work. It's too vague to bother with, though. Go ahead with your show while I try to figure out the logic of the thing. I'll take this bunk." Van Wall glanced up and nodded. The movie screen would be practically on a line with this bunk, hence making the pictures least distracting here, because least intelligible.
Perhaps you should tell us what you have in mind. As it is, only the unknowns know what you plan. You might be unknown before you got it into operation.
Won't take long if I get it figured out right. But I don't want any more all but the test dog monsters things. We better move Copper into this bunk directly above me. He won't be watching the screen either. McReady nodded toward Copper's gently snoring bulk. Gary helped them lift and move the doctor. McReady leaned back against the bunk and sank into a trance, almost of concentration, trying to calculate chances, operations, methods. He was scarcely aware as the others distributed themselves silently and the screen lit up. Vaguely, Kenner's hectic, shouted prayers and his rasping hymn singing annoyed him until the sound accompaniment started. The lights were turned out, but the large, light-colored areas of the screen reflected enough light for ready visibility. It made men's eyes sparkle as they moved restlessly. Kenner was still praying, shouting, his voice a raucous accompaniment to the mechanical sound. Dutton stepped up the amplification. So long had the voice been going on that only vaguely at first was McReady aware that something seemed missing. Lying as he was just across the narrow room from the corridor leading to Cosmos' house, Kenner's voice had reached him fairly clearly, despite the sound accompaniment of the pictures. It struck him abruptly that it had stopped. Dutton, cut that sound, McReady called as he sat up abruptly. The pictures flickered a moment, soundless and strangely futile in the sudden deep silence. The rising wind on the surface above bubbled melancholy tears of sound down the stovepipes. Kinner's stopped, McReady said softly. For God's sake, start that sound then. He may have stopped to listen. Powell snapped. McReady rose and went down the corridor. Barkley and Van Wall left their places at the far end of the room to follow him. The flickers bulged and twisted on the back of Barkley's gray underwear as he crossed the still functioning beam of the projector. Dutton snapped on the lights, and the pictures vanished. Powell stood at the door as Van Wall had asked him to. Gary sat quietly in the bunk nearest the door, forcing Dwight to make room for him. Most of the others had stayed exactly where they were. Only Conant walked slowly up and down the room in steady, unvarying rhythm. If you're going to do that, Conant, Dwight spat, we can get along without you altogether, whether you're human or not. Will you stop that damned rhythm? Sorry. The physicist sat down in a bunk and watched his toes thoughtfully. It was almost 5 minutes, 5 ages, while the wind made the only sound before McReady appeared at the door again. We, he announced, haven't enough grief here already. Somebody's tried to help us out. Kenner has a knife in his throat, which was why he stopped singing, probably. We've got monsters, madmen, and murderers. Any more M's you can think of, Caldwell? If there are, we'll probably have them before long. Chapter 7. Is Blair loose? Someone asked. Blair is not loose, or he flew in. If there's any doubt about where our gentle helper came from, this may clear it up. McReady held a foot-long, thin-bladed knife in a cloth. The wooden handle was half burnt, charred with the peculiar pattern of the top of the galley stove. Dwight stared at it. I did that this afternoon. I forgot the damn thing and left it on the stove. Van Wall nodded. I smelled it, if you remember. I knew the knife came from the galley. I wonder, said Benning, looking around at the party warily, how many more monsters we have. If somebody could slip out of his place, go back of the screen to the galley, and then down
to Cosmo's house and back. He did come back, didn't he? Yes. Everybody's here. Well, if one of the gang could do all that.
Maybe a monster did it, Gary suggested quietly. There's that possibility. The monster, as you pointed out today, has only men left to imitate. Would he decrease his supply, shall we say? McReady pointed out. No. We just have a plain, ordinary louse, a murderer to deal with. Ordinarily, we'd call him an inhuman murderer, I suppose. We have to distinguish now. We have inhuman murderers, and now we have human murderers, or one at least.
There's one less human, Powell said softly. Maybe the monsters have the balance of power now.
Never mind that, McReady sighed and turned to Barkley. Bar, will you get your electric gadget? I'm just going to make certain. Barkley turned down the corridor to get the pronged electrocutor, while McReady and Van Wall went back toward Cosmo's house. Barkley followed them in some 30 seconds. The corridor to Cosmo's house twisted, as did nearly all corridors in Big Magnet, and Powell stood at the entrance again. But they heard, rather muffled, McReady's sudden shout. There was a savage flurry of blows, dull cha-thunk, schluff sounds. Bar, for God's sake! And a curious, savage, mewing scream, silenced before even Powell had reached the bend. Kenner, or what had been Kenner, lay on the floor, cut half in two by McReady's great knife. The meteorologist leaned, panting, against the wall, the knife dripping red in his hand. Van Wall was stirring vaguely on the floor, moaning, his hand half-consciously rubbing at his jaw. Barkley, an unutterably savage gleam in his eyes, was methodically leaning on the pronged weapon in his hands, jabbing. Kenner's arms had developed a queer, scaly fur, and the flesh had twisted. The fingers had shortened, the hand rounded, the fingernails become 3-inch long things of dull red horn, keened to steel-hard, razor-sharp talons. McReady raised his head, looked vaguely at the knife in his hand, and dropped it. His laugh was shaky, almost a laugh of relief. Well, whoever did it can speak up now. He was an inhuman murderer at that, in that he murdered an inhuman. I swear, all that's holy. Kenner was a lifeless corpse on the floor here when we arrived. But when it found we were going to jab it with the power gadget there, it changed. Oh, Lord, those things can act. My God, sitting in here for hours, mouthing prayers to a God it hated, shouting hymns in a cracked voice, hymns about a church it never knew, driving us mad with its ceaseless howling. Well, speak up, whoever did it. You didn't know it, but you did the camp a favor, and I want to know how in blazes you got out of that room without anyone seeing you. It might help in guarding ourselves.
Here's screaming, here's singing. Even the sound projector couldn't drown it.
Dwight shivered.
It was a monster.
Oh, said Van Wall in sudden comprehension. You were sitting right next to the door, weren't you? And almost behind the projection screen already. Dwight nodded dumbly.
Hey, it's quiet now. It's a dead. Mac, your test no damn good. It was dead anyway. Monster or man, it was dead.
McReady chuckled softly. Boys, meet Dwight. The only one we know is human. Meet Dwight, the guy who proves he's human by trying to commit murder and failing. Will the rest of you please refrain from trying to prove you're human for a while? I think we may have another test. A test? Connett snapped joyfully, then his face sagged in disappointment. I suppose it's another either way you want it. No, said McReady sharply. Look sharp and be careful. Come into the ad building. Barkley, bring your electrocutor. And, by God, somebody, Button, stand with Barkley to make sure he does it. Watch every neighbor, for by the hell these monsters came from, I've got something, and they know it. They're going to get dangerous. The group tensed abruptly. An air of crushing menace entered into every man's body. Sharply, they looked at each other, more keenly than ever before. Is that man next to me an inhuman monster? What is it? Gary asked as they stood again in the main room. How long will it take? I don't know exactly, said McReady, his voice brittle with angry determination. But I know it will work, and no two ways about it. It depends on a basic quality of the monsters, not on us. Kenner just convinced me. Yes, said Barkley, hefting the wooden-handled weapon, tipped with its two sharp-pointed charge conductors. It's going to be rather necessary, I take it. Is the power plant assured? Dutton nodded sharply. The automatic stoker bin is full. The gas power plant is on standby. I set it for the movie operation, and we've checked it over rather carefully several times, you know. Anything those wires touch dies, he assured them grimly. I know that. Dr. Copper stirred vaguely in his bunk, rubbed his eyes with a fumbling hand. He sat up slowly, blinked eyes blurred, widened with an unutterable horror of drug-ridden nightmares with sleep and drugs. Gary, he mumbled. Gary, listen. Sailfish, from hell they came. And hellish shellfish. I mean, self. Do I? What do I mean? He sank back in his bunk and snored softly. McReady looked at him thoughtfully. We'll know presently, my friend. He nodded slowly. But selfish is what you mean, all right. You may have thought of that, half sleeping, dreaming there. I didn't stop to think what a sweet collection of dreams you might be having. But that's all right. Selfish is the word. They must be, you see. He turned to the men in the cabin, tense, silent men, staring with wolfish eyes, each at his neighbor. Selfish, and as Dr. Copper said, every part is a whole. Every piece is self-sufficient, an animal in itself. That and one other thing, tell the story. There's nothing mysterious about blood. It's just as normal a body tissue as a piece of muscle or a piece of liver. But it hasn't so much connective tissue, though it has millions, billions of life cells. McReady's lips twisted in a wolfish smile. This is fun, in a way. I'm pretty sure we humans still outnumber you, others standing here. And we have what you, your otherworld race, evidently doesn't. Not an imitated, but a bred in the bone instinct, a driving, unquenchable fire that's genuine. We'll fight with a ferocity you may attempt to imitate, but you'll never equal. We're human, we're real. You're a bunch of imitations, false to the core of your every cell. All right, it's a showdown now. You know. You, with your mind reading, you've lifted the idea from my brain. You can't do a thing about it. Standing here. Let it pass. Blood is tissue. They have to bleed. If they don't bleed when cut, then by God, they're phony from hell. If they bleed, then that blood separated from them is an individual, a newly formed individual in its own right, just as they split all of them from one original, are individuals. Get it, Van? See the answer bar? Van Wall laughed very softly. The blood will not obey. It's a new individual with all the desire to protect its own life that the original, the main mass from which it was split, has. The blood will live and try to crawl away from a hot needle, say. McReady picked up the scalpel from the table. From the cabinet, he took a rack of test tubes, a tiny alcohol lamp, and a length of platinum wire set in a little glass rod. A grin of piercing satisfaction rode his lips. For a moment, he glanced up at those around him. Barkley and Dutton moved toward him slowly, the wooden-handled electric instrument alert. Dutton, said McReady, suppose you stand over there by the splice where you've connected that in. Just make sure no thing pulls it loose. Dutton moved away. Now then, suppose you be first on this. White-faced, Van Wall stepped forward. With a delicate precision, McReady made a small cut on the man's thumb. Van Wall winced slightly, then held steady as a half-inch of bright blood collected in the tube. McReady put the tube in the rack, gave Van Wall a bit of alum and indicated the iodine bottle. Van Wall stood motionlessly, watching. McReady heated the platinum wire in the alcohol lamp flame, then dipped it into the tube. It hissed softly. 5 times he repeated the test. Human, I'd say. McReady sighed and straightened. As yet, my theory hasn't been actually proved, but I have hopes. I have hopes. Don't, by the way, get too damned interested in this. We have with us some unwelcome ones, no doubt. Van, will you relieve Barkley at the switch? Thanks. Okay, Barkley. And may I say I hope you stay with us. You're a hell of a good guy. Barkley grinned uncertainly, winced under the keen edge of the scalpel. Presently, smiling widely, he retrieved his long-handled weapon. Mr. Samuel, Dutt, Bar! The tension was released in that second. Whatever of hell the monsters may have had within them, the men in that instant matched it. Barkley had no chance to move his weapon as a score of men poured down on the thing that had seemed Dutton. It mewed and spat and tried to grow fangs, and was 100 broken, torn pieces, without knives or any weapon save the brute-given strength of a staff of picked men. The thing was crushed, ripped. Slowly, they picked themselves up, their eyes smoldering, very quiet in their motions. A curious wrinkling of their lips betrayed a species of nervousness. Barkley went over with the electric weapon. Things smoldered and stank. The caustic acid Van Wall dropped on each spilled drop of blood gave off tickling, cough-provoking fumes. McReady grinned, his eyes alight and dancing. Maybe, he said softly, I underrated man's abilities when I said nothing human could have the ferocity in the eyes of that thing we found. I wish we could have the opportunity to treat in a more befitting manner these things we find. Something with boiling oil or melted lead in it, or maybe slow roasting in the power boiler. When I think what a man Dutton was. Never mind. My theory is confirmed by, shall we say, by one who knew? Well, Van Wall and Barkley are proven. I think, then, that I'll try to show you what I already know. That I, too, am human. McReady swished the scalpel in the absolute alcohol, burned it off, the metal blade, and cut the base of his thumb expertly. 20 seconds later, he looked up from the desk at the waiting men. There were more grins out there now, friendly grins, yet withal, something else in the eyes. Conant, McReady laughed softly, was right. The Huskies watching that thing in the corridor bend had nothing on you boys. Wonder why we think only the wolf blood has the right to ferocity. Maybe on spontaneous viciousness a wolf takes tops. But after these 7 days, abandon all hope. Ye wolves who enter here. Maybe we can save some time. Conant, would you step forward? Again, Barkley was too slow. There were more grins, less tensity still, when Barkley and Van Wall finished their work. Gary spoke in a low, bitter voice.
Conant was one of the finest men we had here. And 5 minutes ago, I'd have sworn he was. God in heaven, those damnable things are more than imitation.
Gary shuddered and sat back in his bunk. And 30 seconds later, his blood shrank from the hot platinum wire and struggled to escape the tube, struggled as frantically as a suddenly feral, red-eyed, dissolving imitation of Gary struggled to dodge the snake-tongue weapon. Barkley advanced at him, white-faced and sweating. The thing in the test tube screamed with a tiny, tinny voice as McReady dropped it into the glowing coal of the galley stove. A wave of foul, stinking smoke puffed up. Chapter 8. The last of it. Dr. Copper looked down from his bunk with bloodshot, saddened eyes.
14 of them.
McReady nodded shortly. In some ways, if only we could have permanently prevented their spreading. I'd like to have even the imitations back. Commander Gary, Conant, Dutton. McReady laughed bitterly. Even Dwight, who we thought we knew was human. What in blazes could have been his motive? The monster's motive? Copper shook his head slowly.
I'm too headachy. What theory did you have?
Van Wall suggested more selfishness and too good imitation. Perhaps imitating Dwight so exactly it felt his feelings. In the background was the selfishness that each, though part of one original, was yet an entire individual with its own individual ambitions. The ambition to reproduce. By killing Kenner, it forced the other monster to assume an inactive role. Finally, it turned out. Killed it. Forcing it to inactivity would have given Dwight more freedom to operate.
Where are they taking those things?
Copper nodded to the stretcher Barkley and Powell were carrying out. Outside on the ice, where they've got 15 smashed crates, half a ton of coal, and presently will add 10 gallons of kerosene. We've dumped acid on every spilled drop, every torn fragment. We're going to incinerate those.
Sounds like a good play.
Copper nodded wearily.
I wonder, you haven't said whether Blair...
McReady started. We forgot him. We had so much else. I wonder, do you suppose we can cure him now?
If...
began Dr. Copper and stopped meaningfully. McReady started a second time. Even a madman. It imitated Kenner and his praying hysteria. McReady turned toward Van Wall at the long table. Van, we've got to make an expedition to Blair's shack. Van looked up sharply. The frown of worry faded for an instant in surprised remembrance. Then he rose, nodding.
Barkley, better go along. He applied the lashings and may figure how to get in without frightening Blair too much.
3/4 of an hour through minus 37-degree cold, while the aurora curtains bellied overhead. The twilight was nearly 12 hours long, flaming in the north on snow-like white, crystalline sand under their skis. A 15-mile wind piled it in drift lines, pointing off to the northwest. 3/4 of an hour to reach the snow-buried shack. No smoke came from the little stack, and the men hastened.
Blair!
Barkley roared into the wind when he was still 100 yards away.
Blair!
Shut up, said McReady softly, and hurry. He may be trying a lone hike. If we have to go after him, no planes. The tractor's disabled.
Would a monster have the stamina a man has?
A broken leg wouldn't stop it for more than a minute, McReady pointed out. Barkley gasped suddenly and pointed aloft. Dim in the twilight sky, a winged thing circled in curves of indescribable grace and ease. Great white wings tipped gently, and the bird swept over them in silent curiosity.
Albatross,
Barkley said softly.
First of the season, and wandering way inland for some reason. If a monster's loose.
Powell bent down on the ice and tore hurriedly at his heavy, windproof clothing. He straightened, his coat flapping open, a grim, blue-metalled weapon in his hand. It roared a challenge to the white silence of Antarctica. The thing in the air screamed hoarsely. Its great wings worked frantically as a dozen feathers floated down from its tail. Powell fired again. The bird was moving swiftly now, but in an almost straight line of retreat. It screamed again. More feathers dropped, and with beating wings it soared behind a ridge of pressure ice to vanish. Powell hurried after the others. "It won't come back," he panted. Barkley cautioned him to silence, pointing. A curiously, fiercely blue light beat out from the cracks of the shack's door. A very low, soft humming sounded inside. A low, soft humming and a clink and click of tools. The very sounds somehow bearing a message of frantic haste. McReady's face paled. God help us if that thing has. He grabbed Barkley's shoulder and made snipping motions with his fingers, pointing toward the lacing of control cables that held the door. Barkley drew the wire cutters from his pocket and kneeled soundlessly at the door. The snap and twang of cut wires made an unbearable racket in the utter quiet of the Antarctic hush. There was only that strange, sweetly soft hum from within the shack, and the queerly, hectically clipped, clicking, and rattling of tools to drown their noises. McReady peered through a crack in the door, his breath sucked in huskily, and his fingers clamped cruelly on Barkley's shoulder. The meteorologist backed down. "It isn't," he explained very softly. "Blair, it's kneeling on something on the bunk. Something that keeps lifting. Whatever it's working on is a thing like a knapsack, and it lifts."
"All at once?"
Barkley said grimly.
"No, Powell, hang back and get that iron of yours out. It may have weapons."
Together, Barkley's powerful body and McReady's lean strength struck the door. Inside, the bunk jammed against the door, screeched madly, and crackled into kindling. The door flung down from broken hinges, the patched lumber of the doorpost dropping inward. Like a blue rubber ball, a thing bounced up. One of its 4 tentacle-like arms looped out like a striking snake. In a 7-tentacled hand was a 6-inch pencil of winking, shining metal that glinted and swung upward to face them. Its line-thin lips twitched back from snake fangs in a grin of hate, red eyes blazing. Powell's revolver thundered in the confined space. The hate-washed face twitched in agony. The looping tentacle snatched back the silvery thing in its hand, a smashed ruin of metal. The 7-tentacled hand, a mass of mangled flesh, oozing greenish yellow ichor. The revolver thundered 3 times more. Dark holes drilled each of the 3 eyes before Powell hurled the empty weapon against its face. The thing screamed in feral hate, a lashing tentacle wiping at blinded eyes. For a moment it crawled on the floor, savage tentacles lashing out, the body twitching. Then it staggered up again, blinded eyes working, boiling hideously, the crushed flesh slothing away in sodden gobbets. Barkley lurched to his feet and dove forward with an ice axe. The flat of the weighty blade crushed against the side of the head. Again, the unkillable monster went down. The tentacles lashed out, and suddenly Barkley fell to his feet in the grip of a living, livid rope. The rope dissolved as he held it, becoming a white-hot band that burned the flesh of his hands like living fire. Frantically, he tore the stuff from him, held his hands where they could not be reached. The blind thing felt and ripped at the tough, heavy windproof cloth, seeking flesh. Flesh it could convert. The huge blowtorch McReady had brought coughed solemnly. Abruptly, it rumbled disapproval, throatily. Then it laughed, gurglingly, and thrust out a blue-white 3-foot tongue. The thing on the floor shrieked, flailed out blindly with tentacles that writhed and withered in the bubbling wrath of the blowtorch. It crawled and turned on the floor. It shrieked and hobbled madly, but always McReady held the blowtorch on the face, the dead eyes burning and bubbling uselessly. Frantically, the thing crawled and howled. A tentacle sprouted a savage talon and crisped in the flame. Steadily,
McReady moved with a planned, grim campaign. Helpless, maddened, the thing retreated from the guttering torch, the caressing, licking tongue. For a moment it rebelled, squalling in inhuman hatred at the touch of the icy snow. Then it fell back before the charring breath of the torch, the stench of its flesh bathing it. Hopelessly it retreated, on and on across the Antarctic snow. The bitter wind swept over it, twisting the torch tongue. Vainly it flopped, a trail of oily, stinking smoke bubbling away from it. McReady walked back toward the shack silently. Barkley met him at the door. "No more?" the meteorologist asked grimly. Barkley shook his head.
"No more. It didn't split."
"It had other things to think about," McReady assured him. "When I left it, it was a glowing coal. What was it doing?"
Barkley laughed shortly.
"Oh, wise boys we are. Smash magnetos so planes won't work. Rip the boiler tubing out of the tractors and leave that thing alone for a week in this shack, alone and undisturbed."
McReady looked in at the shack more carefully. The air, despite the ripped door, was hot and humid. On a table at the far end of the room rested a mass of coiled wires and small magnets, glass tubes, and radio tubes. At the center, a block of rough stone rested. From the center of the block came the light that flooded the place, the fiercely blue light, bluer than the glare of an electric arc, and from it came the sweetly soft hum. Off to one side was another mechanism of crystal glass, blown with an incredible neatness and delicacy, metal plates, and a queer, shimmery spear of insubstantiality. "What is that?" McReady moved nearer.
Barkley grunted.
"Leave it for Vane and Norris, but I can guess pretty well that's atomic power. That stuff to the left, that's a neat little thing for doing what we've been trying to do with 100-ton cyclotrons and so forth. It separates neutrons from heavy water, which he was getting from the surrounding ice."
Where did he get all? Oh, of course. A monster couldn't be locked in or out. He's been through the apparatus caches. McReady stared at the apparatus. God, what minds that race must have. The shimmery spear, I think it's a spear, a pure force. Neutrons can pass through any matter, and he wanted a supply, a reservoir of neutrons. Just protect neutrons against silica, calcium, beryllium, almost anything, and the atomic energy is released. That thing is the atomic generator. Powell tucked a thermometer into his coat.
"It's 120 degrees in here now, despite the open door. Our clothes have kept the heat out to an extent, but I'm sweating now."
Barkley nodded.
"The light's cold. I found that, but it gives off heat to warm the place through that coil. He had all the power in the world. He could keep it warm and pleasant, as his race thought of warmth and pleasantness. Did you notice the light? The color of it?
McReady nodded. Beyond the stars is the answer. From beyond the stars, from a hotter planet that circled a brighter, bluer sun, they came. McReady glanced out the door toward the blasted, smoke-stained trail that flopped and wandered blindly off across the drift. There won't be any more coming, I guess. Sheer accident it landed here. What in God's name did it do all that for? He nodded toward the apparatus. Barkley laughed softly.
Did you notice what it was working on when we came? Look.
He pointed toward the ceiling of the shack. Like a knapsack made of flattened coffee tins with dangling cloth straps and leather belts. The mechanism clung to the ceiling. A tiny, glaring heart of supernal flame burned in it, yet burned through the ceiling's wood without scorching it. Barkley walked over to it, grasped two of the dangling straps in his hands, and pulled it down by an effort. He strapped it about his body. A slight jump carried him in a weirdly slow arc across the room.
Anti-gravity?
Said Powell softly.
Anti-gravity.
Barkley nodded.
Yeah, we had 'em stopped. No planes and no birds. The birds hadn't come, but they had coffee tins and radio parts and glass and the machine shop at night, and a whole week, all to itself. America in a single jump, with anti-gravity powered by the atomic energy of matter. We had 'em stopped another half hour. It was just tightening these straps on the device so we could wear it. Another half hour and we'd have stayed in Antarctica and shot down any moving thing that came from the rest of the world.
The albatross, Powell said softly. Do you suppose?
With this thing almost finished, with that death weapon it held in its hand? No. By the grace of God, who evidently does hear very well, even down here, and the margin of half an hour, we keep our world and the planets of the system too. Anti-gravity, you know, and atomic power. Because they came from another sun, a star beyond the stars. They came from a world with a bluer sun.
The Haunter of the Dark by H.P. Lovecraft. Dedicated to Robert Bloch. Poem. I have seen the dark universe yawning, where the black planets roll without aim, where they roll in their horror unheeded, without knowledge or luster or name.
nemesis. Cautious investigators will hesitate to challenge the common belief that Robert Blake was killed by lightning or by some profound nervous shock derived from an electrical discharge. It is true that the window he faced was unbroken, but nature has shown herself capable of many freakish performances. The expression on his face may easily have arisen from some obscure muscular source unrelated to anything he saw, while the entries in his diary are clearly the result of a fantastic imagination aroused by certain local superstitions and by certain old matters he had uncovered. As for the anomalous conditions at the deserted church on Federal Hill, the shrewd analysis is not slow in attributing them to some charlatanry, conscious or unconscious, with at least some of which Blake was secretly connected. For after all, the victim was a writer and painter, wholly devoted to the field of myth, dream, terror, and superstition, and avid in his quest for scenes and effects of a bizarre, spectral sort. His earlier stay in the city, a visit to a strange old man as deeply given to occult and forbidden lore as he, had ended amidst death and flame, and it must have been some morbid instinct which drew him back from his home in Milwaukee. He may have known of the old stories, despite his statements to the contrary in the diary, and his death may have nipped in the bud some stupendous hoax destined to have a literary reflection. Among those, however, who have examined and correlated all this evidence, there remain several who cling to less rational and commonplace theories. They are inclined to take much of Blake's diary at its face value and point significantly to certain facts, such as the undoubted genuineness of the old church record, the verified existence of the disliked and unorthodox Story Wisdom sect prior to 1877, the recorded disappearance of an inquisitive reporter named Edwin M. Lillibridge in 1893, and, above all, the look of monstrous, transfiguring fear on the face of the young writer when he died. It was one of these believers who, moved to fanatical extremes, threw into the bay the curiously angled stone and its strangely adorned metal box found in the old church steeple, the black windowless steeple, and not the tower where Blake's diary said those things originally were. A widely censored, both officially and unofficially, this man, a reputable physician with a taste for odd folklore, averred that he had rid the earth of something too dangerous to rest upon it. Between these two schools of opinion, the reader must judge for himself. The papers have given the tangible details from a skeptical angle, leaving for others the drawing of the picture as Robert Blake saw it, or thought he saw it, or pretended to see it. Now, studying the diary closely, dispassionately, and at leisure, let us summarize the dark chain of events from the express point of view of their chief actor. Young Blake returned to Providence in the winter of 1934-35, taking the upper floor of a venerable dwelling in a grassy court off College Street, on the crest of the great Eastwood Hill, near the Brown University campus, and behind the marble John Hay Library. It was a cozy and fascinating place, and a little garden oasis of village-like antiquity, where huge Friendly cats sunned themselves atop a convenient shed. The square Georgian house had a monitor roof, classic doorway with fan carving, small pane windows, and all the other earmarks of early 19th century workmanship. Inside were 6-panel doors, wide floorboards, a curving colonial staircase, white Adam period mantels, and a rear set of rooms 3 steps below the general level. Blake's study, a large southwest chamber, overlooked the front garden on one side, while its west windows, before one of which he had his desk, faced off from the brow of the hill and commanded a splendid view of the lower town's outspread roofs and of the mystical sunsets that flamed behind them. On the far horizon were the open countryside's purple slopes. Against these, some 2 miles away, rose the spectral hump of Federal Hill, bristling with huddled roofs and steeples whose remote outlines wavered mysteriously, taking fantastic forms as the smoke of the city swirled up and enmeshed them. Blake had a curious sense that he was looking upon some unknown, ethereal world which might or might not vanish in dream if ever he tried to seek it out and enter it in person. Having sent home for most of his books, Blake sought some antique furniture suitable to his quarters and settled down to write and paint, living alone and attending to the simple housework himself. His studio was in a north attic room where the panes of the monitor roof furnished admirable lighting. During that first winter, he produced 5 of his best-known short stories: The Burrower Beneath, The Stairs in the Crypt, Shaky, In the Vale of Nath, and The Feaster from the Stars, and painted 7 canvases, studies of nameless, unhuman monsters and profoundly alien, non-terrestrial landscapes. At sunset, he would often sit at his desk and gaze dreamily off at the outspread west, the dark towers of Memorial Hall just below, the Georgian courthouse belfry, the lofty pinnacles of the downtown section, and that shimmering, spired crown mound in the distance whose unknown streets and the labyrinthine gables so potently provoked his fancy. From his few local acquaintances, he learned that the far-off slope was a vast Italian quarter, though most of the houses were remnants of older Yankee and Irish days. Now and then, he would train his field glasses on that spectral, unreachable world beyond the curling smoke, picking out individual roofs and chimneys and steeples, and speculating upon the bizarre and curious mysteries they might house. Even with optical aid, Federal Hill seemed somehow alien, half fabulous, and linked to the unreal, intangible marvels of Blake's own tales and pictures. The feeling would persist long after the hill had faded into the violet, lamp-starred twilight, and the courthouse floodlights and the red Industrial Trust beacon had blazed up to make the night grotesque. Of all the distant objects on Federal Hill, a certain huge, dark church most fascinated Blake. It stood out with especial distinctness at certain hours of the day, and at sunset, the great tower and tapering steeple loomed blackly against a flaming sky. It seemed to rest on especially high ground, for the grimy facade and the obliquely seen north side with sloping roof and the tops of great pointed windows rose boldly above the tangle of surrounding ridgepoles and chimney pots. Peculiarly grim and austere, it appeared to be built of stone, stained and weathered with the smoke and storms of a century and more. The style, so far as the glass could show, was that earliest experimental form of Gothic revival, which preceded the stately Upjohn period and held over some of the outlines and proportions of the Georgian age. Perhaps it was reared around 1810 or 1815. As months passed, Blake watched the far-off, forbidding structure with an oddly mounting interest. Since the vast windows were never lighted, he knew that it must be vacant. The longer he watched, the more his imagination worked, till at length he began to fancy curious things. He believed that a vague, singular aura of desolation hovered over the place, so that even the pigeons and swallows shunned its smoky eaves. Around other towers and belfries, his glass would reveal great flocks of birds, but here they never rested. At least, that is what he thought and set down in his diary. He pointed the place out to several friends, but none of them had even been on Federal Hill or possessed the faintest notion of what the church was or had been. In the spring, a deep restlessness gripped Blake. He had begun his long-planned novel, based on a supposed survival of the witch cult in Maine, but was strangely unable to make progress with it. More and more, he would sit at his westward window and gaze at the distant hill and the black, frowning steeple shunned by the birds. When the delicate leaves came out on the garden boughs, the world was filled with a new beauty. But Blake's restlessness was merely increased. It was then that he first thought of crossing the city and climbing bodily up that fabulous slope into the smoke-wreathed world of dream. Late in April, just before the eon-shadowed Walpurgis time, Blake made his first trip into the unknown. Plodding through the endless downtown streets and the bleak, decayed squares beyond, he came finally upon the ascending avenue of century-worn steps, sagging Doric porches, and blear-pane cupolas, which he felt must lead up to the long-known, unreachable world beyond the mist. There were dingy blue and white street signs, which meant nothing to him, and presently he noted the strange, dark faces of the drifting crowds, and the foreign signs over curious shops in brown, decade-weathered buildings. Nowhere could he find any of the objects he had seen from afar, so that once more he half fancied that the Federal Hill of that distant view was a dream world, never to be trod by living human feet. Now and then, a battered church facade or crumbling spire came in sight, but never the blackened pile that he sought. When he asked the shopkeeper about a great stone church, the man smiled and shook his head, though he spoke English freely. As Blake climbed higher, the region seemed stranger and stranger, with bewildering mazes of brooding brown alleys, leading eternally off to the south. He crossed 2 or 3 broad avenues, and once thought he glimpsed a familiar tower. Again, He asked the merchant about the massive church of stone, and this time he could have sworn that the plea of ignorance was feigned. The dark man's face had a look of fear, which he tried to hide, and Blake saw him make a curious sign with his right hand. Then suddenly, a black spire stood out against the cloudy sky on his left, above the tiers of brown roofs lining the tangled southerly alleys. Blake knew at once what it was and plunged forward it through the squalid, unpaved lanes that climbed from the avenue. Twice he lost his way, but he somehow dared not ask any of the patriarchs or housewives who sat on their doorsteps, or any of the children who shouted and played in the mud of the shadowy lanes. At last, he saw the tower plain against the southwest, and a huge stone boat rose darkly at the end of an alley. Presently, he stood in a wind-swept open square, quaintly cobblestoned, with a high bank wall on the farther side. This was the end of his quest, for upon the wide, iron-railed, weed-grown plateau, which the wall supported, a separate lesser world raised fully 6 feet above the surrounding streets, there stood a grim, Titan bulk whose identity, despite Blake's new perspective, was beyond dispute. The vacant church was in a state of great decrepitude. Some of the high stone buttresses had fallen, and several delicate finials lay half lost among the brown, neglected weeds and grasses. The sooty, Gothic windows were largely unbroken, though many of the stone mullions were missing. Blake wondered how the obscurely painted panes could have survived so well, in view of the known habits of small boys the world over. The massive doors were intact and tightly closed. Around the top of the bank wall, fully enclosing the grounds, was a rusty iron fence whose gate, at the head of a flight of steps from the square, was visibly padlocked. The path from the gate to the building was completely overgrown. Desolation and decay hung like a pall above the place, and in the birdless eaves and black, ivoryless walls, Blake felt a touch of the dimly sinister beyond his power to define. There were very few people in the square, but Blake saw a policeman at the northerly end and approached him with questions about the church. He was a great, wholesome Irishman, and it seemed odd that he would do little more than make the sign of the cross and mutter that people never spoke of that building. When Blake pressed him, he said very hurriedly that the Italian priest warned everybody against it, vowing that a monstrous evil had once dwelt there and left its mark. He himself had heard dark whispers of it from his father, who recalled certain sounds and rumors from his boyhood. There had been a bad sect there in the old days, an outlaw sect that called up awful things from some unknown gulf of night. It had taken a good priest to exorcise what had come, though there did be those who said that merely the light could do it. If Father O'Malley were alive, there would be many the thing he could tell. But now there was nothing to do but let it alone. It hurt nobody now, and those that owned it were dead or far away. They had run away like rats after the threatening talk in '77, when people began to mind the way folks vanished now and then in the neighborhood. Someday, the city would step in and take the property for lack of heirs, but little good would come of anybody's touching it. Better it be left alone for the years to topple, lest things be stirred that ought to rest forever in their black abyss. After the policeman had gone, Blake stood staring at the sullen, steepled pile. It excited him to find that the structure seemed as sinister to others as to him, and he wondered what grain of truth might lie behind the old tales the Bluecoat had repeated. Probably they were mere legends evoked by the evil look of the place, but even so, they were like a strange coming to life of one of his own stories. The afternoon sun came out from behind dispersing clouds, but seemed unable to light up the stained, sooty walls of the old temple that towered on its high plateau. It was odd that the green of spring had not touched the brown, withered growths in the raised, iron-fenced yard. Blake found himself edging nearer the raised area and examining the bank wall and rusted fence for possible avenues of ingress. There was a terrible lure about the blackened vein which was not to be resisted. The fence had no opening near the steps, but around on the north side were some missing bars. He could go up the steps and walk around on the narrow coping outside the fence till he came to the gap. If the people feared the place so wildly, he would encounter no interference. He was on the embankment and almost inside the fence before anyone noticed him. Then, looking down, he saw the few people in the square edging away and making the same sign with their right hands that the shopkeeper in the avenue had made. Several windows were slammed down, and a fat woman darted into the street and pulled some small children inside a rickety, unpainted house. The gap in the fence was very easy to pass through, and before long, Blake found himself waiting amidst the rotting, tangled growths of the deserted yard. Here and there, the worn stump of a headstone told him that there had once been burials in this field, but that, he saw, must have been very long ago. The sheer bulk of the church was oppressive now that he was close to it, but he conquered his mood and approached to try the three great doors in the facade. All were securely locked, so he began a circuit of the Cyclopean building in quest of some minor and more penetrable opening. Even then, he could not be sure that he wished to enter that haunt of desertion and shadow. Yet the pull of its strangeness dragged him on automatically. A yawning and unprotected cellar window in the rear furnished the needed aperture. Peering in, Blake saw a subterranean gulf of cobwebs and dust faintly lit by the western sun's filtered rays. Debris, old barrels, and ruined boxes and furniture of numerous sorts met his eye, though over everything lay a shroud of dust which softened all sharp outlines. The rusted remains of a hot air furnace showed that the building had been used and kept in shape as late as mid-Victorian times. Acting almost without conscious initiative, Blake crawled through the window and let himself down to the dust-carpeted and debris-strewn concrete floor. The vaulted cellar was a vast one, without partitions, and in a corner far to the right, amidst dense shadows, he saw a black archway, evidently leading upstairs. He felt a peculiar sense of oppression at being actually within the great spectral building, but kept it in check as he cautiously scouted about, finding a still intact barrel amidst the dust and rolling it over to the open window to provide for his exit. Then, bracing himself, he crossed the wide, cobweb festooned space toward the arch. Half choked with the omnipresent dust and covered with ghostly gossamer fibers, he reached and began to climb the worn stone steps which rose into the darkness. He had no light, but groped carefully with his hands. After a sharp turn, he felt a closed door ahead, and a little fumbling revealed its ancient latch. It opened inward, and beyond it, he saw a dimly illumined corridor lined with worm-eaten paneling. Once on the ground floor, Blake began exploring in a rapid fashion. All the inner doors were unlocked, so that he freely passed from room to room. The colossal nave was an almost eldritch place with its drifts and mountains of dust over box pews, altar, hourglass pulpit, and sounding board, and its titanic ropes of cobweb stretching among the pointed arches of the gallery and entwining the clustered Gothic columns. Over all this hushed desolation played a hideous leaden light as the declining afternoon sun sent its rays through the strange, half-blackened panes of the great apsidal windows. The paintings on those windows were so obscured by soot that Blake could scarcely decipher what they had represented. But from the little he could make out, he did not like them. The designs were largely conventional, and his knowledge of obscure symbolism told him much concerning some of the ancient patterns. The few saints depicted bore expressions distinctly open to criticism, while one of the windows seemed to show merely dark space with spirals of curious luminosity scattered about in it. Turning away from the windows, Blake noticed that the cobwebbed cross above the altar was not of the ordinary kind, but resembled the primordial ankh or crux ansata of shadowy Egypt. In a rear vestry room, beside the apse, Blake found a rotting desk and ceiling-high shelves of mildewed, disintegrating books. Here, for the first time, he received a positive shock of objective horror, for the titles of those books told him much. They were the black, forbidden things which most sane people have never even heard of, or have heard of only in furtive, timorous whispers. The banned and dreaded repositories of equivocal secrets and immemorial formulae, which have trickled down the stream of time from the days of man's youth and the dim, fabulous days before man was. He had himself read many of them, a Latin version of the abhorred Necronomicon, the sinister Liber Evonis, the infamous Culte des Gauls of Comte d'Erlet, the unersprichlichen Kulten of von Junts, and old Ludwig Prinz Hellish, the Verming Mystery. But there were others he had known merely by reputation, or not at all. The narcotics manuscripts, the Book of Zan, and a crumbling volume in wholly unidentifiable characters, yet with certain symbols and diagrams shudderingly recognizable to the occult student. Clearly, the lingering local rumors had not lied. This place had once been the seat of an evil older than mankind and wider than the known universe. In the ruined desk was a small, leather-bound record book filled with the entries in some odd, cryptographic medium. The manuscript writing consisted of the common, Traditional symbols used today in astronomy and anciently in alchemy, astrology, and other dubious arts. The devices of the sun, moon, planets, aspects, and zodiacal signs, here masked in solid pages of text with divisions and paragraphings suggesting that each symbol answered to some alphabetical letter. In the hope of later solving the cryptogram, Blake bore off this volume in his coat pocket. Many of the great tomes on the shelves fascinated him unutterably, and he felt tempted to borrow them at some later time. He wondered how they could have remained undisturbed so long. Was he the first to conquer the clutching, pervasive fear which had for nearly 60 years protected this deserted place from visitors? Having now thoroughly explored the ground floor, Blake plowed again through the dust of the spectral nave to the front vestibule, where he had seen a door and staircase presumably leading up to the blackened tower and steeple, objects so long familiar to him at a distance. The ascent was a choking experience, for dust lay thick, while the spiders had done their worst in this constricted place. The staircase was a spiral with high, narrow wooden treads, and now and then Blake passed a clouded window looking dizzily out over the city. Though he had seen no ropes below, he expected to find a bell or a peal of bells in the tower, whose narrow, louver-boarded lancet windows his field glass had studied so often. Here he was doomed to disappointment. For when he attained the top of the stairs, he found the tower chamber vacant of chimes, and clearly devoted to vastly different purposes. The room, about 15 feet square, was faintly lighted by 4 lancet windows, one on each side, which were glazed within their screening of decayed louver boards. These had been further fitted with tight, opaque screens, but the latter were now largely rotted away. In the center of the dust-laden floor rose a curiously angled stone pillar, some 4 feet in height and 2 in average diameter, covered on each side with bizarre, crudely incised, and wholly unrecognizable hieroglyphs. On this pillar rested a metal box of peculiarly asymmetrical form, its hinged lid thrown back, and its interior holding what looked, beneath the decayed deep dust, to be an egg-shaped or irregularly spherical object, some 4 inches through. Around the pillar, in a rough circle, were 7 high-backed Gothic chairs, still largely intact, while behind them, ranging along the dark-paneled walls, were 7 colossal images of crumbling, black-painted plaster, resembling more than anything else the cryptic carven megaliths of mysterious Easter Island. In one corner of the cobweb chamber, a ladder was built into the wall, leading up to the closed trapdoor of the windowless steeple above. As Blake grew accustomed to the feeble light, he noticed odd bas-reliefs on the strange open box of yellowish metal. Approaching, he tried to clear the dust away with his hands and a handkerchief, and saw that the figurines were of a monstrous and utterly alien kind, depicting entities which, though seemingly alive, resembled no known life form ever evolved on this planet. The 4-inch seeming spear turned out to be a nearly black, red-striated polyhedron with many irregular flat surfaces, either a very remarkable crystal of some sort or an artificial object of carved and highly polished mineral matter. It did not touch the bottom of the box, but was held suspended by means of a metal band round its center, with 7 queerly designed supports extending horizontally to the angles of the box's inner wall near the top. The stone, once exposed, exerted upon Blake an almost alarming fascination. He could scarcely tear his eyes from it, and as he looked at its glistening surfaces, he almost fancied it was transparent, with half-formed worlds of wonder within. Into his mind floated pictures of alien orbs with great stone towers, and other orbs with Titan mountains and no mark of life, and still remoter spaces where only a stirring and vague blackness told of the presence of consciousness and will. When he did look away, it was to notice a somewhat singular mound of dust in the far corner near the ladder to the steeple. Just why it took his attention, he could not tell, but something in its contours carried a message to his unconscious mind. Plowing toward it and brushing aside the tangled cobwebs as he went, he began to discern something grim about it. Hand and handkerchief soon revealed the truth, and Blake gasped with a baffling mixture of emotion. It was a human skeleton, and it must have been there for a very long time. The clothing was in shreds, but some buttons and fragments of cloth bespoke a man's gray suit. There were other bits of evidence: shoes, metal clasp, huge buttons for round cuffs, a stick pin of bygone pattern, a reporter's badge with the name of the old Providence Telegram, and a crumbling leather pocketbook. Blake examined the latter with care, finding within it several bills of antiquated issue, a celluloid advertising calendar for 1893, some cards with the name Edwin M. Lillibridge, and a paper covered with penciled memoranda. This paper held much of a puzzling nature, and Blake read it carefully at the dim westward window. Its disjointed text included such phrases as the following: Professor Enoch Bowen, home from Egypt, May 1844. Buys Old Free Will Church in July. His archaeological work and studies in occult well known. Dr. Drown of Fourth Baptist warns against story wisdom in sermon, December 29, 1844. Congregation, 97 by end of 45. 1846, 3 disappearances. First mention of shining trapezohedron. 7 disappearances, 1848. Stories of blood sacrifice begin. Investigation, 1853. Comes to nothing. Stories of sounds. Father O'Malley. Tales of devil worshiping, with box found in great Egyptian ruins. Says they call up something that can't exist in light. Flees a little light and banished by strong light. Then has to be summoned again. Probably got this from deathbed confession of Francis X. Feeney, who had joined Story Wisdom in 49. These people say the shining trapezohedron shows them heaven and other worlds, and that the haunter of the dark tells them secrets in some way. Story of Orrin B. Eddy, 1857. They call it up by gazing at the crystal and have a secret language of their own. 200 or more in Congo, 1863. Exclusive of men at front. Irish boys mob church in 1869 after Patrick Regan's disappearance. Veiled article in J, March 14th, 72, but people don't talk about it. 6 disappearances, 1876. Secret committee calls on Mayor Doyle. Action promised February 1877. Church closes in April. Gang. Federal Hill Boys threaten doctor and vestryman in May. 181 persons leave city before end of 77. Mention no names. Ghost stories begin around 1880. Try to ascertain truth of report that no human being has entered church since 1877. Ask Lanigan for photograph of place taken 1851. Restoring the paper to the pocketbook and placing the latter in his coat, Blake turned to look down at the skeleton in the dust. The implications of the notes were clear, and there could be no doubt but that this man had come to the deserted edifice 42 years before in quest of a newspaper sensation which no one else had been bold enough to attempt. Perhaps no one else had known of his plan. Who could tell? But he had never returned to his paper. Had some bravely suppressed fear risen to overcome him and bring on sudden heart failure? Blake stooped over the gleaming bones and noted their peculiar state. Some of them were badly scattered, and a few seemed oddly dissolved at the ends. Others were strangely yellowed, with vague suggestions of charring. This charring extended to some of the fragments of clothing. The skull was in a very peculiar state, stained yellow, and with a charred aperture in the top, as if some powerful acid had eaten through the solid bone. What had happened to the skeleton during its 4 decades of silent entombment? Here Blake could not imagine. Before he realized it, he was looking at the stone again, and letting its curious influence call up a nebulous pageantry in his mind. He saw processions of robed, hooded figures whose outlines were not human, and looked on endless leagues of desert lined with carved, sky-reaching monoliths. He saw towers and walls in nighted depths under the sea, and vortices of space where wisps of black mist floated forth thin shimmerings of cold purple haze. And beyond all else, he glimpsed an infinite gulf of darkness, where solid and semi-solid forms were known only by their windy stirrings, and cloudy patterns of force seemed to superimpose order on chaos and hold forth a key to all the paradoxes and arcana of the worlds we know. Then all at once, the spell was broken by an access of gnawing, indeterminate panic, fear. Blake choked and turned away from the stone, conscious of some formless alien presence close to him and watching him with horrible intentness. He felt entangled with something which was not in the stone, but which had looked through it at him, something which would ceaselessly follow him with a cognition that was not physical sight. Plainly, the place was getting on his nerves, as well it might in view of his gruesome find. The light was waning too, and since he had no illuminant with him, he knew he would have to be leaving soon. It was then, in the gathering twilight, that he thought he saw a faint trace of luminosity in the crazily angled stone. He had tried to look away from it, but some obscure compulsion drew his eyes back. Was there a subtle phosphorescence of radioactivity about the thing? What was it that the dead man's note had said concerning a shining trapezohedron? What, anyway, was this abandoned lair of cosmic evil? What had been done here? and what might still be lurking in the bird-shunned shadows. It seemed now as if an elusive touch of fetor had arisen somewhere close by. Though its source was not apparent, Blake seized the cover of the long open box and snapped it down. It removed easily on its alien hinges and closed completely over the unmistakably glowing stone. At the sharp click of that closing, a soft stirring sound seemed to come from the steeple's eternal blackness overhead. Beyond the trap door, rats, without question, only living things to reveal their presence in this accursed pile since he had entered it. And yet, that stirring in the steeple frightened him horribly, so that he plunged almost wildly down the spiral stairs, across the ghoulish nave, into the vaulted basement, out amidst the gathering dusk of the deserted square, and down through the teeming, fear-haunted alleys and avenues of Federal Hill, toward the sane central streets and the home-like brick sidewalks of the college district. During the days which followed, Blake told no one of his expedition. Instead, he read much in certain books, examined long years of newspaper files downtown, and worked feverishly at the cryptogram in that leather volume from the cobwebbed vestry room. The cipher, he soon saw, was no simple one. And after a long period of endeavor, he felt sure that its language could not be English, Latin, Greek, French, Spanish, Italian, or German. Evidently, he would have to draw upon the deepest wells of his strange erudition. Every evening, the old impulse to gaze westward returned, and he saw the black steeple, as of yore, amongst the bristling roofs of a distant and half-fabulous world. But now it held a fresh note of terror for him. He knew the heritage of evil lore it masked, and with the knowledge his vision ran riot in queer new ways. The birds of spring were returning, and as he watched their sunset flights, he fancied they avoided the gaunt lone spire as never before. When a flock of them approached it, he thought they would wheel and scatter in panic confusion. And he could guess at the wild twitterings which failed to reach him across the intervening miles. It was in June that Blake's diary told of his victory over the cryptogram. The text was, he found, in the dark Aklo language used by certain cults of evil antiquity, and known to him in a halting way through previous researches. The diary is strangely reticent about what Blake deciphered, but he was patently awed and disconcerted by his results. There are references to a haunter of the dark, awaked by gazing into the shining trapezohedron, and insane conjectures about the black gulfs of chaos from which it was called. The being is spoken of as holding all knowledge and demanding monstrous sacrifices. Some of Blake's entries show fear lest the thing, which he seemed to regard as summoned, stalk abroad, though he adds that the streetlights form a bulwark which cannot be crossed. Of the shining trapezohedron, he speaks often, calling it a window on all time and space, and tracing its history from the days it was fashioned on dark Yugath, before ever the old ones brought it to earth. It was treasured and placed in its curious box by the crinoid things of Antarctica, salvaged from their ruins by the serpentmen of Velusia and peered at eons later in Lemuria by the first human beings. It crossed strange lands and stranger seas and sank with Atlantis before a Minoan fisher meshed it in his net and sold it to swarthy merchants from knighted Kim. The pharaoh, Neferin-Ka, built around it a temple with a windowless crypt and did that which caused his name to be stricken from all monuments and records. Then it slept in the ruins of that evil fane, which the priest and the new pharaoh destroyed, till the delver's spade once more brought it forth to curse mankind. Early in July, the newspapers oddly supplement Blake's entries, though in so brief and casual way that only the diary was called general attention to their contribution. It appears that a new fear had been growing on Federal Hill since a stranger had entered the dreaded church. The Italians whispered unaccustomed stirrings and bumpings and scrapings in the dark, windowless steeple, and called on their priests to banish an entity which haunted their dreams. Something, they said, was constantly watching at a door to see if it were dark enough to venture forth. Press items mentioned the long-standing local superstitions, but failed to shed much light on the earlier background of the horror. It was obvious that the young reporters of today are no antiquarians. In writing of these things in his diary, Blake expresses a curious kind of remorse and talks of the duty of burying the shining trapezohedron and of banishing what he had evoked by letting daylight into the hideous jutting spire. At the same time, however, he displays the dangerous extent of his fascination and admits a morbid longing, pervading even his dreams, to visit the accursed tower and gaze again into the cosmic secrets of the glowing stone. Then something in the journal on the morning of July 17th threw the diarist into a veritable fever of horror. It was only a variant of the other half-humorous items about the Federal Hill restlessness, but to Blake it was somehow very terrible indeed. In the night, a thunderstorm had put the city's lightning system out of commission for a full hour. And in that black interval, the Italians had nearly gone mad with fright. Those living near the dreaded church had sworn that the thing in the steeple had taken advantage of the street lamp's absence and gone down into the body of the church, flopping and bumping around in a viscous, altogether dreadful way. Toward the last, it had bumped up to the tower where there were sounds of the shattering of glass. It could go wherever the darkness reached, but light would always send it fleeing. When the current blazed on again, there had been a shocking commotion in the tower, for even the feeble light trickling through the grime-blackened louverboard windows was too much for the thing. It had bumped and slithered up into its tenebrous steeple just in time, for a long dose of light would have sent it back into the abyss whence the crazy stranger had called it. During the dark hour, praying crowds had clustered round the church in the rain, with lighted candles and lamps, somehow shielded with folded paper and umbrellas. A guard of light to save the city from the nightmare that stalks in darkness. Once, those nearest the church declared, the outer door had rattled hideously. But even this was not the worst. That evening, in the bulletin, Blake read of what the reporters had found. Aroused at last to the whimsical news value of the scare, a pair of them had defied the frantic crowds of Italians and crawled into the church through the cellar window a after trying the doors in vain. They found the dust of the vestibule and of the spectral nave plowed up in a singular way, with bits of rotted cushions and satin pew linings scattered curiously around. There was a bad odor everywhere, and here and there were bits of yellow stain and patches of what looked like charring. Opening the door to the tower and pausing a moment at the suspicion of a scraping sound above, they found the narrow spiral stairs wiped roughly clean. In the tower itself, a similarly half-swept condition existed. They spoke of the heptagonal stone pillar, the overturned Gothic chairs, and the bizarre plaster images. Though strangely enough, the metal box and the old, mutilated skeleton were not mentioned. What disturbed Blake the most, except for the hints of stains and charring and bad odors, was the final detail that explained the crashing glass. Every one of the tower's lancet windows was broken, and two of them had been darkened in a crude and hurried way by the stuffing of satin pew linings and cushioned horsehair into the spaces between the slanting exterior louver boards. More satin fragments and bunches of horsehair lay scattered around the newly swept floor, as if someone had been interrupted in the act of restoring the tower to the absolute blackness of its tightly curtained days. Yellowish stains and charred patches were found on the ladder to the windowless spire. But when a reporter climbed up, opened the horizontally sliding trapdoor, and shot a feeble flashlight beam into the black and strangely fetid space, he saw nothing but darkness and an heterogeneous litter of shapeless fragments near the aperture. The verdict, of course, was charlatanry. Somebody had played a joke on the superstitious hill dwellers, or else some fanatic had striven to bolster up their fears for their own supposed good. Or perhaps some of the younger and more sophisticated dwellers had staged an elaborate hoax on the outside world. There was an amusing aftermath when the police sent an officer to verify the reports. 3 men in succession found ways of evading the assignment, and the 4th went very reluctantly and returned very soon without adding to the account given by the reporters. From this point onward, Blake's diary shows a mounting tide of insidious horror and nervous apprehension. He upbraids himself for not doing something and speculates wildly on the consequences of another electrical breakdown. It has been verified that on 3 occasions during thunderstorms, he telephoned the electric light company in a frantic vein and asked that desperate precautions against a lapse of power be taken. Now and then his entries show concern over the failure of the reporters to find the metal box and stone and the strangely marred old skeleton when they explored the shadowy tower room. He assumed that these things had been removed, whether and by whom or what he could only guess. But his worst fears concerned himself and the kind of unholy rapport he felt to exist between his mind and that lurking horror in the distant steeple, that monstrous thing of night which his rashness had called out of the ultimate black spaces. He seemed to feel a constant tugging at his will, and callers of that period remember how he would sit abstractedly at his desk and stare out of the west window at that far-off, spire bristling mound beyond the swirling smoke of the city. His entries dwell monotonously on certain terrible dreams, and of a strengthening of the unholy report in his sleep. There's a mention of a night when he awaked to find himself fully dressed outdoors and headed automatically down College Hill toward the west. Again and again, he dwells on the fact that the thing in the steeple knows where to find him. The week following July 30th is recalled as the time of Blake's partial breakdown. He did not dress and ordered all his food by telephone. Visitors remarked the cords he kept near his bed, and he said that sleepwalking had forced him to bind his ankles every night with knots, which would probably hold or else waken him with the labor of untying. In his diary, he told of the hideous experience which had brought the collapse. After retiring on the night of the 30th, he had suddenly found himself groping about in an almost black space. All he could see were short, faint, horizontal streaks of bluish light, but he could smell an overpowering fetor and hear a curious jumble of soft, furtive sounds above him. Whenever he moved, he stumbled over something, and at each noise there would come a sort of answering sound from above, a vague stirring mixed with the cautious sliding of wood on wood. Once his groping hands encountered a pillar of stone with a vacant top, whilst later he found himself clutching the rungs of a ladder built into the wall and fumbling his uncertain way upward towards some region of intenser stench where a hot, searing blast beat down against him. Before his eyes, a kaleidoscopic range of phantasmal images played, all of them dissolving at intervals into the picture of a vast, unplumbed abyss of night, wherein whirled suns and worlds of an even profounder blackness. He thought of the ancient legends of ultimate chaos, at whose center sprawls the blind idiot god Azathoth, lord of all things, encircled by his flopping horde of mindless and amorphous dancers, and lulled by the thin, monotonous piping of a diamonic flute held in nameless paws. Then a sharp report from the outer world broke through his stupor and roused him to the unutterable horror of his position. What it was, he never knew. Perhaps it was some belated peal from the fireworks heard all summer on Federal Hill, as the dwellers hailed their various patron saints, or the saints of their native villages in Italy. In any event, he shrieked aloud, dropped frantically from the ladder, and stumbled blindly across the obstructed floor of the almost lightless chamber that encompassed him. He knew instantly where he was, and plunged recklessly down the narrow spiral staircase, tripping and bruising himself at every turn. There was a nightmare flight through a vast cobweb nave, whose ghostly arches reached up to the realms of leering shadow, a sightless scramble through a littered basement, a climb to regions of air and streetlights outside, and a mad racing down a spectral hill of gibbering gables, across a grim, silent city of tall black towers, and up the steep eastward precipice to his own ancient door. On regaining consciousness in the morning, he found himself lying on his study floor, fully dressed. Dirt and cobwebs covered him, and every inch of his body seemed sore and bruised. When he faced the mirror, he saw that his hair was badly scorched, while a trace of strange, evil odor seemed to cling to his outer clothing. It was then that his nerves broke down. Thereafter, lounging exhaustedly about in a dressing gown, he did little but stare from his west window, shiver at the threat of thunder, and make wild entries in his diary. The great storm broke just before midnight on August 8th. Lightning struck repeatedly in all parts of the city, and 2 remarkable fireballs were reported. The rain was torrential, while a constant fusillade of thunder brought sleeplessness to thousands. Blake was utterly frantic in his fear for the lighting system and tried to telephone the company around 1 a.m., though by that time service had been temporarily cut off in the interest of safety. He recorded everything in his diary. The large, nervous, and often undecipherable hieroglyphs telling their own story of growing frenzy and despair, and of entries scrawled blindly in the dark. He had to keep the house dark in order to see out the window, and it appears that most of his time was spent at his desk, peering anxiously through the rain across the glistening miles of downtown roofs, at the constellation of distant lights marking Federal Hill. Now and then, he would fumblingly make an entry in his diary, so that detached phrases such as, "The lights must not go. It knows where I am. I must destroy it. And it is calling to me, but perhaps it means no injury this time," were found scattered down 2 of the pages. Then the lights went out all over the city. It happened at 2:12 a.m., according to Powerhouse records. But Blake's diary gives no indication of the time. The entry is merely, "Lights out. God help me." In Federal Hill, there were watchers as anxious as he, and rain-soaked knots of men paraded the square and alleys around the evil church, with umbrella-shaded candles, electric flashlights, oil lanterns, crucifixes, and obscure charms of the many sorts common to southern Italy. They blessed each flashing of lightning and made cryptic signs of fear with their right hands when a turn in the storm caused flashes to lessen and finally to cease altogether. A rising wind blew out most of the candles, so that the scene grew threateningly dark. Someone roused Father Merluzzo of Spirito Santo Church, and he hastened to the dismal square to pronounce whatever helpful syllables he could. Of the restless and curious sounds in the blackened tower, there could be no doubt whatever. For what happened at 2:35, we have the testimony of the priest, a young, intelligent, and well-educated person, of patrolman William J. Monahan of the Central Station, an officer of the highest reliability who had paused at that part of his beat to inspect the crowd, and of most of the 78 men who had gathered around the church's high bank wall, especially those in the square where the eastward facade was visible. Of course, there was nothing which can be proved as being outside the order of nature. The possible causes of such an event are many. No one can speak with certainty of the obscure chemical processes arising in a vast, ancient, ill-aired, and long-deserted building of heterogeneous contents. Mephitic vapors, spontaneous combustion, pressure, gases born of long decay. Any one of a numberless phenomena might be responsible. And then, of course, the factor of conscious charlatanry can by no means be excluded. The thing was really quite simple in itself and covered less than 3 minutes of actual time. Father Merluzzo, always a precise man, looked at his watch repeatedly. Started with a definite swelling of the dull fumbling sounds inside the black tower. There had for some time been a vague exhalation of strange, evil odors from the church, and this had now become emphatic and offensive. Then at last there was a sound of splintering wood, and a large, heavy object crashed down in the yard beneath the frowning easterly facade. The tower was invisible now that the candles would not burn, but as the object neared the ground, the people knew that it was the smoke-grimed louver boarding of that tower's east window. Immediately afterward, an utterly unbearable fetor welled forth from the unseen heights, choking and sickening the trembling watchers, and almost prostrating those in the square. At the same time, the air trembled with a vibration as of flapping wings, and a sudden east-blowing wind, more violent than any previous blast, snatched off the hats and wrenched the dripping umbrellas of the crowd. Nothing definite could be seen in the candleless night, though some upward-looking spectators thought they glimpsed a great, spreading blur of denser blackness against the inky sky, something like a formless cloud of smoke that shot with meteor-like speed toward the east. That was all. The watchers were half numb with fright, awe, and discomfort, and scarcely knew what to do, or whether to do anything at all. Not knowing what had happened, they did not relax their vigil, and a moment later they sent up a prayer as a sharp flash of belated lightning, followed by an ear-splitting crash of sound, rent the flooded heavens. Half an hour later, the rain stopped, and in 15 minutes more, the streetlights sprang on again, sending the weary, bedraggled watchers relievedly back to their homes. The next day's papers gave these matters minor mention in connection with the general storm reports. It seems that the great lightning flash and deafening explosion which followed the Federal Hill occurrence were even more tremendous farther east, where a burst of the singular fetor was likewise noticed. The phenomenon was most marked over College Hill, where the crash awaked all the sleeping inhabitants and led to a bewildered round of speculations. Of those who were already awake, only a few saw the anomalous blaze of light near the top of the hill, or noticed the inexplicable upward rush of air which almost stripped the leaves from the trees and blasted the plants in the gardens. It was agreed that the lone, sudden lightning bolt must have struck somewhere in this neighborhood, though no trace of its striking could afterward be found. A youth in the Tau Omega fraternity house thought he saw a grotesque and hideous mass of smoke in the air just as the preliminary flash burst, but his observation has not been verified. All of the few observers, however, agree as to the violent gust from the west and the flood of intolerable stench which preceded the belated stroke, whilst evidence concerning the momentary burned odor after the stroke is equally general. These points were discussed very carefully because of their probable connection with the death of Robert Blake. Students in the side Delta house, whose upper rear windows looked into Blake's study, noticed the blurred white face at the westward window on the morning of the 9th and wondered what was wrong with the expression. When they saw the same face in the same position that evening, they felt worried and watched for the lights to come up in his apartment. Later, they rang the bell of the darkened flat and finally had a policeman force the door. The rigid body sat bolt upright at the desk by the window, and when the intruders saw the glassy, bulging eyes, and the marks of stark, convulsive fright on the twisted features, they turned away in sickened dismay. Shortly afterward, the coroner's physician made an examination, and despite the unbroken window, reported electrical shock or nervous tension induced by electrical discharge as the cause of death. The hideous expression he ignored altogether, deeming it a not improbable result of the profound shock as experienced by a person of such abnormal imagination and unbalanced emotions. He deduced these latter qualities from the books, paintings, and manuscripts found in the apartment and from the blindly scrawled entries in the diary on the desk. Blake had prolonged his frenzied jottings to the last, and the broken pointed pencil was found clutched in his spasmodically contracted right hand. The entries, after the failure of the lights, were highly disjointed and legible only in part. From them, certain investigators have drawn conclusions differing greatly from the materialistic official verdict, but such speculations have little chance for belief among the conservative. The case of these imaginative theorists has not been helped by the action of superstitious Dr. Dexter, who threw the curious box and angled stone, an object certainly self-luminous, as seen in the black windowless steeple where it was found, into the deepest channel of Narragansett Bay. Excessive imagination and neurotic unbalance on Blake's part, aggravated by knowledge of the evil bygone cult whose startling traces he had uncovered, formed the dominant interpretation given those final frenzied jottings. These are the entries, or all that can be made of them. Lights still out. Must be 5 minutes now. Everything depends on lightning. Yadith. Granted, we'll keep up. Some influence seems beating through it. Rain and thunder and wind deafen. The thing is taking hold of my mind. Trouble with memory. I see things I never knew before. Other worlds and other galaxies. Dark. The lightning seems dark, and the darkness seems light. It cannot be the real hill and church that I see in the pitch darkness. Must be retinal impression left by flashes. Heaven grant the Italians are out with their candles if the lightning stops. What am I afraid of? Is it not an avatar of Nyarlathotep, who in antique and shadowy Kim even took the form of man? I remember Yoggoth, and more distant Shaggy, and the ultimate void of the black planets. The long, winging flight through the void cannot cross the universe of light, recreated by the thoughts caught in the shining trapezohedron. Send it through the horrible abscesses of radiance. My name is Blake, Robert Harrison Blake of 620 East Knapp Street, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I am on this planet. Azathoth, have mercy! The lightning no longer flashes. Horrible. I can see everything with a monstrous sense that is not sight. Light is dark, and dark is light. Those people on the hill, guard. Candles and charms, they're priests. Sense of distance gone. Far is near, near is far. No light. No glass. See that steeple. That tower. Window. Can't hear. Logic Usher. Am mad or going mad. The thing is stirring and fumbling in the tower. I am it, and it is I. I want to get out. Must get out and unify the forces. It knows where I am. I am Robert Blake, but I see the tower in the dark. There is a monstrous odor, senses transfigured, boarding at that tower window, cracking and giving way. I see it. Coming here. Hellwind, Titan Blur, Black Wings, Yog Sotha. Save me. The three-lobe burning eye.
The Vaults of Yoh-Vombis by Clarkashtonsmith. Preface. As an intern in the terrestrial hospital at Ignar, I had charge of the singular case of Rodney Severn, the one surviving member of the octave expedition to Yoh-Vombis, and took down the following story from his dictation. Severn had been brought to the hospital by the Martian guides of the expedition. He was suffering from a horribly lacerated and inflamed condition of the scalp and brow, and was wildly delirious part of the time, and had to be held down in his bed during recurrent seizures of a mania whose violence was doubly inexplicable in view of his extreme debility. The lacerations, as will be learned from the story, were mainly self-inflicted. They were mingled with numerous small round wounds, easily distinguished from the knife slashes, and arranged in regular circles through which an unknown poison had been injected into Severn's scalp. The causation of these wounds was difficult to explain, unless one were to believe that Severn's story was true and was no mere figment of his illness. Speaking for myself, in the light of what afterwards occurred, I feel that I have no other recourse than to believe it. There are strange things on the Red Planet, and I can only second the wish that was expressed by the doomed archaeologist in regard to future explorations. The night after he finished telling me his story, while another doctor than myself was supposedly on duty, Severn managed to escape from the hospital. Doubtless, one of the strange seizures at which I have hinted, a most astonishing thing, for he had seemed weaker than ever after the long strain of his terrible narrative, and his demise had been hourly expected. More astonishing still, his bare footsteps were found in the desert, going toward Yoh-Vombis, till they vanished in the path of a light sandstorm. But no trace of Severn himself has yet been discovered. The narrative of Rodney Severn. If the doctors are correct in their prognostication, I have only a few Martian hours of life remaining to me. In those hours, I shall endeavor to relate as a warning to others who might follow in our footsteps the singular and frightful happenings that terminated our researches among the ruins of Yoh-Vombis. Somehow, even in my extremity, I shall contrive to tell the story, since there is no one else to do it. But the telling will be toilsome and broken, and after I am done, the madness will recur, and several men will restrain me, lest I should leave the hospital and return across many desert leagues to those abominable vaults beneath the compulsion of the malignant and malevolent virus which is permeating my brain. Perhaps death will release me from the abhorrent control which would urge me down to bottomless underworld warrens of terror for which the saner planets of the solar system
can have no analog. I say perhaps, for remembering what I have seen, I am not sure that even death will end my bondage. There were 8 of us, professional archaeologists, with more or less terrene and interplanetary experience, who set forth with native guides from Ignar, the commercial metropolis of Mars, to inspect that ancient, eon-deserted city. Alan Octave, our official leader, held his primacy by virtue of knowing more about Martian archaeology than any other terrestrial on the planet. And others of the party, such as William Harper and Jonas Halgren, had been associated with him in many of his previous researches. I, Rodney Severn, was more of a newcomer, having spent but a few months on Mars, and the greater part of my own ultra-terrene delvings had been confined to Venus. I'd often heard of Yoh-Vombis in a vague and legendary sort of manner, and never at first hand. Even the ubiquitous Octave had never seen it. Builded by an extinct people whose history has been lost in the latter, decadent eras of the planet, it remains a dim and fascinating riddle whose solution has never been approached, and which, I trust, may endure forevermore unsolved by man. Certainly, I hope that no one will ever follow in our steps. Contrary to the impression we had received from Martian stories, we found that the semi-fabulous ruins lay at no great distance from Ignar, with its terrestrial colony and consulates. The nude, spongy-chested natives had spoken deterringly of vast deserts filled with ever-swirling sandstorms through which we must pass to reach Yoh-Vombis. And in spite of our munificent offers of payment, it had been difficult to secure guides for the journey. We had provisioned ourselves amply and had prepared for all emergencies that might eventuate during a long trip. Therefore, we were pleased as well as surprised when we came to the ruins after 7 hours of plodding across the flat, treeless, orange-yellow desolation to the southwest of Ignar. On account of the lesser gravity, the journey was far less tiring than one who is unfamiliar with Martian conditions might expect. But because of the thin, Himalaya-like air and the possible strain on our hearts, we had been careful not to hasten. Our coming to Yoh-Vombis was sudden and spectacular. Climbing the low slope of a league-long elevation of bare and deeply eroded stone, we saw before us the shattered walls of our destination, whose highest tower was notching the small, remote sun that glared in stifled crimson through the floating haze of fine sand. For a little, we thought that the domeless, three-angled towers and broken-down monoliths were those of some unlegended city, other than the one we sought. But the disposition of the ruins, which lay in a sort of arc for almost the entire extent of the low and Nesic elevation, together with the type of architecture, soon convinced us that we had found our goal. No other ancient city on Mars had been laid out in that manner, and the strange, many-terraced buttresses of the thick walls, like the stairways of forgotten Anakim, were peculiar to the prehistoric race that had built Yoh-Vombis. Moreover, Yoh-Vombis was the one remaining example of this architecture, aside from a few fragments in the neighborhood of Ignar, which we had previously examined. I have seen the hoary, sky-confronting walls of Machu Picchu amid the desolate Andes, and the teocalas that are buried in the Mexican jungles. and I have seen the frozen, giant-builded battlements of Yoh-Vombis on the glacial tundras of the nightward hemisphere of Venus. But these were as things of yesteryear, bearing at least the memory or the intimation of life, compared with the awesome and letharferous antiquity, the cycle-enduring doom of a petrified sterility that seemed to invest Yoh-Vombis. The whole region was far from the life-giving canals beyond those environs. Even the more noxious flora and fauna are seldom found. And we had seen no living thing since our departure from Ignar. But here, in this place of eternal barrenness and solitude, it seemed that life could never have been. The stark, eroded stones were things that might have been reared by the toil of the dead to house the monstrous ghouls and demons of primal desolation. I think we all received the same impression as we stood staring in silence while the pale, Sandy's-like sunset fell on the dark and megalithic ruins. I remember gasping a little in an air that seemed to have been touched by the irrespirable chill of death. And I heard the same sharp, laborious intake of breath from others of our party.
That place is deader than an Egyptian morgue, observed Harper. Certainly it is far more ancient, Octave assented. According to the most reliable legends, the Yoras, who built Yoh-Vombis, were wiped out by the present ruling race at least 40,000 years ago. There's a story, isn't there? Said Harper. That the last remnant of the Yoras was destroyed by some unknown agency? Something too horrible and outre to be mentioned even in a myth?
Of course, I've heard that legend, agreed Octave. Maybe we'll find evidence among the ruins to prove or disprove it. The Yoras may have been cleaned out by some terrible epidemic, such as the Yasta pestilence, which was a kind of green mold that ate all the bones of the body, starting with the teeth and nails. But we needn't be afraid of getting it. If there are any mummies in Yoh-Vombis, the bacteria will all be dead as their victims after so many cycles of planetary desiccation. Anyway, there ought to be a lot for us to learn. The Ahes have always been more or less shy of the place. Few have ever visited it, and none, as far as I can find, have made a thorough examination of the ruins. The sun had gone down with uncanny swiftness, as if it had disappeared through some sort of prestidigitation rather than the normal process of setting. We felt the instant chill of the blue-green twilight, and the ether above us was like a huge, transparent dome of sunless ice, shot with a million bleak sparklings that were the stars. We donned the coats and helmets of Martian fur, which must always be worn at night, and going on to westward of the walls, we established our camp in their lee, so that we might be sheltered a little from the JR, that cruel desert wind that always blows from the east before dawn. Then, lighting the alcohol lamps that had been brought along for cooking purposes, we huddled around them while the evening meal was prepared and eaten. Afterwards, for comfort rather than because of weariness, we retired early to our sleeping bags, and the two Ahais, our guides, wrapped themselves in the cerament-like folds of gray bassa cloth, which are all the protection their leathery skins appeared to require, even in sub-zero temperatures. Even in my thick, double-lined bag, I still felt the rigor of the night air, and I'm sure it was this, rather than anything else, which kept me awake for a long while and rendered my eventual slumber somewhat restless and broken. Of course, the strangeness of our situation, and the weird proximity of those neon walls and towers may in some measure have contributed to my unrest. But at any rate, I was not troubled by even the least presentiment of alarm or danger, and I should have laughed at the idea that anything of peril could lurk in Yoh-Vombis, amid whose undreamable and stupefying antiquities the very phantoms of its dead must long since have faded into nothingness. I remember little, however, except the feeling of interminable duration that often marks a shallow and interrupted sleep. I recall the marrow-piercing wind that moaned above us toward midnight, and the sand that stung my face like a fine hail as it passed, blowing from desert to immemorial desert. And I recall the still, inflexible stars that grew dim for a while with that fleeing ancient dust. Then the wind went by, and I drowsed again, with starts of semi-wakefulness. At last, in one of these, I knew vaguely that the small twin moons, Phobos and Deimos, had risen and were making huge and spectral shadows with the ruins and were casting an ashen glimmer on the shrouded forms of my companions. I must have been half asleep, for the memory of that which I saw is doubtful as any dream. I watched beneath drooping lids the tiny moons that had topped the domeless triangular towers, and I saw the far-flung shadows that almost touched the bodies of my fellow archaeologists. The whole scene was locked in a petrific stillness. None of the sleepers stirred. Then, as my lids were about to close, I received an impression of movement in the frozen gloom, and it seemed to me that a portion of the foremost shadow had detached itself and was crawling toward Octave, who lay nearer to the ruins than we others. Even through my heavy lethargy, I was disturbed by a warning of something unnatural and perhaps ominous. I started to sit up, and even as I moved, the shadowy object, whatever it was, drew back and became merged once more in the greater shadow. Its vanishment startled me into full wakefulness, and yet I could not be sure that I had actually seen the thing. In that brief, final glimpse, it had been like a roughly circular piece of cloth or leather, dark and crumpled, and 12 or 14 inches in diameter, that ran along the ground with the doubling movement of an inchworm, causing it to fold and unfold in a startling manner as it went. I did not go to sleep again for nearly an hour, and if it had not been for the extreme cold, I should doubtless have gotten up to investigate and make sure whether I had really beheld an object of such bizarre nature or had merely dreamt it. I lay staring at the deep ebon shadow in which it had disappeared, while a series of fanciful wonderings followed each other in antic procession through my mind. Even then, though somewhat perturbed, I was not aware of any actual fear or intuition of possible menace. And more I began to convince myself that the thing was too unlikely and fantastical to have been anything but the figment of a dream. And at last I nodded off into light slumber. The chill, demoniac sighing of the JR across the jagged walls awoke me, and I saw that the faint moonlight had received the hueless accession of early dawn. We all arose and prepared our breakfast with fingers that grew numb in spite of the spirit lamps. Then, shivering, we ate, while the sun leapt over the horizon like a juggler's ball, enormous, gaunt, without gradations of shadow or luminosity. The ruins beetled before us in the thin light, like the mausolea of primordial giants that abide from darkness-eaten eons to confront the last dawn of an expiring orb. My queer visual experience during the night had taken on, more than ever, a phantasmagoric unreality, and I gave it no more than a passing thought and did not speak of it to the others. But even as the faint, distorted shadows of slumber often tinge one's waking hours, it may have contributed to the nameless mood in which I found myself, a mood in which I felt the unhuman alienage of our surroundings, and the black, fathomless antiquity of the ruins like an almost unbearable oppression. The feeling seemed to be made of a million spectral adumbrations that oozed unseen but palpable from the great, unearthly architecture that weighed upon me like tomb-born incubi, but were void of form and meaning, such as could be comprehended by human thought. I appeared to move, not in the open air, but in the smothering gloom of sealed sepulchral vaults, to choke with a death-fraught atmosphere, with the miasmata of eon-old corruption. My companions were all eager to explore the ruins, and of course it was impossible for me to even mention the apparently absurd and baseless shadows of my mood. Human beings on other worlds than their own are often subject to nervous and psychic symptoms of this sort, engendered by the unfamiliar forces, the novel radiations of their environment. But as we approached the buildings in our preliminary tour of examination, I lagged behind the others, seizing by a paralyzing panic that left me unable to move or breathe for a few moments. A dark, freezing clamminess seemed to pervade my brain and muscles and suspend their inmost working. Then it lifted, and I was free to go on and follow the others. Strangely, as it seemed, the two Martians refused to accompany us. Stolid and taciturn, they gave no explicit reason, but evidently nothing would induce them to enter Yoh-Vombis. Whether or not they were afraid of the ruins, we were unable to determine. Their enigmatic faces, with the small oblique eyes and huge flaring nostrils, betrayed neither fear nor any other emotion intelligible to man. In reply to our questions, they merely said that no Ahai had set foot among the ruins for ages. Apparently, there was some mysterious taboo in connection with the place. For equipment in that preliminary tour, we took along only a crowbar and 2 picks. Our other tools and some cartridges of high explosives we left at our camp, to be used later if necessary, after we had surveyed the ground. 1 or 2 of us owned automatics, but these also were left behind, for it seemed absurd to imagine that any form of life would be encountered among the ruins. Octave was visibly excited as we began our inspection and maintained a running fire of exclamatory comment. The rest of us were subdued and silent, and I think that my own feeling, in a measure, was shared by many of the others. It was impossible to shake off the somber awe and wonder that fell upon us from those megalithic stones. I have no time to describe the ruins minutely, but must hasten on with my story. There is much that I could not describe anyway, for the main area of the city was destined to remain unexplored. We went on for some distance among the triangular terraced buildings, following the zigzag streets that conformed to this peculiar architecture. Most of the towers were more or less dilapidated, and everywhere we saw the deep erosion wrought by cycles of blowing wind and sand, which in many cases had worn into roundness the sharp angles of the mighty walls. We entered some of the towers through high, narrow doorways, but found utter emptiness within. Whatever they had contained in the way of furnishings must long ago have crumbled into dust, and the dust had been blown away by the searching desert gales. On some of the outer walls, there was evidence of carving or lettering, but all of it was so worn down and obliterated by time that we could trace only a few fragmentary outlines, of which we could make nothing. At length, we came to a wide thoroughfare, which ended in the wall of a vast terrace, several hundred yards long by perhaps 40 in height, on which the central buildings were grouped like a sort of citadel or acropolis. A flight of broken steps, designed for longer limbs than those of men or even the gangling modern Martians, afforded access to the terrace, which had seemingly been hewn from the plateau itself. Pausing, we decided to defer our investigation of the higher buildings, which, being more exposed than the others, were doubly ruinous and dilapidated, and in all likelihood would offer little for our trouble. Octave had begun to voice his disappointment over our failure to find anything in the nature of artifacts or carvings that would throw light on the history of Yoh-Vombis. Then, a little to the right of the stairway, we perceived an entrance in the main wall, half choked with ancient debris. Behind the heap of detritus, we found the beginning of a downward flight of steps. Darkness poured from the opening like a visible flood, noisome and musty, with primordial stagnancies of decay, and we could see nothing below the first steps, which gave the appearance of being suspended over a black gulf. Octave and myself and several others had brought along electric torches in case we should need them in our explorations. It had occurred to us that there might be subterranean vaults or catacombs in Yoh-Vombis, even as in the latter-day cities of Mars, which are often more extensive underground than above, and such vaults should be the likeliest place in which to look for vestiges of the Yorhi civilization. Throwing his torch beam into the abyss, Octave began to descend the stairs. His eager voice called us to follow. Again, for an instant, the unknown, irrational panic froze my faculties, and I hesitated while the others pressed forward behind me. Then, as before, the terror passed, and I wondered at myself for being overcome by anything so absurd and unfounded. I followed Octave down the steps, and the others came trooping after me. At the bottom of the high, awkward steps, we found ourselves in a long and roomy vault, like a subterranean hallway. Its floor was deep, with siftings of immemorial dust, and in places there were heaps of a coarse gray powder, such as might be left by the decomposition of certain fungi that grow in the Martian catacombs under the canals. Such fungi at one time might conceivably have existed in Yoh-Vombis, but owing to the prolonged and excessive dehydration, they must have died out long ago. Nothing, surely, not even fungus, could have lived in those arid vaults for many eons past. The air was singularly heavy, as if the leaves of an ancient atmosphere, less tenuous than that of Mars today, had settled down and remained in that stagnant darkness. It was harder to breathe than the outer air. It was filled with unknown effluvia, and the light dust arose before us at every step, diffusing a faintness of bygone corruption, like the dust of powdered mummies. At the end of the vault, before a straight and lofty doorway, Our torches revealed an immense, shallow urn or pan, supported on short, cube-shaped legs and wrought from a dull, blackish-green material which suggested some bizarre alloy of metal and porcelain. The thing was about 4 feet across, with a thick rim adorned by writhing, indecipherable figures, deeply etched as if by acid. In the bottom of the bowl, we perceived a deposit of dark and cinder-like fragments, which gave off a slight but disagreeable pungence, like the phantom of some more powerful odor. Octave, bending over the rim, began to cough and sneeze as he inhaled it.
That stuff, whatever it was, must have been a pretty strong fumigant, he observed. The people of Yoh-Vombis have used it to disinfect the vaults.
The doorway beyond the shallow urn admitted us to a larger chamber, whose floor was comparatively free of dust. We found that the dark stone beneath our feet was marked off in multiform geometric patterns, traced with ochreous ore, amid which, as in Egyptian cartouches, hieroglyphics and highly formalized drawings were enclosed. We could make little from most of them, but the figures in many were doubtless designed to represent the Yoris themselves. Like the Ahais, they were tall and angular, with great bellow-like chests, and they were depicted as possessing a supplementary third arm, which issued from the bosom, a characteristic which, in vestigial form, sometimes occurs among the Ahais. The ears and nostrils, as far as we could judge, were not so huge and flaring as those of the modern Martians. All of these Yoris were represented as being nude, but in one of the cartouches, done in a far hastier style than the others, we perceived 2 figures whose high, conical craniums were wrapped in what seemed to be a sort of turban, which they were about to remove or adjust. The artist seemed to have laid a peculiar emphasis on the odd gesture with which the sinuous, 4-jointed fingers were plucking at these headdresses, and the whole posture was unexplainably contorted. From the second vault, passages ramified in all directions, leading to a veritable warren of catacombs. Here, enormous pot-bellied urns of the same material as the fumigating pan, but taller than a man's head and fitted with angular handled stoppers, were ranged in solemn rows along the walls, leaving scant room for 2 of us to walk abreast. When we succeeded in removing one of the huge stoppers, we saw that the jar was filled to the rim with ashes and charred fragments of bone. Doubtless, as is still the Martian custom, the Yoris had stored the cremated remains of whole families in single urns. Even Octave became silent as we went on, and a sort of meditative awe seemed to replace his former excitement. We others, I think, were utterly weighed down to a man by the solid gloom of a concept-defying antiquity, into which it seemed that we were going further and further at every step. The shadows fluttered before us, like the monstrous and misshapen wings of phantom bats. There was nothing anywhere but the atom-like dust of ages, and the jars that held the ashes of a long-extinct people. But, clinging to the high roof in one of the further vaults, I saw a dark and corrugated patch of circular form, like a withered fungus. It was impossible to reach the thing, and we went on after peering at it with many futile conjectures. Oddly enough, I failed to remember at that moment the crumpled, shadowy object I had seen or dreamt the night before. I have no idea how far we had gone when we came to the last vault, but it seemed that we had been wandering for ages in that forgotten underworld. The air was growing fouler and more irrespirable, with a thick, sodden quality, as if from a sediment of material rottenness, and we had about decided to turn back. Then, without warning, at the end of a long, urn-lined catacomb, we found ourselves confronted by a blank wall. Here, we came upon one of the strangest and most mystifying of our discoveries, a mummified and incredibly desiccated figure, standing erect against the wall. It was more than 7 feet in height, of a brown, bituminous color, and was wholly nude except for a sort of black cowl that covered the upper head and drooped down at the sides in wrinkled folds. From the 3 arms and general contour, it was plainly one of the ancient Urus, perhaps the sole member of this race whose body had remained intact. We all felt an inexpressible thrill at the sheer age of this shriveled thing, which, in the dry air of the vault, had endured through all the historic and geologic vicissitudes of the planet to provide a visible link with lost cycles. Then, as we peered closer with our torches, we saw why the mummy had maintained an upright position. At ankles, knees, waist, shoulders, and neck, it was shackled to the wall by heavy metal bands, so deeply eaten and embrowned with a sort of rust that we had failed to distinguish them at first sight in the shadow. The strange cowl on the head, when closer studied, continued to baffle us. It was covered with a fine, mold-like pile, unclean and dusty as ancient cobwebs. Something about it, I know not what, was abhorrent and revolting. "By Jove, this is a real find!" ejaculated Octave as he thrust his torch into the mummified face, where shadows moved like living things in the pit-deep hollows of the eyes and the huge triple nostrils and wide ears that flared upward beneath the cowl. Still lifting the torch, he put out his free hand and touched the body very lightly. Tentative as the touch had been, the lower part of the barrel-like torso, the legs, the hands, and forearms all seemed to dissolve into powder, leaving the head and upper body and arms still hanging in their metal fetters. The progress of decay had been queerly unequal, for the remnant portions gave no sign of disintegration. Octave cried out in dismay, and then began to cough and sneeze, as the cloud of brown powder, floating with airy lightness, enveloped him. We others all stepped back to avoid the powder. Then, above the spreading cloud, I saw an unbelievable thing. The black cowl on the mummy's head began to curl and twitch upward at the corners. It writhed with a verminous motion. It fell from the withered cranium, seeming to fold and unfold convulsively in midair as it fell. Then it dropped on the bare head of Octave, who, in his disconcertment at the crumbling of the mummy, had remained standing close to the wall. At that instant, in a sort of profound terror, I remembered the thing that had inched itself from the shadows of Yoh-Vombis in the light of the twin moons, and had drawn back like a figment of slumber at my first waking movement. Cleaving closely as a tightened cloth, the thing enfolded Octave's hair and brow and eyes, and he shrieked wildly with incoherent pleas for help, and tore with frantic fingers at the cowl, but failed to loosen it. Then his cries began to mount in a mad crescendo of agony, as if beneath some instrument of infernal torture, and he danced and capered blindly about the vault, eluding us with strange celerity, as we all sprang forward in an effort to reach him and release him from his weird encumbrance. The whole happening was mysterious as a nightmare, but the thing that had fallen on his head was plainly some unclassified form of Martian life, which, contrary to all the known laws of science, had survived in those primordial catacombs. We must rescue him from its clutches if we could. We tried to close in on the frenzied figure of our chief, which, in the far from roomy space between the last urns and the wall, should have been an easy matter. But, darting away in a manner doubly incomprehensible because of his blindfolded condition, he circled about us and ran past to disappear among the urns toward the outer labyrinth of intersecting catacombs. "My God, what has happened to him?" cried Harper. "The man acts as if he were possessed." There was obviously no time for a discussion of the enigma, and we all followed Octave as speedily as our astonishment would permit. We had lost sight of him in the darkness, and when we came to the first division of the vaults, we were doubtful as to which passage he had taken, till we heard a shrill scream, several times repeated, in a catacomb on the extreme left. There was a weird, unearthly quality in those screams, which may have been due to the long, stagnant air, or those peculiar acoustics of the ramifying caverns. But somehow, I could not imagine them as issuing from human lips, at least not from those of a living man. They seemed to contain a soulless, mechanical agony, as if they had been wrung from a devil-driven corpse. Thrusting our torches before us into the lurching, fleeing shadows, we raced along between rows of mighty urns. The screaming had died away in sepulchral silence, but far off we heard the light and muffled thud of running feet. We followed in headlong pursuit, but, gasping painfully in the vitiated, miasmal air, we soon compelled to slacken our pace without coming in sight of Octave. Very faintly, and further away than ever, like the tomb-swallowed steps of a phantom, we heard his vanishing footfalls. Then they ceased, and we heard nothing except our own convulsive breathing, and the blood that throbbed in our temple veins like steadily beaten drums of alarm. We went on, dividing our party into three contingents when we came to a triple branching of the caverns. Harper and Halgren and myself took the middle passage, and after we had gone on for an endless interval without finding any trace of Octave, and had threaded our way through recesses piled to the roof with colossal urns that must have held the ashes of 100 generations, we came out in the huge chamber with the geometric floor designs. Here, very shortly, we were joined by the others, who had likewise failed to locate our missing leader. It would be useless to detail our renewed and hour-long search of the myriad vaults, many of which we had not hitherto explored. All were empty, as far as any sign of life was concerned. I remember passing once more through the vault in which I had seen the dark, rounded patch on the ceiling, and noting with a shudder that the patch was gone. It was a miracle that we did not lose ourselves in that underworld maze. But at last we came back to the final catacomb, in which we had found the shackled mummy. We heard a measured and recurrent clangor as we neared the place, a most alarming and mystifying sound under the circumstances. It was like the hammering of ghouls on some forgotten mausoleum. When we drew nearer, the beams of our torches revealed a sight that was no less unexplainable than unexpected. A human figure with its back toward us and the head concealed by a swollen black object that had the size and form of a sofa cushion, was standing near the remains of the mummy and was striking at the wall with a pointed metal bar. How long Octave had been there and where he had found the bar, we could not know. But the blank wall had crumbled away beneath his furious blows, leaving on the floor a pile of cement-like fragments and a small, narrow door of the same ambiguous material as the cinerary urns, and the fumigating pan had been laid bare. Amazed, uncertain, inexpressibly bewildered, we were all incapable of action or volition at that moment. The whole business was too fantastic and too horrifying, and it was plain that Octave had been overcome by some sort of madness. I, for one, felt a violent upsurge of sudden nausea when I had identified the loathsomely bloated thing that clung to Octave's head and drooped in obscene tumescence on his neck. I did not dare to surmise the causation of its bloating. Before any of us could recover our faculties, Octave flung aside the metal bar and began to fumble for something in the wall. It must have been a hidden spring, though how he could have known its location or existence is beyond all legitimate conjecture. With a dull, hideous grating, the uncovered door swung inward, thick and ponderous as a mausoleum slab, leaving an aperture from which the nether midnight seemed to well like a flood of eon-buried foulness. Somehow, at that instant, our electric torches appeared to flicker and grow dim, and we all breathed a suffocating fetor, like a draft from inner worlds of immemorial putrescence. Octave had turned toward us now, and he stood in an idle posture before the open door, like one who has finished some ordained task. I was the first of our party to throw off the paralyzing spell, and pulling out a clasp knife, the only semblance of a weapon that I carried, I ran over to him. He moved back, but not quickly enough to evade me, when I stabbed with the 4-inch blade at the black, turgescent mass that enveloped his whole upper head and hung down upon his eyes. What the thing was, I should prefer not to imagine, if it were possible to imagine. It was formless as a great slug, with neither head nor tail nor apparent organs, an unclean, puffy, leathery thing, covered with that fine, mold-like fur of which I have spoken. The knife tore into it as if through rotten parchment, making a long gash, and the horror appeared to collapse like a broken bladder. Out of it there gushed a sickening torrent of human blood, mingled with dark, foliated masses that may have been half-dissolved hair and floating, gelatinous lumps like molten bone and shreds of a curdy white substance. At the same time, Octave began to stagger and went down at full length on the floor. Disturbed by his fall, the mummy dust arose about him in a curling cloud, beneath which he lay mortally still. Conquering my revulsion and choking with the dust, I bent over him and tore the flaccid, oozing horror from his head. It came with unexpected ease, as if I had removed a limp rag. But I wish to God that I let it remain. Beneath there was no longer a human cranium, for all had been eaten away, even to the eyebrows, and the half-devoured brain was laid bare. As I lifted the cowl-like object, I dropped the unnameable thing from fingers that had grown suddenly nerveless, and it turned over as it fell, revealing on the nether side many rows of pinkish suckers, arranged in circles about a pallid disc that was covered with nerve-like filaments, suggesting a sort of plexus. My companions had pressed forward behind me, but for an appreciable interval, no one spoke. "How long do you suppose he has been dead?" It was Halgren who whispered the awful question, which we had all been asking ourselves. Apparently, no one felt able or willing to answer it, and we could only stare in horrible, timeless fascination at Octave. At length, I made an effort to avert my gaze, and turning at random, I saw the remnants of the shackled mummy, and noted for the first time, with mechanical, unreal horror, the half-eaten condition of the withered head. From this, my gaze was diverted to the newly opened door at one side, without perceiving for a moment what had drawn my attention. Then, startled, I beheld beneath my torch, far down beyond the door, as if in some nether pit, a seething, multitudinous, worm-like movement of crawling shadows. They seemed to boil up in the darkness, and then, over the broad threshold of the vault, there poured the verminous vanguard of a countless army, things that were kindred to the monstrous, diabolical leech I had torn from Octave's eaten head. Some were thin and flat, like writhing, doubling discs of cloth or leather, and others were more or less poddy and crawled with glutted slowness. What they had found to feed on in the sealed, eternal midnight, I do not know, and I pray that I never shall know. I sprang back and away from them, electrified with terror, sick with loathing, and the black army inched itself unendingly with nightmare swiftness from the unsealed abyss, like the nauseous vomit of horror-sated hells. As it poured toward us, burying Octave's body from sight in a writhing wave, I saw a stir of life from the seemingly dead thing I had cast aside, and saw the loathly struggle which it made to right itself and join the others. But neither I nor my companions could endure to look longer. We turned and ran between the mighty rows of urns, with the slithering mass of demon leeches close upon us, and scattered in blind panic when we came to the first division of the vaults. Heedless of each other, or of anything but the urgency of flight, we plunged into the ramifying passages at random. Behind me, I heard someone stumble and go down, with a curse that mounted to an insane shrieking. But I knew that if I halted and went back, it would be only to invite the same baleful doom that had overtaken the hindmost of our party. Still clutching the electric torch and my open-clasp knife, I ran along a minor passage which, I seemed to remember, would conduct with more or less directness upon the large outer vault with the painted door. Here I found myself alone. The others had kept to the main catacombs, and I heard, far off, a muffled babble of mad cries, as if several of them had been seized by their pursuers. It seemed that I must have been mistaken about the direction of the passage, for it turned and twisted in an unfamiliar manner, with many intersections, and I soon found that I was lost in the black labyrinth, where the dust had lain unstirred by living feet for inestimable generations. The cinerary warren had grown still once more. and I heard my own frenzied panting, loud and stertorous, as that of a titan in the dead silence. Suddenly, as I went on, my torch disclosed a human figure coming toward me in the gloom. Before I could master my startlement, the figure had passed me with long, machine-like strides, as if returning to the inner vaults. I think it was Harper, since the height and build were about right for him. But I am not altogether sure, for the eyes and upper head were muffled by a dark, inflated cowl, and the pale lips were locked, as if in a silence of titanic torture or death. Wherever he was, he had dropped his torch, and he was running blindfold in utter darkness, beneath the impulsion of that unearthly vampirism, to seek the very fountainhead of the unloosed horror. I knew that he was beyond human help, and I did not even dream of trying to stop him. Trembling violently, I resumed my flight and was passed by two more of our party, stalking by with mechanical swiftness and sureness, and cowled with those satanic leeches. The others must have returned by way of the main passages, for I did not meet them, and I was never to see them again. The remainder of my flight is a blur, a pandemonium terror. Once more, after thinking that I was near the outer cavern, I found myself astray and fled through a ranged eternity of monstrous urns and vaults that must have extended for an unknown distance beyond our explorations. It seemed that I had gone on for years, and my lungs were choking with the eon-dead air, and my legs were ready to crumble beneath me, when I saw, far off, a tiny point of blessed daylight. I ran toward it, with all the terrors of the alien darkness crowding behind me and accursed shadows flittering before, and saw that the vault ended in a low, ruinous entrance, littered by rubble, on which there fell an arc of thin sunshine. It was another entrance than the one by which we had penetrated this lethal underworld. I was within a dozen feet of the opening when, without sound or other intimation, something dropped upon my head from the roof above, blinding me instantly and closing upon me like a taunting net. My brow and scalp, at the same time, were shot through with a million needle-like pains, a manifold, ever-growing agony that seemed to pierce the very bone and converge from all sides upon my inmost brain. The terror and suffering of that moment were worse than aught which the hells of earthly madness or delirium could ever contain. I felt the foul, vampiric clutch of an atrocious death, and of more than death. I believe that I dropped the torch, but the fingers of my right hand had still retained the open knife. Instinctively, since I was hardly capable of conscious volition, I raised the knife and slashed blindly again and again, many times, at the thing that had fastened its deadly folds upon me. The blade must have gone through and through the clinging monstrosity to gash my own flesh in a score of places. But I did not feel the pain of those wounds in the million throbbing torment that possessed me. At last I saw light and saw that a black strip loosened from above my eyes and dripping with my own blood was hanging down my cheek. It writhed a little even as it hung, and I ripped it away and ripped the other remnants of the thing, tattered by oozing bloody ladder, from off my brow and head. Then I staggered toward the entrance, and the wan light turned to a far receding dancing flame before me as I lurched and fell outside the cavern, a flame that fled like the last star of creation above the yawning, sliding chaos and oblivion into which I descended. I am told that my unconsciousness was of brief duration. I came to myself with the cryptic faces of the two Martian guides bending over me. My head was full of lancinating pains, and half-remembered terrors closed upon my mind like the shadows of mustering harpies. I rolled over and looked back toward the cavern mouth from which the Martians, after finding me, had seemingly dragged me for some little distance. The mouth was under the terraced angle of an outer building and within sight of our camp. I stared at the black opening with hideous fascination and descried a shadowy stirring in the gloom, the writhing, verminous movement of things that pressed forward from the darkness but did not emerge into the light. Doubtless, they could not endure the sun, those creatures of ultramundane night and psycho-sealed corruption. It was then that the ultimate horror, the beginning madness, came upon me. Amid my crawling revulsion, my nausea-prompted desire to flee from that seething cavern mouth, there rose an abhorrently conflicting impulse to return, to thread my backward way through all the catacombs, as the others had done, to go down where never men save they, the inconceivably doomed and accursed, had ever gone, to seek beneath that damnable compulsion a netherworld that human thought can never picture. There was a black light, a soundless calling in the vaults of my brain, the implanted summons of the thing, like a permeating and sorcerous poison. It lured me to the subterranean door that was walled up by the dying people of Yoh-Vombis, to immure those hellish and immortal leeches, those dark parasites that engraft their own abominable life on the half-eaten brains of the dead. It called me to the depths beyond, where dwell the noisome necromantic ones, of whom the leeches, with all their powers of vampirism and diabolism, are but the merest minions. It was only the two Ahes who prevented me from going back. I struggled. I fought them insanely as they strove to retard me with their spongy arms, but I must have been pretty thoroughly exhausted from all the superhuman adventures of the day, and I went down once more, after a little, into fathomless nothingness, from which I floated out at long intervals to realize that I was being carried across the desert toward Ignar. Well, that is all my story. I have tried to tell it fully and coherently, at a cost that would be unimaginable to the sane. To tell it before the madness falls upon me again, as it will very soon, as it is doing now. Yes, I have told my story, and you have written it all out, haven't you? Now, I must go back to Yoh-Vombis, back across the desert, and down through all the catacombs to the vaster vaults beneath. Something is in my brain that commands me and will direct me. I tell you, I must go. Who Goes There? By John W. Campbell. Chapter 1. The place stank. A queer, mingled stench that only the ice-buried cabins of an Antarctic camp know, compounded of reeking human sweat and the heavy fish-oil stench of melted seal blubber. An overtone of liniment combated the musty smell of sweat and snow-drenched furs, the acrid odor of burnt cooking fat, and the animal, not unpleasant smell of dogs, diluted by time, hung in the air. Lingering odors of machine oil contrasted sharply with the taint of harness dressing and leather. Yet somehow, through all that reek of human beings and their associates, dogs, machines, and cooking, came another taint. It's a queer, neck-ruffling thing, of faintest suggestions of an odor alien among the smells of industry and life. And it was a life smell, but it came from the thing that lay bound with cord and tarpaulin on the table, dripping slowly, methodically, onto the heavy planks, dank and gaunt, under the unshielded glare of the electric light. Blair, the little bald-pated biologist of the expedition, twitched nervously at the wrappings, exposing clear, dark ice beneath, and then pulling the tarpaulin back into place restlessly. His little bird-like motions of suppressed eagerness danced his shadow across the fringe of dingy gray underwear hanging from the low ceiling. The equatorial fringe of stiff, graying hair around his naked skull, a comical halo about the shadow's head. Commander Gary brushed aside the lax legs of a suit of underwear and stepped toward the table. Slowly, his eyes traced around the rings of men sardined into the administration building. His tall, stiff body straightened finally, and he nodded. 37, all here. His voice was low. It carried a clear authority of the commander by nature, as well as by title. You know the outline of the story back of that find of the secondary pole expedition. I've been conferring with second in command, McReady, and Norris, as well as Blair and Dr. Copper. There is a difference of opinion, and because it involves the entire group, it is only just that the entire expedition personnel act on it. I'm going to ask McReady to give you the details of the story, because each of you has been too busy with his own work to follow closely the endeavors of the others. McReady? Moving from the smoke-blued background, McReady was a figure from some forgotten myth, a looming bronze statue that held life and walked. 6'4" he stood as he halted beside the table, and with a characteristic glance upward to assure himself of room under the lower ceiling beam, straightened. His rough, clashingly orange windproof jacket he still had on, yet on his huge frame it did not seem misplaced. Even here, 4 feet beneath the drift wind that droned across the Antarctic waste above the ceiling, the cold of the frozen continent leaked in and gave meaning to the harshness of the man. And he was bronze. His great red bronze beard, the heavy hair that matched it, the gnarled, corded hands gripping, relaxing on the table planks were bronze. Even the deep sunken eyes beneath heavy brows were bronzed. Age resisting endurance of the metal spoke in the cragged, heavy outlines of his face and the mellow tones of the heavy voice. Norris and Blair agree on one thing. An animal we found is not terrestrial in origin. Norris fears there may be danger in that. Blair says there's none. But I'll go back to how and why we found it. To all that was known before we came here, it appeared that this point was exactly over the south magnetic pole of Earth. The compass does point straight down here, as you know. The more delicate instruments of the physicist, instruments especially designed for this expedition and its study of the magnetic pole, detected a secondary effect. The secondary, less powerful, magnetic influence about 80 miles southwest of here. The secondary magnetic expedition went out to investigate it. There's no need for details. We found it, but it was not the huge meteorite or magnetic mountain Norris had expected to find. Iron ore is magnetic, of course. Iron more so. And certain special steels even more magnetic from the surface indications. The secondary pole we found was small, so small that the magnetic effect it had was preposterous. No magnetic material conceivable could have that effect. Soundings through the ice indicated it was within 100 feet of the glacier surface. I think you should know the structure of the place. There's a broad plateau. A level sweep that runs more than 150 miles due south from the secondary station, Van Wall says. He didn't have time or fuel to fly farther, but it was running smoothly due south then, right there, where that buried thing was. There is an ice-drowned mountain ridge, a granite wall of unshakable strength that has dammed back the ice creeping from the south. 400 miles due south is the South Polar Plateau. You have asked me at various times why it gets warmer here when the wind rises, and most of you know. As a meteorologist, I'd have staked my word that no wind could blow at minus 70 degrees, that no more than a 5-mile wind could blow at minus 50 without causing warming due to friction with ground, snow and ice, and air itself. We camped there on the lip of that ice-drowned mountain range for 12 days. We dug out camp into the blue ice that formed the surface and escaped most of it, but for 12 consecutive days, the wind blew at 45 miles an hour. It went as high as 48 and fell to 41 at times. The temperature was minus 63 degrees. It rose to minus 60 and fell to minus 68. It was meteorologically impossible, and it went on uninterruptedly for 12 days and 12 nights. Somewhere to the south, frozen air of South Polar Plateau slides down from the 18,000-foot bowl down a mountain pass over a glacier and starts north. There must be a funneling mountain chain that directs it and sweeps it away for 400 miles to hit that bald plateau where we found the secondary pole, and 350 miles farther north reaches the Antarctic Ocean. It has been frozen there since Antarctica froze 20 million years ago. There never has been a thaw there. 20 million years ago, Antarctica was beginning to freeze. We've investigated, thought, and built speculations. What we believe happened is about like this. Something came down out of space, a ship. We saw it there in the blue ice. A thing, like a submarine, without a conning tower or directive vanes. 280 feet long, 45 feet in diameter at its thickest. Hey, Van Wall? Space? Yes, but I'll explain that better later. McReady's steady voice went on. It came down from space, driven and lifted by forces men haven't discovered yet, and somehow, perhaps something went wrong. It tangled with Earth's magnetic field. It came south here, out of control probably, circling the magnetic pole. That's a savage country there, But when Antarctica was still freezing, it must have been 1,000 times more savage. There must have been blizzard snow as well as drift, new snow falling as the continent glaciated. The swirl there must have been particularly bad, the wind hurling a solid blanket of white over the lip of that now buried mountain. The ship struck solid granite head on and cracked up. Not every one of the passengers in it was killed, but the ship must have been ruined. The driving mechanism locked. It tangled with Earth's field, Norse believes. No thing made by intelligent beings can tangle with the dead immensity of a planet's natural forces and survive. One of its passengers stepped out. The wind we saw there never fell below 41, and the temperature never rose above -60. Then, the wind must have been stronger, and there was drift falling in a solid sheet. The thing was lost completely in 10 paces. He paused for a moment, the deep, steady voice giving way to the drone of wind overhead, and the uneasy, malicious gurgling in the pipe of the galley stove. Drift. A drift wind was sweeping by overhead. Right now, the snow picked up while the mumbling wind fled in level, blinding lines across the face of the buried camp. If a man stepped out of the tunnels that connected each of the camp buildings beneath the surface, he'd be lost in 10 paces. Out there, the slim black finger of the radio mast lifted 300 feet into the air, and at its peak was the clear night sky. A sky of thin, whining wind, rushing steadily from beyond to another beyond, under the licking, curling mantle of the aurora. And off north, the horizon flamed with queer, angry colors of the midnight twilight. That was spring, 300 feet above Antarctica. At the surface, it was white death. Death of a needle-fingered cold driven before the wind, sucking heat from any warm thing. Cold and white mist of endless, everlasting drift. The fine particles of licking snow that obscured all things. Kenner, the little scar-faced cook, winced. 5 days ago, he had stepped out to the surface to reach a cache of frozen beef. He had reached it, started back, and the drift wind leaped out of the south. Cold, white death that streamed across the ground blinded him in 20 seconds. He stumbled on wildly in circles. It was half an hour before rope-guided men from below found him in the impenetrable murk. It was easy for man or thing to get lost in 10 paces. And the drift wind then was probably more impenetrable than we know. McReady's voice snapped Kenner's mind back to welcome dank warmth of the ad building. The passenger of the ship wasn't prepared either, it appears. He froze within 10 feet of the ship. We dug down to find the ship, and our tunnel happened to find the frozen animal. Barkley's ice hatch struck its skull. When we saw what it was, Barkley went back to the tractor, started the fire up, and when the steam pressure built, sent a call for Blair and Dr. Copper. Barkley himself was sick then. Stayed sick for 3 days, as a matter of fact. When Blair and Copper came, we cut out the animal in a block of ice, as you see, wrapped it, and loaded it on the tractor for return here. We wanted to get into that ship. We reached the side and found the metal was something we didn't know. Our beryllium bronze, non-magnetic tools wouldn't touch it. Barkley had some tool steel on the tractor, and that wouldn't scratch it either. We made reasonable tests, even tried some acid from the batteries, no results. They must have had a passivating process to make magnesium metal resist acid that way, and the alloy must have been at least 95% magnesium. But we had no way of guessing that, so when we spotted the barely open locked door, we cut around it. It was clear, hard ice inside the lock, where we couldn't reach it. Through the little crack, we could look in and see that only metal and tools were in there, so we decided to loosen the ice with a bomb. We had deconite bombs and thermite. Thermite is the ice softener. Deconite might have shattered valuable things, where the thermite's heat would just loosen the ice. Dr. Copper, Norris, and I placed a 25-pound thermite bomb, wired it, and took the connector up the tunnel to the surface, where Blair had the steam tractor waiting. 100 yards the other side of that granite wall, we set off the thermite bomb. The magnesium metal of the ship caught, of course. The glow of the bomb flared and died. Then it began to flare again. We ran back to the tractor and gradually the glare built up. From where we could see, the whole ice field illuminated from beneath with an unbearable light. The ship's shadow was a great dark cone reaching off toward the north, where the twilight was just about gone. For a moment it lasted, and we counted 3 other shadow things that might have been other passengers frozen there. Then the ice was crashing down and against the ship. That's why I told you about that place. The wind sweeping down from the pole was at our backs. Steam and hydrogen flame were torn away in white ice fog. The flaming heat under the ice there was yanked away toward the Antarctic Ocean before it touched us. Otherwise, we wouldn't have come back, even with the shelter of that granite ridge that stopped the light. Somehow, in the blinding inferno, we could see great hunched things, like bolts, glowing. Even so, they shed even the furious incandescence of the magnesium for a time. Those must have been the engines, we knew. Secrets going in blazing glory. Secrets that might have given man the planets. Mysterious things that could lift and hurl that ship, and it soaked in the force of the Earth's magnetic field. I saw Norris's mouth move and ducked. I couldn't hear him. Insulation. Something gave way. All Earth's field they'd soaked up 20 million years before broke loose. The aurora in the sky above licked down, and the whole plateau there was bathed in cold fire that blanketed vision. The ice axe in my hand got red hot and hissed on the ice. Metal buttons on my clothes burned into me, and a flash of electric blue seared upward from beyond the granite wall. Then the walls of ice crashed down on it. For an instant it squealed the way dry ice does when it's pressed between metal. We were blind and groping in the dark for hours while our eyes recovered. We found every coil within a mile was fused rubbish. The dynamo in every radio set, the earphones and speakers. If we hadn't had the steam tractor, we wouldn't have gotten over to the secondary camp. Van Wall flew in from Big Magnet at sunup, as you know. We came home as soon as possible. That is the history of that. McReady's great bronze beard gestured toward the thing on the table. Chapter 2. Blair stirred uneasily, his little bony fingers wriggling under the harsh light. Little brown freckles on his knuckles slid back and forth as the tendons under the skin twitched. He pulled aside, bit of the tarpaulin, and looked impatiently at the dark, icebound thing inside. McReady's big body straightened somewhat. He'd ridden the rocking, jarring steam tractor 40 miles that day, pushing on the big magnet here. Even his calm will had been pressed by the anxiety to mix again with humans. It was lone and quiet out there in secondary camp, where a wolf wind howled down from the pole. Wolf wind howling in his sleep, winds droning, and the evil, unspeakable face of that monster leering up as he'd first seen it through clear blue ice, with a bronze ice axe buried in its skull. The giant meteorologist spoke again. The problem is them. Blair wants to examine the thing, thaw it out, and make microslides of its tissues and so forth. Norris doesn't believe that it's safe, and Blair does. Dr. Copper agrees pretty much with Blair. Norris is a physicist, of course, not a biologist. But he makes a point I think we should all hear. Blair has described the microscopic life forms biologists find living, even in this cold and inhospitable place. They freeze every winter and thaw every summer for 3 months and live. The point Norris makes is they thaw and live again. There must have been microscopic life associated with this creature. There is with every living thing we know. And Norris is afraid that we may release a plague, some germ disease unknown to Earth, if we thaw those microscopic things that have been frozen there for 20 million years. Blair admits that such microlife might retain the power of living. Such unorganized things as individual cells can retain life for unknown periods when solidly frozen. The beast itself is as dead as those frozen mammoths they find in Siberia. Organized, highly developed life forms can't stand that treatment. But microlife could. Norris suggests that we may release some disease form that man, never having met it before, will be utterly defenseless against. Blair's answer is that there may be such still living germs, but that Norris has the case reversed. They are utterly non-immune to man. Our life chemistry probably. Probably, the little biologist's head lifted in a quick, bird-like motion. The halo of gray hair about his bald head ruffled as though angry. Hey, one look! I know, McReady acknowledged. The thing is not earthly. It does not seem likely that it can have a life chemistry sufficiently like ours to make cross-infection remotely possible. I would say that there is no danger. McReady looked toward Dr. Copper. The physician shook his head slowly. None whatever, he asserted confidently. Man cannot infect or be infected by germs that live in such comparatively close relatives as the snakes. And they are, I assure you. His clean-shaven face grimaced uneasily. Much nearer to us than that. Then Norris moved angrily. He was comparatively short in this gathering of big men, some 5'8", and his stocky, powerful build tended to make him seem shorter. His black hair was crisp and hard, like short steel wires, and his eyes were the gray of fractured steel. If McReady was a man of bronze, Norris was all steel. His movements, his thoughts, his whole bearing had the quick, hard impulse of steel spring. His nerves were steel, hard, quick acting, swift, corroding. He was decided on his point now, and he lashed out in its defense with his characteristic quick, clipped flow of words. Different chemistry be damned. That thing may be dead or, by God, it may not. But I don't like it. Damn it, Blair. Let them see the foul thing and decide for themselves whether they want that thing thawed out in this camp. Thawed out, by the way. That's got to be thawed out in one of the shacks tonight. If it is thawed out, somebody who's watchman tonight. Magnetic Conet? Cosmic rays tonight? Well, you get to sit up with that 20 million year old mummy of his. Unwrap it, Blair. How the hell can they tell what they are buying if they can't see it? It may have a different chemistry. I don't know what else it has, but I know it has something I don't want. If you can judge by the look on its face, it isn't human, so maybe you can't. It was annoyed when it froze. Annoyed, in fact, is just about as close an approximation of the way it felt as crazy, mad, insane hatred. Neither one touches the subject. How the hell can these birds tell what they're voting on? They haven't seen those 3 red eyes and the blue hair like crawling worms. Crawling, damn. It's crawling there in the ice right now. Nothing Earth ever spawned had the unutterable sublimation of devastating wrath that thing let loose in its face when it looked around this frozen desolation 20 million years ago. Mad? It was mad clear through. Searing, blistering mad. Hell, I've had bad dreams ever since I looked at those 3 red eyes. Nightmares. Dreaming the thing thawed out and came to life. That it wasn't dead. Or even wholly unconscious all those 20 million years. But just slowed, waiting. Waiting. You'll dream too. Well, that damn thing that Earth wouldn't own is dripping. Dripping in the Cosmos house tonight. And Conet, Norris whipped toward the cosmic ray specialist. Won't you have fun sitting up all night in the quiet, wind whining above, and that thing dripping? He stopped for a moment and looked around. I know, that's not science, but this is. It's psychology. You'll have nightmares for a year to come. Every night since I looked at that thing, I've had them. That's why I hate it. Sure I do. I don't want it around. Put it back where it came from. Let it freeze for another 20 million years. I had some swell nightmares. That it wasn't like we are, which is obvious, but of a different kind of flesh that it can really control. That it can change its shape, look like a man, and wait to kill and eat. That's not a logical argument. I know it isn't. The thing isn't Earth logic anyway. Maybe it has an alien body chemistry, and maybe its bugs do have a different body chemistry. A germ might not stand that. But Blair and Copper, how about a virus? That's just an enzyme molecule, you said. That wouldn't need anything but a protein molecule of any body to work on. And how are you so sure that of the million varieties of microscopic life it may have, none of them are dangerous? How about diseases like hydrophobia, rabies, that attacks any warm-blooded creature, whatever its body chemistry may be? And parrot fever. Have you a body like a parrot, Blair? And plain rot, gangrene, necrosis. Do you want? That isn't choosy about body chemistry. Blair looked up from his puttering long enough to meet Norris's angry gray eyes for an instant. So far, the only thing you have said that this thing gave off that was catching was dreams. I'll go so far as to admit that. An impish, slightly malignant grin crossed the little man's seamed face. I had some too. So, it's dream infectious. No doubt, an exceedingly dangerous malady. So far as your other things go, you have a badly mistaken idea about viruses. In the first place, nobody has shown that the enzyme molecule theory, and that alone explains them. And, in the second place, when you catch tobacco, mosaic, or wheat rust, let me know. Wheat plant is a lot nearer your body chemistry than this other world creature is. And your rabies is limited, strictly limited. You can't get it from nor give it to a wheat plant or a fish, which is collateral descendant of a common ancestor of yours, which this, Norris, is not. Blair nodded pleasantly toward the Tarpaulin bulk on the table. Well, thaw the damn thing in a tub of formalin if you must thaw it. I've suggested that, and I've said there would be no sense in it. You can't compromise. Why did you and Commander Gary come down here to study magnetism? Why weren't you content to stay at home? There's magnetic force enough in New York. I could no more study the life this thing once had from a formalin pickled sample than you could get the information you wanted back in New York. And if this one is so treated, never in all time to come can there be a duplicate. The race it came from must have passed away in the 20 million years it lay frozen, so that even if it came from Mars then, we'd never find its like, and the ship is gone. There's only one way to do this, and that is the best possible way. It must be thawed slowly, carefully, and not in formalin. Commander Gary stood forward again, and Norris stepped back, muttering angrily. I think Blair is right, gentlemen. What do you say? Conant grunted. Sounds right to us, I think. Only perhaps you ought to stand watch over it while it's thawing. He grinned ruefully, brushing a stray lock of ripe cherry hair back from his forehead. Swell idea, in fact, if he sits up with his jolly little corpse. Gary smiled slightly. General chuckle of agreement rippled over the group. I should think any ghost he may have had would have starved to death if it hung around here that long, Connor, Larry suggested. And you look capable of taking care of it, Iron Man Connor. Ought to be able to take out any opposing players still. Connor shook himself uneasily. I'm not worrying about ghosts. Let's see that thing Eagerly, Blair was stripping back the ropes. A single throw of the tarpaulin revealed the thing. The ice had melted somewhat in the heat of the room, and it was clear and blue as thick, good glass. It shone wet and sleek under the harsh light of the unshielded globe above. The room stiffened abruptly. It was face up there on the plain, greasy planks of the table. The broken half of the bronze ice axe was still buried in the queer skull. 3 mad, hate-filled eyes blazed up with a living fire, bright as fresh-spilled blood, from a face ringed with a writhing, loathsome nest of worms, blue, mobile worms that crawled where hair should grow. Van Wall, 6 feet and 200 pounds of ice-nerve pilot, with a queer strangled gasp, and butted stumbled his way out to the corridor. Half the company broke for the doors. The others stumbled away from the table. McReady stood at one end of the table watching them, his great body planted solid on his powerful legs. Norris, from the opposite end, glowered at the thing with smoldering heat. Outside the door, Gary was talking with half a dozen of the men at once. Blair had a tack hammer. The ice that cased the thing sloughed crisply under its steel claw as it peeled from the thing it had cased for 20,000 years. Chapter 3. I know you don't like the thing, Connor, but it just has to be thought out right. You say leave it as it is till we get back to civilization. All right. I admit your argument. I could do a better and more complete job there is sound. But how are we going to get this across the line? We have to take this through one temperate zone, the equatorial zone, and halfway through the other temperate zones before we get it to New York. You don't want to sit with it one night? But you suggest, then, that I hang its corpse in the freezer with the beef? Blair looked up from his cautious chipping, his bald, freckled skull nodding triumphantly. Kenner, the stocky, scar-faced cook, saved Conant the trouble of answering. Hey, you listen, mister. You put that thing in the box with the meat, and by all the gods there ever were, I'll put you in to keep it company. You birds have brought everything movable in this camp in and onto my mess tables here already, and I had to stand for that. But you go putting things like that in my meat box, or even my meat cache here, and you cook your own damn grub. But Kenner, this is the only table in Big Magnet that's big enough to work on, Blair objected. Everybody's explained that. Yeah, and everybody's brought everything in here. Clark brings his dogs every time there's a fight and sews them up on that table. Ralston brings in his sledges. Hell, the only thing you haven't had on that table is the Boeing. And you'd have had that, and if you could have figured a way to get it through the tunnels. Commander Gary chuckled and grinned at Van Wall, the huge pilot. Van Wall's great blonde beard twitched suspiciously as he nodded gravely to Kenner. You're right, Kenner. The aviation department is the only one that treats you right. It does get crowded, Kenner, Gary acknowledged. But I'm afraid we all find it that way at times. Not much privacy in an Antarctic camp. Privacy? What the hell's that? You know, the thing that really made me weep was when I saw Barkley marching through here chanting, "The last lumber in the camp, the last lumber in the camp," and carrying out to build that house on his tractor. Damn it, I missed that moon cut in the door he carried out more than I missed the sun when it set. That wasn't just the last lumber Barkley was walking off with. He was carrying off the last bit of privacy in this blasted place. The grin rode even on Connick's heavy face as Kenner's perennial good-natured grouch came up again, but it died quickly as his dark, deep-set eyes turned again to the red-eyed thing Blair was chipping from its cocoon of ice. Big hand roughed his shoulder-length hair and tugged at a twisted lock that fell behind his ear in a familiar gesture. You know that cosmic ray shacks are going to be too crowded. If I have to sit up with that thing, he growled. Why can't you go on chipping the ice away from around it? You can do that without anybody butting in, I assure you. and then hang the thing up over the power plant boiler. That's warm enough. It'll thaw out a chicken, even a whole side of beef, in a few hours. I know, Blair protested, dropping the tack hammer to gesture more effectively with his bony, freckled fingers, small body tense with eagerness. This is too important to take any chances. There never was a find like this. There never can be again. It's the only chance men will ever have, and it has to be done exactly right. Look, you know how the fish we caught down near the Ross Sea would freeze almost as soon as we got them on deck and come to life again if we thawed them gently? Low forms of life aren't killed by quick freezing and slow thawing. We have, hey, for the love of heaven, you mean that damn thing will come to life? Can't it yell? You get the damn thing. Let me at it. That's going to be in so many pieces. No! No, you fool! Blair jumped in front of Connick to protect his precious find. No. Just low forms of life. For Pete's sake, let me finish. You can't thaw higher forms of life and have them come too. Wait a moment now. Hold it! A fish can come to after freezing because it's so low a form of life that the individual cells of its body can revive. And that alone is enough to reestablish life. Any higher forms thought out that way are dead. Though the individual cells revive, they die because there must be organization and cooperative effort to live. That cooperation cannot be reestablished. There's a sort of potential life in any uninjured, quick-frozen animal. But it can't under any circumstances become active life in higher animals. The higher animals are too complex, too delicate. This is an intelligent creature, as high in its evolution as we are in ours, perhaps higher. It is as dead as a frozen man would be. How do you know? Demanded Connick, hefting the ice axe he had seized a moment before. Commander Gary laid a restraining hand on his heavy shoulder. Wait a minute, Connick. I want to get this straight. I agree that there is going to be no thawing of this thing if there is the remotest chance of its revival. I quite agree it is much too unpleasant to have alive. But I had no idea there was the remotest possibility. Dr. Copper pulled his pipe from between his teeth and heaved his stocky, dark body from the bunk he had been sitting in. Blair's being technical. That's dead. As dead as the mammoths they find frozen in Siberia. Potential life is like atomic energy. There, but nobody can get it out. And it certainly won't release itself except in rare cases, as rare as radium in the chemical analogy. We have all sorts of proof that things don't live after being frozen. Not even fish, generally speaking. And no proof that higher animal life can under any circumstances. What's the point, Blair? The little biologist shook himself. A little ruff of hair standing out around his bald pate waved in righteous anger. The point is, he said in an injured tone, that the individual cells might show the characteristics they had in life if it is properly thawed. A man's muscle cells live many hours after he has died. Just because they live and a few things like hair and fingernail cells still live, you wouldn't accuse a corpse of being a zombie or something. Now, if I thaw this right, I may have a chance to determine what sort of world it's native to. We don't and can't know by any other means, whether it came from Earth or Mars or Venus or from beyond the stars. And just because it looks unlike men you don't have to accuse it of being evil or vicious or something. Maybe that expression on its face is its equivalent to a resignation to fate. White is the color of mourning to the Chinese. If men can have different customs, why can't a so different race have different understandings of facial expressions? Conant laughed softly, mirthlessly. Peaceful resignation. That is the best it could do in the way of resignation. I should exceedingly dislike seeing it when it was looking mad. That face was never designed to express peace. It just didn't have a philosophical thoughts like peace in its makeup. I know it's your pet, but be sane about it. The thing grew up on evil, adolescent, slowly roasting alive the local equivalent of kittens, and amused itself through maturity on new and ingenious torture. You haven't the slight right to say that, snapped Bear. How do you know the first thing about the meaning of a facial expression inherently inhuman? It may well have no human equivalent whatever. This is just a different development of nature. Another example of nature's wonderful adaptability. Growing on another, perhaps harsher world, it has different form and features. But it is just as much a legitimate child of nature as you are. You are displaying the childish human weakness of hating the different. On its own world, it would probably class you as a fish belly, white monstrosity with an insufficient number of eyes and a fungoid body pale and bloated with gas. Just because its nature is different, you haven't any right to say it's necessarily evil. Norris burst out a single explosive ha! He looked down at the thing. Maybe that things from other worlds don't have to be evil just because they're different. But that thing was child of nature, eh? Well, it was a hell of an evil nature. Oh, you mugs cut crabbing at each other. Get the damn thing off my table, Kenner growled. Put a canvas over it. It looks indecent. Kenner's going modest, jeered Conant. Kenner slanted his eyes up to the big physicist. The scarred cheek twisted to join the line of his tight lips in a twisted grin. All right, big boy. What were you grousing about a minute ago? We could set the thing in a chair next to you tonight if you want. I'm not afraid of its face, Conant snapped. I don't like keeping awake over its corpse particularly, but I'm going to do it. Kenner's grin spread. Uh-huh. He went over to the galley stove and shook down ashes vigorously, drowning the brittle chipping of the ice as Blair fell to work again. Chapter 4. Cluck, reported the cosmic ray counter. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Conant started and dropped his pencil. Damnation. The physicist looked toward the far corner, back at the Geiger counter on the table. Near that corner, it crawled under the desk at which he'd been working to retrieve the pencil. He sat down at his work again, trying to make his writing more even. It tended to have jerks and quavers in it. In time, with the abrupt proud hen noises of the Geiger counter, the muted whoosh of the pressure lamp he was using for illumination, the mingled gargles and bugle calls of a dozen men sleeping down the corridor in Paradise House formed the background sounds for the irregular, clucking noises of the counter, the occasional rustle of falling coal in the copper-bellied stove, and a soft, steady drip, drip, drip from the thing in the corner. Conant jerked a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, snapped it so that a cigarette protruded, and jabbed the cylinder into his mouth. The lighter failed to function, and he pawed angrily through the pile of papers in search of a match. He scratched the wheel of the lighter several times, dropped it with a curse. He got up to pluck hot coal from the stove with the coal tongs. The lighter functioned instantly when he tried it on returning to the desk. The counter ripped out a series of chucking guffaws as a burst of cosmic rays struck through to it. Conant turned to glower at it and tried to concentrate on the interpretation of data collected during the past week, the weekly summary. He gave up and yielded to curiosity, or nervousness. He lifted the pressure lamp from the desk and carried it over to the table in the corner. Then he returned to the stove and picked up the coal tongs. The beast had been thawing for nearly 18 hours now. He poked at it with an unconscious caution. The flesh was no longer hard as armor plate, but had assumed a rubbery texture. It looked like wet blue rubber, glistening under droplets of water like little round jewels in the glare of the gasoline pressure lantern. Conant felt an unreasoning desire to pour the contents of the lamp's reservoir over the thing in its box and drop the cigarette into it. The three red eyes glared up at him sightlessly, the ruby eyeballs reflecting murky, smoky rays of light. He realized vaguely that he had been looking at them for a very long time, even vaguely understood that they were no longer sightless. But it did not seem of importance, of no more importance than the labored, slow motion of the tentacular things that sprouted from the base of the scrawny, slow, pulsing neck. Conant picked up the pressure lamp and returned to his chair. He sat down, staring at the pages of mathematics before him. The clucking of the counter was strangely less disturbing. The rustle of the coals in the stove no longer distracting. The creak of the floorboards behind him didn't interrupt his thoughts as he went about his weekly report in an automatic manner, filling in columns of data and making brief summarizing notes. The creak of the floorboards sounded nearer. Chapter 5. Blair came up from the nightmare-haunted depths of sleep abruptly. Conant's face floated vaguely above him. For a moment, it seemed a continuance of the wild horror of the dream. But Conant's face was angry and a little frightened. Blair, you damned log. Wake up. Yeah? The little biologist rubbed his eyes, his bony, freckled fingers crooked to a mutilated child fist. From surrounding bunks, other faces lifted to stare down at them. Conant straightened up. Get up. Get a lift on. Your damned animals escaped. Escaped? What? Chief Pilot Van Wall's bull voice roared out with a volume that shook the walls. Down the communication tunnels, other voices yelled suddenly. The dozen inhabitants of Paradise House tumbled in abruptly. Barkley, stocky and bulbous in a long woolen underwear, carrying a fire extinguisher. What the hell's the matter? Barkley demanded. Your damn beast got loose. I fell asleep about 20 minutes ago, and when I woke up, the thing was gone. Hey, Doc, the hell you say those things can't come to life? Blair's blasted potential life developed a hell of a lot of potential and walked out on us. Copper stared blankly. It wasn't earthly, he sighed suddenly. I guess earthly laws don't apply. Well, it applied for leave of absence, and took it. We gotta find it, and capture it somehow. Connor swore bitterly, his deep-set black eyes sullen and angry. It's a wonder the hellish creature didn't eat me in my sleep. Blair stared back, his pale eyes suddenly fear-struck. Maybe it did. We'll have to find it. You find it. It's your pet. I've had all I want to do with it. Sitting there for 7 hours with the counter clucking every few seconds and you birds in here singing night music. It's a wonder I got to sleep. I'm going through to the ad building. Commander Gary ducked through the doorway, pulling his belt tight. You won't have to. Van's roar sounded like the Boeing taking off downwind. So it wasn't dead? I didn't carry it off in my arms, I assure you. Conant snapped. Last I saw, that split skull was oozing green goo, like a squashed caterpillar. Doc just said our laws don't work. It's unearthly. Well, it's an unearthly monster with an unearthly disposition, judging by the face, running around with a split skull and brains oozing out. Norris and McReady appeared in the doorway, a doorway filling with other shivering men. Has anybody seen it coming over here? Norris asked innocently. About 4 feet tall, 3 red eyes, brains oozing. Hey, has anybody checked to make sure this isn't a correct idea of humor? If it is, I think we'll unite and tie Blair's pet around Conant's neck, like the ancient mariner's albatross. It's no humor, Conant shivered. Lord, I wish it were. I'd rather wear... He stopped. A wild, weird howl shrieked through the corridors. The men stiffened abruptly and half turned. I think it's been located, Conant finished. His dark eyes shifted with a queer unease. He darted back to his bunk in Paradise House, to return almost immediately with a heavy .45 revolver and an ice axe. He hefted both gently as he started for the corridor toward Dogtown. It blundered down the wrong corridor and landed among the Huskies. Listen, the dogs have broken their chains. The half-terrorized howl of the dog pack changed to a wild hunting melee. The voices of the dogs thundered in the narrow corridors, and through them came a low, rippling snarl of distilled hate, a shrill of pain, a dozen snarling yelps. Conant broke for the door. Close behind him, McReady, then Barkley, and Commander Gary came. Other men broke for the ad building and weapons. The sledge house. Paranoia, in charge of Big Magnet's 5 cows, started down the corridor in the opposite direction. He had a 6-foot handle, long-time pitchfork in mind. Barkley slid to a halt as McReady's giant bulk turned abruptly away from the tunnel leading to Dogtown and vanished off at an angle. Uncertainly, the mechanician wavered a moment, the fire extinguisher in his hands, hesitating from one side to the other. Then he was racing after Conant's broad back. Whatever McReady had in mind, he could be trusted to make it work. Conant stopped at the bend in the corridor. His breath hissed suddenly through his throat. Great God! The revolver exploded thunderously. 3 numbing, palpable waves of sound crashed through the confined corridors. 2 more. The revolver dropped to the hard-packed snow of the trail, and Barkley saw the ice axe shift into defensive position. Connick's powerful body blocked his vision, but beyond he heard something mewing and insanely chuckling. The dogs were quieter. There was a deadly seriousness in their low snarls. Taloned feet scratched at hard-packed snow. Broken chains were clinking and tangling. Connick shifted abruptly, and Barkley could see what lay beyond. For a second, he stood frozen. Then his breath went out in a gusty curse. The thing launched itself at Connick. The powerful arms of the man swung the ice axe flat side first at what might have been a hand. It scrunched horribly, and the tattered flesh, ripped by a dozen savage huskies, leaped to its feet again. The red eyes blazed with an unearthly hatred and unearthly, unkillable vitality. Barkley turned the fire extinguisher on it. The blinding, blistering stream of chemical spray confused it, baffled it, together with the savage attacks of the huskies. Not for long afraid of anything that did or could live, held it at bay. McReady wedged men out of his way and drove down the narrow corridor packed with men unable to reach the scene. There was a sure foreplanned drive to McReady's attack. One of the giant blowtorches used in warming the plane's engines was in his bronzed hands. It roared gustily as he turned the corner and opened the valve. The mad mewing hissed louder. The dog scrambled back from the 3-foot lance of blue-hot flame. Bar, get a power cable. Run it in somehow. And a handle. We can electrocute this monster, if I don't incinerate it. McReady spoke with an authority of planned action. Barkley turned down the long corridor to the power plant, but already before him, Norris and Van Wall were racing down. Barkley found the cable in the electrical cache in the tunnel wall. In a half minute, he was hacking at it, walking back. Van Wall's voice rang out in a warning shout of power as the emergency gasoline-powered dynamo thudded into action. Half a dozen other men were down there now. The coal, kindling, were going into the firebox of the steam power plant. Norris, cursing in a low, deadly monotone, was working with quick, sure fingers on the other end of Barkley's cable, splicing in a contactor in one of the power leads. The dogs had fallen back when Barkley reached the corridor bend, fallen back before a furious monstrosity that glared from baleful red eyes, mewing in trapped hatred. The dogs were in a semicircle of red-dipped muzzles with a fringe of glistening white teeth, whining with a vicious eagerness that near matched the fury of the red eyes. McReady stood confidently alert at the corridor bend, the gustily muttering torch held loose and ready for action in his hands. He stepped aside without moving his eyes from the beast as Barkley came up. There was a slight, tight smile on his lean, bronzed face. Norris's voice called down the corridor, and Barkley stepped forward. The cable was taped to the long handle of a snow shovel. The two conductors split and held 18 inches apart by a scrap of lumber lashed at right angles across the far end of the handle. Bare copper conductors, charged with 220 volts, glinted in the light of pressure lamps. The thing mewed and halted and dodged. McReady advanced to Barkley's side. The dogs beyond sensed the plan with the almost telepathic intelligence of trained huskies. Their whimpering grew shriller, softer. Their mincing steps carried them nearer. Abruptly, a huge, night-black Alaskan leaped onto the trapped thing. It turned squalling, saber-clawed feet slashing. Barkley leaped forward and jabbed. A weird, shrill scream rose and choked out. The smell of burnt flesh in the corridor intensified. Greasy smoke curled up. The echoing pound of the gas-electric dynamo down the corridor became a slogging thud. The red eyes clouded over in a stiffening, jerking travesty of a face. Arm-like, leg-like members quivered and jerked. The dogs leaped forward, and Barkley yanked back his shovel-handled weapon. The thing on the snow did not move as gleaming teeth ripped it open. Chapter 6. Gary looked about the crowded room. 32 men, some tense nervously standing against the wall, some uneasily relaxed, some sitting, most perforce standing, as intimate as sardines. 32, plus the 5 engaged in sewing up wounded dogs, made 37, the total personnel. Gary started speaking. All right, I guess we're here. Some of you, 3 or 4 at most, saw what happened. All of you have seen that thing on the table and can get a general idea. Anyone hasn't, I'll lift his hand straight to the tarpaulin bulking over the thing on the table. There was an acrid odor of singed flesh seeping out of it. The men stirred restlessly, hasty denials. It looks rather as though Charnock isn't going to lead any more teams, Gary went on. Blair wants to get at this thing and make some more detailed examination. We want to know what happened and make sure right now that this is permanently, totally dead. Right? Charnock grinned. Anybody that doesn't agree can sit up with it tonight. All right then, Blair. What can you say about it? What is it? Gary turned to the little biologist. I wonder if we ever saw its natural form. Blair looked at the covered mass. It may have been imitating the beings that built that ship. But I don't think it was. I think that was its true form. Those of us who were up near the bin saw the thing in action. The thing on the table is the result. When it got loose, apparently, it started looking around. Antarctica, still frozen as it was ages ago when the creature first saw it, and froze. From my observations, while it was thawing out, and the bits of tissue I cut and hardened, then I think it was native to a hotter planet than Earth. It couldn't, in its natural form, stand the temperature. There is no life form on Earth that can live in Antarctica during the winter. But the best compromise is the dog. It found the dogs and somehow got near enough to Charnock to get him. The others smelled it, heard it. I don't know. Anyway, they went wild and broke chains and attacked it before it was finished. The thing we found was part Charnock, clearly only half dead, part Charnock half digested by the jelly-like protoplasm of that creature, and part the remains of the thing we originally found, sort of melted down to the basic protoplasm. When the dogs attacked it, it turned into the best fighting thing it could think of, some otherworld beast apparently. Turned? Snapped Gary? How? Every living thing is made up of jelly, protoplasms, and minute submicroscopic things called nuclei, which control the bulk, the protoplasm. This thing was just a modification of that same worldwide plan of nature. Cells made up of protoplasm, controlled by infinitely tinier nuclei. You physicists might compare it, an individual cell of any living thing, with an atom. The bulk of the atom, the space filling part, is made up of the electron orbits. But the character of the thing is determined by the atomic nucleus. This isn't wildly beyond what we already know. It's just a modification we haven't seen before. It's as natural, as logical, as any other manifestation of life. It obeys exactly the same laws. The cells are made of protoplasm, their character determined by the nucleus. Only in this creature, the cell nuclei can control those cells at will. It digested Charnook, and as it digested, studied every cell of its tissue and shaped its own cells to imitate them exactly. Parts of it, parts that had time to finish changing, are dog cells. But they don't have dog cell nuclei. Blair lifted a fraction of the tarpaulin, a torn dog's leg with stiff gray fur protruded. That, for instance, isn't dog at all. It's imitation. Some parts I'm certain about. The nucleus was hiding itself, covering up with dog cell imitation nucleus. In time, not even a microscope would have shown the difference. Suppose, asked Norris bitterly, it had lots of time. Then it would have been a dog. The other dogs would have accepted it. We would have accepted it. I don't think anything would have distinguished it. Not microscope, nor x-ray, nor any other means. This is a member of a supremely intelligent race. A race that has learned the deepest secrets of biology and turned them to its use. What was it planning to do? Barkley looked at the humped tarpaulin. Blair grinned unpleasantly. The wavering halo of thin hair around his bald pate wavered in the stir of air. Take over the world, I imagine. Take over the world? Just it? All by itself? Connick gasped. Set itself up as a lone dictator? No, Blair shook his head. The scalpel he had been fumbling in his bony fingers dropped. He bent to pick it up so that his face was hidden as he spoke. It would become the population of the world. Populate the world? Does it produce asexually? Blair shook his head and gulped. It doesn't have to. It weighed 85 pounds. Charnook weighed about 90. It would have become Charnook and had 85 pounds left to become, Jack, for instance, or Chinook. It can imitate anything, that is, become anything. If it had reached the Antarctic Sea, it would have become a seal, maybe two seals. They might have attacked a killer whale and become either killers or a herd of seals. Or maybe it would have caught an albatross or a skua gull and flown to South America. Norris cursed softly, and every time it digested something and imitated it, it would have had its original bulk left to start again. Blair finished. Nothing would kill it. It has no natural enemies because it becomes whatever it wants to. If a killer whale attacked it, it would become a killer whale. If it was an albatross and an eagle attacked it, it would become an eagle. Lord. It might become a female eagle, go back, build a nest, and lay eggs. Are you sure that thing from hell is dead? Copper asked softly. Yes, thank heaven, the little biologist gasped. After they drove the dogs off, I stood there poking Barr's electrocution thing into it for 5 minutes. It's dead and cooked. Then we can only give thanks that this is Antarctica, where there is not one single solitary living thing for it to imitate except these animals in camp. Us. Blair giggled. It can imitate us. Dogs can't make 400 miles to the sea. There's no food. There aren't any school gulls to imitate it at this season. There aren't any penguins this far inland. There's nothing that can reach the sea from this point except us. We've got the brains. We can do it. Don't you see? It's got to imitate us. It's got to be one of us. That's the only way it can fly an airplane, fly a plane for 2 hours, and rule, be all Earth's inhabitants. A world for the taking, if it imitates us. It didn't know yet. It hadn't had a chance to learn. It was rushed, hurried. Look, the thing nearest its own size. Look, I'm Pandora. I opened the box. And the only hope that can come out of it is that nothing can come out. You didn't see me. I did it. I fixed it. I smashed every magneto. Not a plane can fly. Nothing can fly. Claire giggled and lay down on the floor crying. Chief Pilot Van Wall made a dive for the door. His feet were fading echoes in the corridors as Dr. Copper bent unhurriedly over the little man on the floor. From his office at the end of the room, he brought something and injected a solution into Blair's arm. He might come out of it when he wakes up, he sighed, rising. McReady helped him lift the biologist onto a nearby bunk. It all depends on whether we can convince him that thing is dead. Van Wall ducked into the shack, brushing his heavy blonde beard absently. I didn't think a biologist would do a thing like that up thoroughly. He missed the spares in the second cache. It's all right. I smashed them. Commander Gary nodded. I was wondering about the radio. Dr. Copper snorted. You don't think it can leak out on a radio wave, do you? You'd have 5 rescue attempts in the next 3 months if you stopped the broadcast. The thing to do is talk loud and not make a sound. Now I wonder. McReady looked speculatively at the doctor. It might be like an infectious disease. Everything that drank any of its blood. Copper shook his head. Blair missed something. Imitate it may, but it has, to a certain extent, its own body chemistry, its own metabolism. If it didn't, it would become a dog, and be a dog, and nothing more. It has to be an imitation dog. Therefore, you can detect it by serum test. And its chemistry, since it comes from another world, must be so wholly, radically different that a few cells, such as gained by drops of blood, would be treated as disease germs by the dog or human body. Blood. Would one of those imitations bleed? Norris demanded. Surely. Nothing mystic about blood. Muscle's about 90% water. Blood differs only in having a couple percent more water and less connective tissue. They bleed all right, Copper assured him. Blair sat up in his bunk suddenly. Conant! Where's Conant? The physicist moved over toward the little biologist. Here I am. What do you want? Are you? Giggled Blair. He lapsed back into the bunk, contorted with silent laughter. Conant looked at him blankly. Huh? Am I what? Are you there? Blair burst into gales of laughter. Are you Conant? The beast wanted to be a man, not a dog. Chapter 7. Dr. Copper rose warily from the bunk and washed the hypodermic carefully. The little tinkles it made seemed loud in the packed room, now that Blair's gurgling laughter had finally quieted. Copper looked toward Gary and shook his head slowly. Hopeless, I'm afraid. I don't think we can ever convince him the thing is dead now. Norris laughed uncertainly. I'm not sure you can convince me. Oh, damn you, McReady. McReady? Commander Gary turned to look from Norris to McReady curiously. The nightmares, Norris explained. He had a theory about the nightmares we had at the secondary station after finding that thing. And that was? Gary looked at McReady levelly. Norris answered for him, jerkily and uneasily. That the creature wasn't dead, had a sort of enormously slowed existence, an existence that permitted it, nonetheless, to be vaguely aware of the passing of time, of our coming after endless years. I had a dream it could imitate things. Well, Copper grunted, it can. Don't be an ass, Norris snapped. That's not what's bothering me. In the dream, it could read minds, read thoughts and ideas and mannerisms. What's so bad about that? It seems to be worrying you more than the thought of the joy we're going to have with a madman in an Antarctic camp. Copper nodded toward Blair's sleeping form. McReady shook his great head slowly. You know that Conant is Conant because he not merely looks like Conant, which we're beginning to believe that beast might be able to do, but he thinks like Conant, talks like Conant, moves himself around as Conant does. That takes more than merely a body that looks like him. That takes Conant's own mind and thoughts and mannerisms. Therefore, though you know that the thing might make itself look like Conant, you aren't much bothered because you know it has a mind from another world, a totally unhuman mind that couldn't possibly react and think and talk like a man we know and do it so well as to fool us for a moment. The idea of the creature imitating one of us is fascinating, but unreal because it is too completely unhuman to deceive us. It doesn't have a human mind. As I said before, Norris repeated, looking steadily at McReady, you could say the damnedest things at the damnedest times. Will you be so good as to finish that thought one way or the other? Kenner, the scar-faced expedition cook, had been standing near Conant. Suddenly, he moved down the length of the crowded room toward his familiar galley. He shook the ashes from the galley stove noisily. It would do it no good, said Dr. Copper, softly, as though thinking out loud, to merely look like something it was trying to imitate. It would have to understand its feelings, its reaction. It is unhuman. It has powers of imitation beyond any conception of man. A good actor, by training himself, can imitate another man's mannerisms, well enough to fool most people. Of course, no actor could imitate so perfectly as to deceive men who had been living with the imitated one in the complete lack of privacy of an Antarctic camp. That would take a superhuman skill. Oh, you've got the bug too? Norris cursed softly. Conant, standing alone at one end of the room, looked about him wildly, his face white. A gentle eddying of the men had crowded them slowly down toward the other end of the room, so that he stood quite alone. My God, will you two Jeremiahs shut up? Conant's voice shook. What am I? Some kind of microscopic specimen you're dissecting? Some unpleasant worm you're discussing in the third person? McReady looked up at him. His slowly twisting hand stopped for a moment. Having a lovely time? Wish you were here. Signed, everybody. Conant, if you think you're having a hell of a time, just move over on the other end for a while. You've got one thing we haven't. You know what the answer is. I'll tell you this. Right now, you're the most feared and respected man in Big Magnet. Lord, I wish you could see your eyes. Conant gasped. Stop staring, will you? What the hell are you going to do? Have you any suggestions, Dr. Copper? Commander Gary asked steadily. The present situation is impossible. Oh, is it? Conant snapped. Come over here and look at that crowd. By heaven, they look exactly like that gang of huskies around the corridor bend. Benning, will you stop hefting that damned ice axe? The coppery blade rang on the floor as the aviation mechanic nervously dropped it. He bent over and picked it up instantly, hefting it slowly, turning it in his hands, his brown eyes moving jerkily about the room. Copper sat down on the bunk beside Blair. The wood creaked noisily in the room. Far down a corridor, a dog yelped in pain, and the dog driver's tense voices floated back softly. Microscopic examination, said the doctor thoughtfully, would be useless. As Blair pointed out, considerable time has passed. However, serum test would be definitive. Serum test? What do you mean exactly? Commander Gary asked. If I had a rabbit that had been injected with human blood, poison the rabbits, of course, as is blood of any animal, save that of another rabbit, and the injections continued in increasing doses for some time, the rabbit would be human immune if a small quantity of its blood were drawn off, allowed to separate in a test tube, and to the clear serum a bit of human blood were added, there would be a visible reaction proving the blood was human. If cow or dog blood were added, or any protein material other than that one thing, human blood, no reaction would take place. That would prove definitely. Can you suggest I might catch a rabbit for you, Doc? Norris asked. That is, nearer than Australia? We don't want to waste time going that far. I know there aren't any rabbits in Antarctica, Copper nodded. But that is simply the usual animal. Any animal except man will do. A dog, for instance. But it will take several days, and due to the greater size of the animal, considerable blood. Two of us will have to contribute. Would I do? Gary asked. That will make two, Copper nodded. I'll get to work on it right away. What about Conant in the meantime? Kenner demanded. I'm going out that door and head off for the Ross Sea before I cook for him. He may be human, Copper started. Conant burst out in a flood of curses. Human? May be human? You damn sawbones? What in the hell do you think I am? A monster? Copper snapped sharply. And shut up and listen. Conant's face drained of color, and he sat down heavily as the indictment was put in words. Until we know, you know as well as we do, that we have reason to question the fact, and only you know how that question is to be answered. We may reasonably be expected to lock you up if you are unhuman. You're a lot more dangerous than poor Blair there, and I'm going to see that he's locked up thoroughly. I expect that his next stage will be a violent desire to kill you, all the dogs, and probably all of us. When he wakes, he will be convinced we're all unhuman, and nothing on the planet will ever change his conviction. It would be kinder to let him die, but we can't do that, of course. He's going in one shack, and you could stay in Cosmo's house with your cosmic ray apparatus, which is about what you do anyway. I've got to fix up a couple of dogs. Conant nodded bitterly. I'm human. Hurry that test. Your eyes. Lord, I wish you could see your eyes staring. Commander Gary watched anxiously as Clark, the dog handler, held the big brown Alaskan Husky while Copper began the injection treatment. The dog was not anxious to cooperate. The needle was painful, and already he'd experienced considerable needlework that morning. 5 stitches held closed a slash that ran from his shoulder across the ribs, halfway down his body. One long fang was broken off short. The missing part was to be found half buried in the shoulder bone of the monstrous thing on the table in the ad building. How long will that take? Barry asked, pressing his arm gently. It was sore from the prick of the needle Dr. Cooper had used to withdraw blood. Copper shrugged. I don't know, to be frank. I know the general method. I've used it on rabbits, but I haven't experimented with dogs. They're big, clumsy animals to work with. Naturally, rabbits are preferable and serve ordinarily. Civilized places, you can buy a stock of human immune rabbits from suppliers. Not many investigators take the trouble to prepare their own. What do they want with them back there? Clark asked. Criminology is one large field. A says he didn't murder B, but that the blood on his shirt came from killing a chicken. The state makes a test, and it's up to A to explain how it is the blood reacts on human immune rabbits, but not on chicken immunes. What are we going to do with Blair in the meantime? Gary asked wearily. It's all right to let him sleep where he is for a while, but when he wakes up, Barclay and Benning are fitting some bolts on the door of Cosmo's house, Copper replied grimly. Conant's acting like a gentleman. I think perhaps the way the other men look at him makes him rather want privacy. Lord knows, heretofore, we've all of us individually prayed for a little privacy. Clark laughed bitterly. Not anymore, thank you. The more the merrier. Blair, Campbell went on, will also have to have privacy and locks. He's going to have a pretty definite plan in mind when he wakes up. Ever hear the old story of how to stop hoof and mouth disease in cattle? If there isn't any hoof and mouth disease, there won't be any hoof and mouth disease, Copper explained. You get rid of it by killing every animal that exhibits it, and every animal that's been near the diseased animal. Blair's a biologist and knows that story. He's afraid of this thing we loosed. The answer's probably pretty clear in his mind now. Kill everybody and everything in this camp before a skua gull or a wandering albatross coming in with the spring chances out this way and catches the disease. Clark's lips curled in a twisted grin. Sounds logical to me. Things get too bad, maybe we'd better let Blair get loose. It would save us committing suicide. We might also make something of a vow that if things get bad, we see that does happen. Copper laughed softly. The last man alive in Big Magnet wouldn't be a man, he pointed out. Somebody's got to kill those creatures that don't desire to kill themselves, you know. We don't have enough thermite to do it all at once, and the detonite explosive wouldn't help much. I have an idea that even small pieces of one of those beings would be self-sufficient. If, said Gary thoughtfully, they can modify their protoplasm at will, won't they simply modify themselves to birds and fly away? They could read all about birds and imitate their structure without even meeting them, or imitate perhaps birds of their home planet. Copper shook his head and helped Clark to free the dog. Man studied birds for centuries, trying to learn how to make a machine to fly like them. He never did do the trick. His final success came when he broke away entirely and tried new methods. Knowing the general idea and knowing the detailed structure of wing and bone and nerve tissue is something far, far different. And as for other world birds, perhaps, in fact very probably, the atmospheric conditions here are so vastly different that their birds couldn't fly. Perhaps even the being came from a planet like Mars with such a thin atmosphere that there were no birds. Barkley came into the building trailing a length of airplane control cable. It's finished, Doc. Cosmo's house can be opened from the inside. Now where do we put Blair? Copper looked toward Gary. There wasn't any biology building. I don't know where we can isolate him. How about East Cache? Gary said after a moment's thought. Will Blair be able to look after himself or need attention? He'll be capable enough. We'll be the ones to watch out, Copper assured him grimly. Take a stove, a couple of bags of coal, necessary supplies, and a few tools to fix it up. Nobody's been out there since last fall, have they? Gary shook his head. If it gets noisy, I thought that might be a good idea. Barkley hefted the tools he was carrying and looked up at Gary. If the muttering he's doing now is any sign, he's going to sing away the night hours, and we won't like his song. What's he saying? Copper asked. Barkley shook his head. I didn't care to listen much. You can if you want to, but I gathered that the blasted idiot had all the dreams McReady had, and a few more. He slept beside the thing when we stopped on the trail coming in from secondary magnetic, remember? He dreamt the thing was alive and dreamt more details, and damn his soul, knew it wasn't all a dream, or had reason to. He knew it had telepathic powers that were stirring vaguely, and that it could not only read minds but project thoughts. They weren't dreams, you see. They were straight thoughts. That thing was broadcasting the way Blair is broadcasting his thoughts now. It's sort of telepathic muttering in its sleep. That's why he knew so much about his powers. I guess you and I, Doc, weren't so sensitive, if you want to believe in telepathy. I have to, Copper sighed. Dr. Ryan of Duke University has shown that it exists, shown that some are much more sensitive than others. Well, if you want to learn a lot of details, go listen in on Blair's broadcast. He's driven most of the boys out of the ad building. Kenner's rattling pans like coal down a chute. When he can't rattle a pan, he shakes ashes. By the way, Commander, what are we going to do this spring? Now the planes are out of it. Gary sighed. I'm afraid our expedition is going to be a loss. We cannot divide our strength now. It won't be a loss. We'll continue to live and come out of this, Copper promised him. The find we've made, if we can get it under control, is important enough. Cosmic ray data, magnetic work, and atmospheric work won't be greatly hindered. Gary laughed mirthlessly. I was just thinking of the radio broadcast, telling half the world about the wonderful results of our exploration flights, trying to fool men like Bird and Ellsworth back home there that we're doing something. Copper nodded gravely. They'll know something's wrong. But men like that have judgment enough to know we wouldn't do tricks without some sort of reason, and will wait for our return to judge us. I think it comes to this. Men who know enough to recognize our deception will wait for our return. Men who haven't discretion and faith enough to wait will not have the experience to detect any fraud. We know enough of the conditions here to put through a good bluff. Just so they don't send rescue expeditions, Gary prayed. When, if we're ever ready to come out, we'll have to send word to Captain Forsyth to bring a stock of magnetos with him when he comes down. But never mind that. You mean if we don't come out? Asked Barkley. I was wondering if a nice running account of an eruption or an earthquake via radio with a swell windup by using a stick of deconite under the microphone would help. Nothing, of course, will entirely keep people out. One of those swell, melodramatic, last man alive scenes might make them go easy, though. Gary smiled with genuine humor. Is everybody in camp trying to figure that out, too? Copper laughed. What do you think, Gary? You're confident we can win out. Not too easy about it, I guess. Clark grinned up from the dog he was petting in the calmness. Confident? Did you say, Doc? Chapter 8. Blair moved restlessly around the small shack. His eyes jerked and quivered in vague, fleeting glances at the four men with him. Barkley, 6 feet tall and weighing over 190 pounds. McReady, a bronze giant of a man. Dr. Copper, short, squatly powerful. And Benning, 5 feet 10 of wiry strength. Blair was huddled up against the far wall of the East Cache cabin, his gear piled in the middle of the floor beside the heating stove, forming an island between him and the four men. His bony hands clenched and fluttered, terrified. His pale eyes wavered uneasily as his bald, freckled head darted about in bird-like motion. I don't want anybody coming here. I'll cook my own food, he snapped nervously. Kenner may be human now, but I don't believe it. I'm going to get out of here, but I'm not going to eat any food you send me. I want cans, sealed cans. Okay, Blair. We'll bring them tonight, Barkley promised. You've got coal, and the fire started. I'll make a list. Barkley started forward. Blair instantly scurried to the farthest corner. Get out! Keep away from me, you monster! The little biologist shrieked and tried to claw his way through the wall of the shack. Keep away from me! Keep away! I won't be absorbed! I won't be! Barkley relaxed and moved back. Dr. Copper shook his head. Leave him alone, Bar. It's easier for him to fix the thing himself. We'll have to fix the door, I think. Four men let themselves out. Efficiently, Benning and Barkley fell to work. There were no locks in Antarctica. There wasn't enough privacy to make them needed. But powerful screws had been driven in each side of the door frame, and the spare aviation control cable, immensely strong, woven steel wire, was rapidly caught between them and drawn taut. Barkley went to work with a drill and a keyhole saw. Presently, he had a trap cutting the door through which goods could be passed without unlashing the entrance. 3 powerful hinges from a stock crate, 2 hasps, and a pair of 3-inch cotter pins made it proof against opening from the other side. Blair moved about restlessly inside. He was dragging something over to the door with panting gasp and muttering frantic curses. Barkley opened the hatch and glanced in, Dr. Copper peering over his shoulder. Blair had moved the heavy bunk against the door. It could not be opened without his cooperation now. Don't know what the poor man's fight at that, McReady sighed. If he gets loose, it is his avowed intention to kill each and all of us as quickly as possible, which is something we don't agree with. But we've something on our side of that door that is worse than a homicidal maniac. If one or the other has to get loose, I think I'll come up and undo those lashings here. Barkley grinned. You let me know, and I'll show you how to get these off fast. Let's go back. The sun was painting the northern horizon in multicolored rainbows still, though it was 2 hours below the horizon. A field of drift swept off to the north, sparkling under its flaming colors in a million reflected glories. Low mounds of rounded white on the northern horizon showed the magnet range was barely awash above the sweeping drift. Little eddies of wind-lifted snow swirled away from their skiffs as they set out toward the main encampment 2 miles away. The spidery finger of the broadcast radiator lifted a gaunt black needle against the white of the Antarctic continent. The snow under their skies was like fine sand, hard and gritty. Spring, said Benning bitterly, is coming. Ain't we got fun? I've been looking forward to getting away from this blasted hole in the ice. I wouldn't try it now. If I were you, Barkley grunted. Guys that set out from here in the next few days are going to be marvelously unpopular. How's your dog getting along, Dr. Copper? McReady asked. Any results yet? 30 hours? I wish there were. I gave him an injection of my blood today, but I imagine another 5 days will be needed. I don't know certainly enough to stop sooner. I've been wondering if Conant were changed. Would he have warned us so soon after the animal escaped? Would he have waited long enough for it to have a real chance to fix itself? Unless we woke up naturally, McReady asked slowly. The thing is selfish. You didn't think it looked as though it were possessed of a store of the higher justices, did you? Dr. Copper pointed out. Every part of it is all of it. Every part of it is all for itself, I imagine. If Conant were changed to save his skin, he'd have to, but Conant's feelings aren't changed. They're imitated perfectly, or they're his own. Naturally, the imitating perfectly Conant's feelings would do exactly what Conant would do. Say, couldn't Norris and Van give Conant some kind of a test? If the thing is brighter than men, he might know more physics than Conant should. And they'd catch it out, Barkley suggested. Copper shook his head warily. Not if it reads minds. You can't plant a trap for it. Van suggested that last night. He hoped it would answer some of the questions of physics. He'd like to know answers too. This expedition of 4 idea is going to make life happy. Benning looked at his companions. Each of us with an eye on the others to make sure he doesn't do something peculiar. Man, aren't we going to be a trusted bunch? Each man eyeing his neighbors with the grandest exhibition of faith and trust. I'm beginning to know what Conant meant by, I wish you could see your eyes. Every now and then we all have it, I guess. One of you looks around with a sort of, I wonder if the other 3 are look. Incidentally, I'm not accepting myself. So far as we know, the animal is dead, with a slight question as to Conant. No other is suspected, McReady stated slowly. The always 4 order is merely a precautionary measure. I'm waiting for Gary to make it 4 in a bunk, Barkley sighed. I thought I didn't have any privacy before, but since that order, none watched more tensely than Conant. A little sterile glass test tube, half filled with straw-colored fluid. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 drops of the clear solution Dr. Copper had prepared from the drops of blood from Conant's arm. The tube was shaken carefully, then set in a beaker of clear, warm water. The thermometer read blood heat. A little thermostat clicked noisily, and the electric hot plate began to glow as the lights flickered slightly. Then, little white flecks of precipitation were forming, snowing down in the clear, straw-colored fluid. Lord, said Conant. He dropped heavily into a bunk, crying like a baby. 6 days, Conant sobbed. 6 days in there, wondering if that damn test would lie. Gary moved over silently and slipped his arm across the physicist's back. It couldn't lie, Dr. Copper said. The dog was human immune, and the serum reacted. He's all right? Norris gasped. Then the animal is dead? Dead forever? He is human, Copper spoke definitely, and the animal is dead. Kenner burst out laughing hysterically. McReady turned toward him and slapped his face with a methodical 1-2, 1-2 action. The cook laughed, gulped, cried a moment, and sat up rubbing his cheeks, mumbling his thanks vaguely. I was scared. Lord, I was scared. Norris laughed bitterly. You think we weren't, you ick? You think maybe Conant wasn't? The ad building stirred with a sudden rejuvenation. Voices laughed. The men clustering around Conant spoke with unnecessarily loud voices, jittery, nervous voices, relievedly friendly again. Somebody called out a suggestion, and a dozen started for their skis. Blair might recover. Dr. Copper fussed with his test tubes in nervous relief, trying solutions. The party of relief for Blair's shack started out the door, skis clapping noisily. Down the corridor, the dog set up a quick, yelping howl as the air of excited relief reached them. Dr. Copper fussed with his tubes. McReady noticed him first, sitting on the edge of the bunk, with 2 precipitant whitened test tubes of straw-colored fluid. His face whiter than the stuff in the tubes. Silent tears slipping down from horror-widened eyes. McReady felt a cold knife of fear pierce through his heart and freeze in his breast. Dr. Copper looked up. "Gary?" he called hoarsely. "Gary, for God's sakes, come here." Commander Gary walked toward him sharply. Silence clapped down on the ad building. Connett looked up, rose stiffly from his seat. "Gary, tissue from the monster precipitates too. It proves nothing. Nothing but the dog was monster immune too. That one of the two contributing blood, one of us two, you and I, Gary, one of us is a monster." Chapter 9. "Bar, call back those men before they tell Blair," McReady said quietly. Blair went to the door. Faintly his shouts came back to the tensely silent men in the room. Then he was back. "They're coming," he said. "I didn't tell them why, just that Dr. Copper said not to go." "McReady," Gary sighed, "you're in command now. May God help you. I cannot." The bronze giant nodded slowly, his deep eyes on Commander Gary. "I may be the one," Gary added. "I know I'm not, but I cannot prove it to you in any way. Dr. Copper's test has broken down. The fact that he showed it was useless when it was to the advantage of the monster to have that uselessness not known would seem to prove he was human." Copper rocked back and forth slowly on the bunk. "I know I'm human. I can't prove it either. One of us two is a liar, but that test cannot lie, and it says one of us is. I gave proof that the test was wrong, which seems to prove I'm human. And now Gary has given that argument which proves me human, which he, as the monster, should not do. Round and round and round and round, and Dr. Copper's head, then his neck and shoulders began circling slowly in time to the words. Suddenly, he was lying back on the bunk, roaring with laughter. "It doesn't have to prove one of us is a monster. It doesn't have to prove that at all. Ho ho! If we're all monsters, then it works the same. We're all monsters, all of us, Connett and Gary and I, and all of you." "McReady," Ben Wall, the blonde-bearded chief pilot, called softly. "You were on the way to an MD when you took up meteorology, weren't you? Can you make some kind of test?" McReady went over to Copper slowly, took the hypodermic from his hand, and washed it carefully in 95% alcohol. Gary sat on the bunk edge with wooden face, watching Copper and McReady expressionlessly. "Copper said it's possible," McReady sighed. "Van, will you help here? Thanks." The filled needle jabbed into Copper's thigh. The man's laughter did not stop, but slowly faded into sobs, then sound sleep as the morphia took hold. McReady turned again. The men who had started for Blair stood at the far end of the room, skis dripping snow, their faces as white as their skis. Connett had lighted a cigarette in each hand, one he was puffing absently and staring at the floor. The heat of the one in his left hand attracted him, and he stared at it, and the one in the other hand stupidly for a moment. He dropped one and crushed it under his heel slowly. "Dr. Copper," McReady repeated, "could be right. I know I'm human, but of course can't prove it. I'll repeat the test for my own information. Any of you others who wish to may do the same." 2 minutes later, McReady held a test tube with white precipitin. settling slowly from straw-colored serum. It reacts to human blood too. So they aren't both monsters. I didn't think they are, Ramal sighed. That wouldn't suit the monster either. We could have destroyed them if we knew. Why hasn't the monster destroyed us, do you suppose? It seems to be loose. McReady snorted, then laughed softly. Elementary, my dear Watson. The monster wants to have life forms available. It cannot animate a dead body, apparently. It is just waiting. Waiting until the best opportunities come. We who remain human, it is holding in reserve. Kenner shuddered violently. Hey, Mac. Would I know if I was a monster? Would I know if the monster had already got me? Oh Lord, I may be a monster already. You'd know, McReady answered. But we wouldn't. Norris laughed shortly, half hysterically. McReady looked at the vial of serum remaining. There's one thing this damn stuff is good for. At that, he said thoughtfully. Clark, will you and Van help me? The rest of the gang, let us stick together here. Keep an eye on each other, he said bitterly. See that you don't get into mischief, shall we say. McReady started down the tunnel toward Dogtown, with Clark and Van Wall behind him. You need some more serum? Clark asked. McReady shook his head. Test. There's 4 cows and a bull, and nearly 70 dogs down there. This stuff reacts only to human blood and monsters. McReady came back to the ad building and went silently to the washstand. Clark and Van Wall joined him a moment later. Clark's lips had developed a tic, jerking into sudden, unexpected sneers. What'd you do? Condon exploded suddenly. More immunizing? Clark snickered and stopped with a hiccough. Immunizing? Oh! Immune all right. That monster, said Van Wall steadily, is quite logical. Our immune dog was quite all right, and we drew a little more serum for the test, but we won't make any more. Can't you use one man's blood or another dog? Norris began. There aren't, said McReady softly, any more dogs. Nor cattle, I might add. No more dogs? Benning sat down slowly. They're very nasty when they start changing, Van Wall said precisely, but slow. That electrocution iron you made up, Barkley, is very fast. There's only one dog left, our immune. The monster left that for us, so we could play with our little test. The rest, he shrugged and dried his hands. The cattle, gulped Kenner, also reacted very nicely. They look funny as hell when they start melting. The beast hasn't any quick escape when it's tied in dog chains or halters, and it had to be to imitate. Kenner stood up slowly. His eyes darted around the room and came to rest horribly, quivering on a tin bucket in the galley. Slowly, step by step, he retreated toward the door, his mouth opening and closing silently, like a fish out of water. The milk, he gasped. I milked them an hour ago. His voice broke into a scream as he dived through the door. He was out on the ice cap without windproof or heavy clothing. Van Wall looked after him for a moment thoughtfully. He's probably hopelessly mad, he said at length. But he might be a monster escaping. He hasn't skis. Take a blowtorch in case. The physical motion of the chase helped them, something that needed doing. 3 of the other men were quietly being sick. Norris was lying flat on his back, his face greenish, looking steadily at the bottom of the bunk above him. Mac, how long have the cows been not cows? McReady shrugged his shoulders hopelessly. He went over to the milk bucket and with his little tube of serum went to work on it. The milk clouded it, making certainty difficult. Finally, he dropped the test tube in the stand. Test negatively, which means either they were cows then, or that, being perfect imitations, they gave perfectly good milk. Copper stirred, restless in his sleep, and gave a gurgling cross between a snore and a laugh. Silent eyes fastened on him. Would morphia? A monster? Somebody started to ask. Lord knows, McReady shrugged. It affects every earthly animal I know of. Conant suddenly raised his head. Mac, the dogs must have swallowed pieces of the monster, and the pieces destroyed them. The dogs were where the monster resided. I was locked up. Doesn't that prove? Van Wall shook his head. Sorry. Proves nothing about what you are, only proves what you didn't do. It doesn't do that, McReady sighed. We are helpless because we don't know enough, and so jittery we don't think straight. Locked up? Ever watch a white corpuscle of the blood go through the wall of a blood vessel? No. Sticks out a pseudopod. And there it is, on the far side of the wall. Oh, said Van Wall unhappily. The cattle tried to melt down, didn't they? They could have melted down, become just a thread of stuff, and leaked under a door to recollect on the other side. Ropes? No, that wouldn't do it. They couldn't live in a sealed tank, or if, said McReady, you shoot it through the heart and it doesn't die, it's a monster. That's the best test I can think of offhand. No dogs, said Gary quietly, and no cattle. It has to imitate men now. And locking up doesn't do any good. Your test might have worked, Mac, but I am afraid it would be hard on the men. Chapter 10. Clark looked up from the galley stove as Van Wall, Barkley, McReady, and Benning came in, brushing the drift from their clothes. The other men jammed into the ad building, continued studiously to do as they were doing, playing chess, poker, reading. Rowson was fixing a sledge on the table. Van and Norris had their heads together over magnetic data, while Harvey read tables in a low voice. Dr. Copper snored softly on the bunk. Gary was working with Dutton over a sheaf of radio messages on the corner of Dutton's bunk and a small fraction of the radio table. Conant was using most of the table for cosmic ray sheets. Quite plainly, through the corridor, despite 2 closed doors, they could hear Kenner's voice. Clark banged a kettle onto the galley stove and beckoned McReady silently. The meteorologist went over to him. I don't mind the cooking so damn much, Clark said nervously, but isn't there some way to stop that bird? We all agreed that it would be safe to move him into Cosmo's house. Kenner? McReady nodded toward the door. I'm afraid not. I can dope him, I suppose. but we don't have an unlimited supply of morphia, and he's not in danger of losing his mind. Just hysterical. Well, we're in danger of losing ours. You've been out for an hour and a half. That's been going on steadily ever since. And it was going for 2 hours before. There's a limit, you know. Gary wandered over slowly, apologetically. For an instant, McReady caught the feral spark of fear, horror in Clark's eyes, and knew at the same instant it was in his own. Gary our copper, was certainly a monster. If you could stop that, I think it would be a sound policy, Mac. Gary spoke quietly. There are tensions enough in this room. We agreed that it would be safe for Kenner in there, because everyone else in camp is under constant eyeing. Gary shivered slightly. And try in God's name, to find some test that will work. McReady sighed. Watch or unwatched, everyone's tense. Blair's jammed the trap so it won't open now. Says he's got food enough and keeps screaming. Go away, you're monsters. I won't be absorbed, I won't. I'll tell men when they come, go away. So we went away. There's no other test? Gary pleaded. McReady shrugged his shoulders. Copper was perfectly right. Serum test could be absolutely definitive if it hadn't been contaminated. But that's only the dog left. And he's fixed now. Chemicals? Chemical test? McReady shook his head. Our chemistry isn't that good. I tried the microscope, you know. Gary nodded. Monster dog and real dog were identical. But you've got to go on. What are we going to do after dinner? Benoit joined them quietly. Rotation sleeping. Half the crowd asleep, half awake. I wonder how many of us are monsters. All the dogs were. We thought we were safe, but somehow it got Copper or you. Benoit's eyes flashed uneasily. It may have gotten every one of you. All of you, but myself, may be wondering, looking. No, that's not possible. You just springed in. I'd be helpless. We humans might somehow have the greater number now, but he stopped. McReady laughed shortly. You're doing what Norris complained of in me, leaving it hanging. But if one more is changed, that may shift the balance of power. It doesn't fight. I don't think it ever fights. It must be a peaceful thing in its own inimitable way. It never had to, because it always gained its end otherwise. Benoit's mouth twisted in a sickly grin. You're suggesting then that perhaps it already has the greater numbers, but is just waiting, all of them, all of you, for all I know, waiting till I, the last human, drop my wariness and sleep? Mac, did you notice their eyes? All looking at us? Gary sighed. You haven't been sitting here for 4 straight hours, while all their eyes silently weighed the information that one of us, two, Copper or I, is a monster, certainly. Perhaps both of us. Clark repeated his request. Will you stop that bird's noise? He's driving me nuts. Make him tone down. Anyway. Still praying? McReady asked. Still praying, Clark groaned. He hasn't stopped for a second. I don't mind his praying if it relieves him, but he yells. He sings psalms and hymns and shouts prayers. You thinks God can't hear, well, way down here. Maybe he can't, Barkley grunted. Or he'd have done something about this thing loosed from hell. Somebody's going to try that test you mentioned if you don't stop him, Clark stated grimly. I think a cleaver in the head would be as positive a test as a bullet in the heart. Go ahead with the food. I'll see what I can do. There may be something in the cabinets. McReady moved wearily toward the corner Copper had used as his dispensary. 3 tall cabinets of rough boards, 2 locked, were the repositories of the camp's medical supplies. 12 years ago, McReady had graduated, had started for an internship, and been diverted to meteorology. Copper was a picked man, a man who knew his profession thoroughly and modernly. More than half the drugs available were totally unfamiliar to McReady. Many of the others he had forgotten. There was no huge medical library here, no series of journals available to learn things he had forgotten. The elementary, simple things to Copper, things that did not merit inclusion in the small library he had been forced to content himself with. Books are heavy, and every ounce of supplies had been freighted in by air. McReady picked up a barbiturate, hopefully. Barkley and Van went with him. One man never went anywhere alone in Big Magnet. Ralston had his sledge put away, and the physicist had moved off the table, the poker game broken up when they got back. Clark was putting out the food. The click of spoons and the muffled sounds of eating were the only sign of life in the room. There were no words spoken as the 3 returned, simply all eyes focused on them questioningly while the jaw moved methodically. McReady stiffened suddenly. Kenner was screeching out of him in a hoarse, cracked voice. He looked warily at Van Wall with a twisted grin and shook his head. Huh? Van Wall cursed bitterly and sat down at the table. You'll just plumb have to take that till his voice wears out. He can't yell like that forever. He's got a brass throat and a cast iron larynx, Norris declared savagely. Then we could be hopeful and suggest he's one of our friends. In that case, he could go on renewing his throat till doomsday. Silence clamped down. For 20 minutes they ate without a word. Then Conant jumped up with an angry violence. You sit as still as a bunch of graven images. You don't say a word, but oh Lord, what expressive eyes you've got. They roll around like a bunch of glass marbles spilling down a table. They wink and blink and stare and whisper things. Can you guys look somewhere else for a change, please? Listen, Mac, you're in charge here. Let's run movies for the rest of the night. We've been saving those reels to make them last. Last for what? Who is it's going to see those last reels, eh? Let's see them while we can. Look at something other than each other. Sound idea, Conant. I, for one, am quite willing to change this in any way I can. Turn the sound up loud, Dutton. Maybe you can drown out the hymns, Clark suggested. But don't, Norris said softly. Don't turn off the lights altogether. The lights will be out. McReady shook his head. We'll show all the cartoon movies we have. You won't mind seeing the old cartoons, will you? Goody goody. A moon picture show. I'm just in the mood. McReady turned to look at the speaker, a lean, lanky New Englander by the name of Caldwell. Caldwell was stuffing his pipe slowly, sour eye cocked up to McReady. The bronze giant was forced to laugh. Okay, Bart, you win. Maybe we aren't quite in the mood for Popeye and trick ducks, but it's something. Let's play classifications, Caldwell suggested slowly. Or maybe you call it Guggenheim. You draw lines on a piece of paper and put down classes of things, like animals, you know. One for H and one for U, and so on. Like human and unknown, for instance. I think that would be a hell of a lot better game, classification. I sort of figured it's what we need right now. A lot more than movies. Maybe somebody's got a pencil that he can draw lines with. Draw lines between the U, animals, and the H, animals, for instance. McReady's trying to find that kind of pencil, Van Wall answered quietly. But we've got 3 kinds of animals here, you know. One that begins with M. We don't want any more. Mad ones, you mean? Uh-huh. Clark, I'll help you with those pots so we can get our little peep show going. Caldwell got up slowly. Dutton and Barclay and Benning, in charge of the projector and sound mechanism arrangements, went about their job silently, while the ad building was cleared and the dishes and pans disposed of. McReady drifted over toward Van Wall slowly and leaned back in the bunk beside him. I've been wondering, Van, he said with a wry grin, whether or not to report my ideas in advance. I forgot the U animals, as Caldwell named it, could read minds. I have a vague idea of something that might work. It's too vague to bother with, though. Go ahead with your show while I try to figure out the logic of the thing. I'll take this bump. Van Wall glanced up and nodded. The movie screen would be practically on a line with his bump, hence making the pictures least distracting here, or least intelligible. Perhaps you should tell us what you have in mind. As it is, only the unknowns know what you plan. You might be unknown before you got it into operation. Won't take long if I get it figured out right. But I don't want any more all but the test dog monsters things. You better move Copper into this bunk directly above me. He won't be watching the screen either. McReady nodded toward Copper's gently snoring bulk. Gary helped them lift and move the doctor. McReady leaned back against the bunk and sank into a trance, almost of concentration, trying to calculate chances, operations, methods. He was scarcely aware as the others distributed themselves silently and the screen lit up. Vaguely Kenner's hectic, shouted prayers and his rasping hymn singing annoyed him till the sound accompaniment started. The lights were turned out, but the large, light-colored areas of the screen reflected enough light for ready visibility. It made men's eyes sparkle as they moved restlessly. Kenner was still praying, shouting, his voice a raucous accompaniment to the mechanical sound. Dutton stepped up the amplification. So long had the voice been going on that only vaguely at first was McReady aware that something seemed missing. Lying as he was, just across the narrow room from the corridor leading to Cosmo's house, Kenner's voice had reached him fairly clearly. Despite the sound accompaniment of the pictures, it struck him abruptly that it had stopped. Dutton, cut that sound, McReady called as he sat up abruptly. The pictures flickered a moment, soundless and strangely futile in the sudden, deep silence. The rising wind on the surface above bubbled melancholy tears of sound down the stovepipes. Kenner stopped, McReady said softly. For God's sake, start that sound then. He may have stopped to listen, Norris snapped. McReady rose and went down the corridor. Barkley and Van Wall left their places at the far end of the room to follow him. The flickers bulged and twisted on the back of Barkley's gray underwear as he crossed the still functioning beam of the projector. Dutton snapped on the lights, and the pictures vanished. Norris stood at the door as McReady had asked. Gary sat down quietly in the bunk nearest the door, forcing Clark to make room for him. Many of the others had stayed exactly where they were. Only Conant walked slowly up and down the room in steady, unvarying rhythm. If you're going to do that, Conant, Clark spat, we can get along without you altogether, whether you're a human or not. Will you stop that damn rhythm? Sorry. The physicist sat down in a bunk and watched his toes thoughtfully. It was almost 5 minutes, 5 ages, while the wind made the only sound, before McReady appeared at the door. We, he announced, haven't got enough grief here already. Somebody's tried to help us out. Kenner has a knife in his throat, which was why he stopped singing, probably. We've got monsters, madmen, and murderers. Any more M's you can think of, Caldwell? If there are, we'll probably have them before long. Chapter 11. Is Blair loose? Someone asked. Blair's not loose, or he flew in. If there's any doubt about where our general helper came from, this may clear it up. Manuel held a foot-long, thin-bladed knife in a cloth. The wooden handle was half burnt, charred with the peculiar pattern of the top of the galley stove. Clark stared at it. I did that this afternoon. I forgot the damn thing and left it on the stove. Benoit nodded. I smelled it, if you remember. I knew the knife came from the galley. I wonder, said Benning, looking around at the party warily. How many more monsters have we? If somebody could slip out of his place, go back of the screen to the galley, and then down to the Cosmos house and back. He did come back, didn't he? Yes, everybody's here. Well, if one of the gang could do all that, maybe a monster did it, Gary suggested quietly. There's that possibility. The monster, as you pointed out today, is only men left to imitate. Would he decrease his supply, shall we say? Van Wall pointed out. No. We just have a plain, ordinary louse, a murderer to deal with. Ordinarily, we'd call him an inhuman murderer, I suppose. But we have to distinguish now. We have inhuman murderers, and now we have human murderers. Or one at least. There's one less human, Norris said softly. Maybe the monsters have the balance of power now. Never mind that. McReady sighed and turned to Barkley. Bar, will you get your electric gadget? I'm going to make certain. Barkley turned down the corridor to get the prong electrocutor, while McReady and Van Wall went back toward Cosmos' house. Barkley followed them in some 30 seconds. The corridor to Cosmos' house twisted, as did nearly all corridors in Big Magnet, and Norris stood at the entrance again. But they heard, rather muffled, McReady's sudden shout. There was a savage scurry of blows, dull chut-chut, skloof sounds, bar, and a curious, savage, mewing scream. Silence before even quick-moving Norris had reached the bin. Kenner, or what had been Kenner, lay on the floor, cut half in two by the great knife McReady had. Meteorologist stood against the wall, the knife dripping red in his hand. Benoit was stirring vaguely on the floor, moaning, his hand half-consciously rubbing at his jaw. Barkley, an unutterably savage gleam in his eyes, was methodically leaning on the pronged weapon in his hand, jabbing. Kenner's arms had developed a queer, scaly fur, and the flesh had twisted. The fingers had shortened, the hand rounded, the fingernails become 3-inch long things of dull red horn, keen to steel hard, razor-sharp talons. McReady raised his head, looked at the knife in his hand, and dropped it. Well, whoever did it can speak up now. He was an inhuman murderer at that, in that he murdered an inhuman. I swear, by all that's holy, Kenner was a lifeless corpse on the floor here when we arrived. But when it found we were going to jab it with the power, it changed. Nora stared unsteadily. Oh, Lord, those things can act? Ye gods. Sitting here for hours, mouthing prayers to a God it hated, shouting hymns in a cracked voice, hymns about a church it never knew, driving us mad with its ceaseless howling? Well, speak up. Whoever did it, you didn't know it, but you did the camp a favor. And I want to know how in blazes you got out of that room without anyone seeing you. It might help in guarding ourselves. His screaming, his singing, even the sound projector couldn't drown it. Clark shivered. It was a monster. Oh, said Van Wall, in sudden comprehension. You were sitting right next to the door, weren't you? And almost behind the projection screen already. Clark nodded dumbly. It's quiet now. It's a dead. Mac, your test's no damn good. It was dead anyway. Monster man, it was dead. McReady chuckled softly. Boys, meet Clark. The only one we know is human. Meet Clark, the one who proves he's human by trying to commit murder and failing. Will the rest of you please refrain from trying to prove you're human for a while? I think we may have another test. A test? Conant snapped joyfully, then his face sagged in disappointment. I suppose it's another either way you want it? No, said McReady steadily. Look sharp and be careful. Come into the ad building. Barkley, bring your electrocutor. And somebody, Dutton, stand with Barkley to make sure he does it. Watch every neighbor, for by the hell these monsters come from. I've got something, and they know it. They're going to get dangerous. The group tensed abruptly. An air of crushing menace entered into every man's body. Sharply, they looked at each other, more keenly than ever before. Is that man next to me an inhuman monster? What is it? Gary asked, as they stood again in the main room. How long will it take? I don't know exactly, said McReady, his voice brittle with angry determination. But I know it will work, and no two ways about it. It depends on a basic quality of the monsters, not on us. Kenner just convinced me. He stood heavy and solid in bronzed immobility, completely sure of himself again at last. This? Said Barkley, hefting the wooden-handled weapon, tipped with its two sharp-pointed charge conductors, is going to be rather necessary, I take it? Is the power plant assured? Dutton nodded sharply. The automatic stoker bin is full. The gas power plant is on standby. Van Wall and I set it for the movie operation, and we've checked it over rather carefully several times, you know. Anything those wires touch dies. He assured them grimly. I know that. Dr. Copper stirred vaguely in his bunk, rubbed his eyes with fumbling hand. He sat up slowly, blinked his eyes, blurred with sleep and drugs, widened with an unutterable horror of drug-ridden nightmares. Gary, he mumbled. Gary, listen. Selfish. From hell they came. And hellish shellfish. Self. Do I? What do I mean? He sank back in his bunk and snored softly. McReady looked at him thoughtfully. We'll know presently, he nodded slowly. But selfish is what you mean, all right. You may have thought of that, half sleeping, dreaming there. I didn't stop to think what dreams you might be having. But that's all right. Selfish is the word. They must be, you see. He turned to the men in the cabin, tense, silent men, staring with wolfish eyes each at his neighbor. Selfish. And as Dr. Copper said, every part is a whole. Every piece is self-sufficient, an animal in itself. That and one other thing tell the story. There's nothing mysterious about blood. It's just as normal a body tissue as a piece of muscle or a piece of liver. But it hasn't so much connective tissue, though it has millions, billions of life cells. McReady's great bronze beard ruffled in a grim smile. This is satisfying in a way. I'm pretty sure we humans still outnumber you, others standing here. And we have what your otherworld race evidently doesn't. Not an imitated, but a bred-in-the-bone instinct. A driving, unquenchable fire that's genuine. We'll fight with a ferocity you may attempt to imitate, but you'll never equal. We're human. We're real. You're imitations. False to the core of your every cell. All right. It's a showdown now, you know. You, with your mind reading, you've lifted the idea from my brain. You can't do a thing about it, standing here. Let it pass. Blood is tissue. They have to bleed. If they don't bleed when cut, then, by heaven, they're phony. Phony from hell. If they bleed, then that blood separated from them is an individual. A newly formed individual in its own right, just as they split, all of them, from one original, are individuals. Get it, Van? See the answer? Bar? Van Wall laughed very softly. The blood will not obey. It's a new individual, with all the desire to protect its own life, that the original, the main mass from which it was split, has. The blood will live and try to crawl away from a hot needle, say. McReady picked up the scalpel from the table. From the cabinet, he took a rack of test tubes, a tiny alcohol lamp, and a length of platinum wire set in a little glass rod. A smile of grim satisfaction wrote his lips. For a moment, he glanced up at those around him. Barkley and Dutton moved toward him slowly, the wooden-handled electric instrument alert. Dutton, said McReady, suppose you stand over by the splice there, where you've connected that end. Just make sure nothing pulls it loose. Dutton moved away. Now, Van, suppose you be first on this. white-faced. Van Wall stepped forward. With a delicate precision, McReady cut a vein in the base of his thumb. Van Wall winced slightly, then held steady as a half-inch of bright blood collected in the tube. McReady put the tube in the rack, gave Van Wall a bit of alum, and indicated the iodine bottle. Van Wall stood motionlessly, watching. McReady heated the platinum wire in the alcohol lamp flame, then dipped it into the tube. It hissed softly. 5 times he repeated the test. Human, I'd say. McReady sighed and straightened. As yet, my theory hasn't been actually proven. But I have hopes. I have hopes. Don't, by the way, get too interested in this. We have with us some unwelcome ones, no doubt. Van, will you relieve Barkley at the switch? Thanks. Okay, Barkley. And may I say, I hope you stay with us. You're a damned good guy. Barkley grinned uncertainly, winced under the keen edge of the scalpel. Presently, smiling wildly, he retrieved his long-handled weapon. Mr. Samuel Bar! The tensity was released in that second. Whatever of hell the monsters may have had within them, the men in that instant matched it. Barkley had no chance to move his weapon as a score of men poured down on that thing that had seemed Dutton. It mewed and spat and tried to grow fangs, and was 100 broken, torn pieces. Without knives or any weapon save the brute-given strength of a staff of picked men, the thing was crushed, rent. Slowly, they picked themselves up, their eyes smoldering, very quiet in their emotions. A curious wrinkling of their lips betrayed a species of nervousness. Barkley went over with the electric weapon. Things smoldered and stank. The caustic acid Van Wall dropped on each spilled drop of blood gave off tickling, cough-provoking fumes. Greedy grinned, his deep-set eyes alight and dancing. Maybe, he said softly, I underrated man's ability when I said nothing human could have the ferocity in the eyes of that thing we found. I wish we could have the opportunity to treat in a more befitting manner these things. Something with boiling oil or melted lead in it. Or maybe slow roasting in the power boiler. When I think what a man Dutton was. Never mind. My theory is confirmed by one who knew. Well, Van Wall and Barkley are proven. I think then that I'll try to show you what I already know. That I too am human. Greedy swished the scalpel in absolute alcohol. Burned it off the metal blade and cut the base of his thumb expertly. 20 seconds later, he looked up from the desk at the waiting men. There were more grins out there now. Friendly grins, yet withal, something else in the eyes. Conant? McReady laughed softly. Was right. The Huskies, watching that thing in the corridor bin, had nothing on you. Wonder why we think only the wolf blood has the right to ferocity. Maybe on spontaneous viciousness, a wolf takes tops. But after these 7 days, abandon all hope, ye wolves who enter here. Maybe we could save time. Conant, would you step forward? Again, Barkley was too slow. There were more grins, less intensity still, when Barkley and Van Wall finished their work. Gary spoke in a low, bitter voice. Conant was one of the finest men we had here. And 5 minutes ago, I'd have sworn he was a man. Those damnable things or more than imitation. Gary shuddered and sat back in his bunk. And 30 seconds later, Gary's blood shrank from the hot platinum wire and struggled to escape the tube, struggled as frantically as a suddenly feral, red-eyed, dissolving imitation of Gary struggled to dodge the snake-tongued weapon Barkley advanced at him, white-faced and sweating. The thing in the test tube screamed with a tinny voice as McReady dropped it into the glowing coal of the galley stove. Chapter 12. The last of it, Dr. Copper looked down from his bunk with bloodshot, saddened eyes. 14 of them? McReady nodded shortly. In some ways, if only we could have permanently prevented their spreading. I'd like to have even the imitations back. Commander Gary, Conant, Dutton, Clark. Where are they taking those things? Copper nodded to the stretcher Barkley and Norris were carrying out. Outside. Outside on the ice. Where they've got 15 smashed crates, half a ton of coal, and presently we'll add 10 gallons of kerosene. We've dumped acid on every spilled drop, every torn fragment. We're going to incinerate those. Sounds like a good plan. Copper nodded wearily. I wonder. You haven't said whether Blair... McReady started. We forgot him. We had so much else. I wonder, do you suppose we can cure him now? If... began Dr. Copper and stopped, meaningly. McReady started a second time. Even a madman. It imitated Kenner and his praying hysteria. McReady turned toward Van Wall at the long table. Van, we've got to go make an expedition to Blair's shack. Van looked up sharply. The frown of worry faded for an instant in surprised remembrance. Then he rose, nodded. Barkley, better go along. He applied the lashings and may figure how to get in without frightening Blair too much. 3/4 of an hour through minus 37 cold, while the aurora curtain bellied overhead. The twilight was nearly 12 hours long, flaming in the north on snow like white crystalline sand under their skis. A 5-mile wind piled it in drift lines pointing off to the northwest. 3/4 of an hour to reach the snow-buried shack. No smoke came from the little shack, and the men hastened. Blair! Barkley roared into the wind when he was still 100 yards away. Blair! Shut up, said McReady softly, and hurry. He may be trying a long hike. If we have to go after him, no planes, the tractor's disabled. Would a monster have the stamina a man has? A broken leg wouldn't stop it for more than a minute, McReady pointed out. Barkley gasped suddenly and pointed aloft. Dim in the twilight sky, a winged thing circled in curves of indescribable grace and ease. Great white wings tipped gently, and the birds swept over them in silent curiosity. Albatross, Barkley said softly. First of the season and wandering way inland for some reason. If a monster's loose. Norris bent down on the ice and tore hurriedly at his heavy, windproof clothing. He straightened, his coat flapping open, a grim, blue metal weapon in his hand. It roared a challenge to the white silence of Antarctica. The thing in the air screamed hoarsely. Its great wings worked frantically as a dozen feathers floated down from its tail. Norris fired again. The bird was moving swiftly now, but in an almost straight line of retreat. It screamed again, more feathers dropped, and with beating wings it soared behind a ridge of pressure ice to vanish. Norris hurried after the others. It won't come back, he panted. Barkley cautioned him to silence, pointing. A curiously, fiercely blue light beat out from the cracks of the shack's door. Very low, soft humming sounded inside. A low, soft humming and a clink and clank of tools. The very sounds somehow bearing a message of frantic haste. McReady's face paled. Lord help us, if that thing has... He grabbed Barkley's shoulder and made sniping motions with his fingers, pointing toward the lacing of control cables that held the door. Barkley drew the wire cutters from his pocket and kneeled soundlessly at the door. The snap and twang of cut wires made an unbearable racket in the utter quiet of the Antarctic hush. There was only that strange, sweetly soft hum from within the shack, and the queerly, hectically clipped, clicking, and rattling of tools to drown their noises. McReady peered through a crack in the door. His breath sucked in huskily, and his great fingers clamped cruelly on Barkley's shoulder. The meteorologist backed down. It isn't, he explained very softly. Blair. It's kneeling on something on the bunk, something that keeps lifting. Whatever it's working on is a thing like a knapsack, and it lifts. All at once, Barkley said grimly, No, Norris. Hang back and get that iron of yours out. It may have weapons. Together, Barkley's powerful body and McReady's giant strength struck the door. Inside, the bunk jammed against the door, screeched madly, and crackled into kindling. The door flung open from broken hinges, the patched lumber of the doorpost dropping inward. Like a blue rubber ball, the thing bounced up. One of its 4 tentacle-like arms looped out like a striking snake. In a 7-tentacle hand, a 6-inch pencil of winking, shining metal glinted and swung upward to face them. Its line-thin lips twitched back from snake fangs in a grin of hate, red eyes blazing. Norris's revolver thundered in the confined space. The hate-washed face twitched in agony. The looping tentacles snatched back, the silvery thing in its hand a smashed ruin of metal. The 7-tentacle hand became a mass of mangled flesh oozing greenish-yellow ichor. The revolver thundered 3 times more. Dark holes drilled each of the 3 eyes before Norris hurled the empty weapon against its face. The thing screamed of feral hate, a lashing tentacle wiping at blinded eyes. For a moment, it crawled on the floor, savage tentacles lashing out, the body twitching. Then it staggered up again, blinded eyes working, boiling hideously, the crushed flesh sloughing away in sodden gobbets. Barkley lurched to his feet and dove forward with an ice axe. The flat of the weighty thing crushed against the side of the head. Again, the unkillable monster went down. The tentacles lashed out, and suddenly Barkley fell to his feet in the grip of a living, livid rope. The thing dissolved as he held it, a white-hot band that ate into the flesh of his hands like living fire. Frantically, he tore the stuff from him, held his hands where they could not be reached. The blind thing felt and ripped at the tough, heavy, windproof cloth, seeking flesh it could convert. The huge blowtorch McReady had brought coughed solemnly. Abruptly, it rumbled disapproval throatily. Then it laughed, gurglingly, and thrust out a blue-white 3-foot tongue. The thing on the floor shrieked, flailed out blindly with tentacles that writhed and withered in the bubbling wrath of the blowtorch. It crawled and turned on the floor. It shrieked and hobbled madly. But always, McReady held the blowtorch on the face, the dead eyes burning and bubbling uselessly. Frantically, the thing crawled and howled. A tentacle sprouted a savage talon and crisped in the flame. Steadily, McReady moved with a planned, grim campaign. Helpless, maddened, the thing retreated from the grunting torch, the caressing, licking tongue. For a moment it rebelled, squalling in inhuman hatred at the touch of icy snow. Then it fell back before the charring breath of the torch, the stench of its flesh bathing it. Hopelessly, it retreated, on and on across the Antarctic snow. The bitter wind swept over it, twisting the torch tongue. Vainly it flopped, a trail of oily, stinking smoke bubbling away from it. McReady walked back toward the shack silently. Barkley met him at the door. No more? The giant meteorologist asked grimly. Barkley shook his head. No more. It didn't split. It had other things to think about, McReady assured him. When I left it, it was a glowing coal. What was it doing? Norris laughed shortly. Wise boys we are. Smash magnetos so planes won't work. Rip the boiler tubing out of the tractors and leave that thing alone for a week in this shack. Alone and undisturbed. McReady looked in at the shack more carefully. The air, despite the ripped door, was hot and humid. On a table at the far end of the room rested a thing of coiled wires and small magnets, glass tubing, and radio tubes. At the center, a block of rough stone rested. From the center of the block came the light that flooded the place. The fiercely blue light, bluer than the glare of an electric arc, and from it came the sweetly soft hum. Off to one side was another mechanism of crystal glass, blown with an incredible neatness and delicacy, metal plates in a queer, shimmery sphere of insubstantiality. What is that? McReady moved nearer. Norris grunted. Leave it for investigation. But I can guess pretty well. That's atomic power. That stuff to the left, that's a neat little thing for doing what men have been trying to do with 100-ton cyclotrons and so forth. It separates neutrons from heavy water, which he was getting from the surrounding ice. Where'd he get all? Oh, of course. The monster couldn't be locked in or out. He's been through the apparatus caches. McReady stared at the apparatus. Lord, what minds that race must have. The shimmery sphere. I think it's a sphere of pure force. Neutrons can pass through any matter. And he wanted a supply reservoir of neutrons. Just project neutrons against silica, calcium, beryllium, almost anything, and the atomic energy is released. That thing is the atomic generator. McReady plucked a thermometer from his coat. It's 120 in here, despite the open door. Our clothes have kept the heat out to an extent, but I'm sweating now. Norris nodded. The light's cold, I found that. But it gives off heat to warm the place through that coil. He had all the power in the world. He could keep it warm and pleasant as his race thought of warmth and pleasantness. Did you notice the light? The color of it? McReady nodded. Beyond the stars is the answer. From beyond the stars. From a hotter planet that circled a brighter, bluer sun they came. McReady glanced out the door toward the blasted, smoke-stained trail that flopped and wandered blindly off across the drift. There won't be any more coming, I guess. Sheer accident it landed here, and that was 20 million years ago. What did it do all that for? He nodded toward the apparatus. Barkley laughed softly. Did you notice what it was working on when we came? Look! He pointed toward the ceiling of the shack. Like a knapsack made of flattened coffee tins with dangling cloth straps and leather belts, the mechanism clung to the ceiling. A tiny, glaring heart with supernal flame burned in it, yet burned through the ceiling's wood without scorching it. Barkley walked over to it, grasped two of the dangling straps in his hand, and pulled it down with an effort. He strapped it about his body. A slight jump carried him in a weirdly slow arc across the room. Anti-gravity? Said McReady softly. Anti-gravity. Norris nodded. Yes. We had them stopped. No planes and no birds. The birds hadn't come. But they had coffee tins and radio parts and glass and the machine shop at night. And a whole week, all to itself. America, in a single jump, with anti-gravity powered by the atomic energy of matter. We had him stopped. Another half hour. He was just tightening these straps on the device so it could wear it. And we'd have stayed in Antarctica and shut down any moving thing that came from the rest of the world. The albatross? McReady said softly. You suppose? With this thing almost finished? With that death weapon it held in its hand? No. By the grace of God, who evidently does hear very well, even down here, in the margin of half an hour. We keep our world and the planets of the system too. Anti-gravity, and atomic power. Because they came from another sun. A star beyond the stars. They came from a world with a bluer sun.